All right. We're locked in. We got chat ready to go. Good morning. Let me get the Discord post made. Let me cross all my I's and dot all my T's. We made it. We made it. We made it. All right, YouTube chat, you're up. Good morning. Twitch chat, you're up. Good morning. Okay, I'm back. Okay. I think we're good. Good morning. Abby likes nachos. Welcome to the show. Let me see here. Is that our first over there today? It looks like it. And Big Doggo as well. Big Doggo TV, good morning. I just got the chat up. My chats weren't all the way up yet. We're figuring it out. What up? What up, Twitch chat as well? We're locked in. Good morning. Who do we got in here today? Let's see what's going on here. Ghibli Gal first in the chat. Hey, what's up? Took me a second to settle in here because I started the stream and I wasn't all the way ready yet. Are we good? Okay, Twitch is still dying. That's fine. Hopefully Twitch stays not dead today. What up, CO Codex? Good morning, Burger Smalls. Welcome to the show today, Ryan Perpetrator. I need some water. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the show, Tima. Cynical Kyle, thank you for 32. Can we get some love in the chat? 32 months. Thank you. Did somebody say cat? Show us the cat with the Bilbo boo. That's so funny, dude. You guys are ridiculous. You won't be seeing them anytime soon because I won't be seeing them either. But we'll figure that out here as the stream goes on. Good morning, Pine Crossing. Welcome to the show, Euphoria. Legends of Tay and Shayla. Good morning, Cynical Cow. Minnie Mansky. Welcome to the show, Red Museum as well. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? All right, let's jump over. Oh, Bree Cheesy. Bree Cheesy with the 7 months. Can we get some cheesies in the chat? Some stinky cheeses for Bree Cheesy. Wait, like an actual real life cat? Yes. Yes. Yo, what's up, Zane? Good morning. Welcome to the show, dude. Happy 1 year to me being in the community. Dude, that's crazy. Really? Has it been a year, dude? Let me pull up your viewer card real quick. Oh my gosh, it has been a whole year, dude. That's pretty rad. That's pretty rad, actually. Dang. Okay, the viewer card doesn't let me interact with it. That's weak. What if we go to view channel? No, that's ridiculous. All right, well, if I'm using this chat, what I'm going to want to do is refresh my Twitch backend. So this way I can interact with the Twitch chat the way I need to sometimes. Yes. There we go. That's how we'll handle that. We're learning. What up, Sage? Good morning, Mrs. Pirate. Euphoria Gaming. What up, Town Off? Did you adopt a kitty or did a kitty adopt you? I think I adopted a cat. And yeah, they didn't want to come home. So it'll be a couple days till y'all get a chance to see him. We got to give him some time. But I'll share the whole story here as the stream goes on today. Good morning. What up, Bookworm Maya? What up, Tara from Gaia? Good morning. Welcome to the show today as well. Avo Cosmos with the 47 months. Hey,
Welcome
dude.
To Kitty Parent Life H. Day Bless.
No, it's not an orange cat. It's a black cat. It's an all black cat. I don't actually even have any pictures for y'all, which is a shame, I know, but, and again, I'll tell the story, but they already took the pictures off of the website before I could snag them. And because they were like really busy, I didn't get a chance to I didn't get offered, I should say, to like take any like new adoption photos, because they do that. They offered it to like another family, but like the dude I was working with was just like busy, and to be honest, I could care less. So I didn't say, I don't care, right? Like, I'll figure all that out later. This cat needed a good home, and they did not and do not want anything to do with human beings right now. So like, pictures are the last thing on my mind, and y'all it's gonna be a journey. All right, we'll figure all that out, and I'll tell the story here as the stream goes on. What's up, Butterfly Sugar Baby? So yeah, unfortunately, y'all don't even get any pictures. You just have to go off my description, and it's just an all black cat with like longer hair, but not like Maine Coon long. It's still like just a longer hair than I see on a short hair, but I think it's actually a short hair is like the mix. I do have the adoption sheet with the picture of the cat in black and white, and I can get that later. It's in my book bag. I can get that later. Yo, thanks again, Zane, for being here for a year. Enjoy a sub on the house. What up, King of Arcadia? Good morning, Jerry Newman. Good morning, Tiv Trilla. Ja Chiro. What up, dude? Welcome back, Chiro. What up, Starling? Good morning. Welcome to the show as well. Good to see you here. Jen, not Jen. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Pokopia has taken over my life. Yeah, I took a break. I'm back to lock into Pokopia today, though. Speaking of, let's go. Let's go. Welcome to the show, everyone. Good morning. We're back for some more Pokemon Pokopia today. And I haven't really played at all for 3 days, which feels like I just got off of like a hard drug or something. Because, it's like almost hard to go back because of taking 3 days off. It felt like I just released. I got let go. It's like when you take a break from World of Warcraft. It's like the exact vibe. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm free. But we're going right back into it head first. Welcome to the show, everybody. Good morning. Welcome in here, Lady Oak. Of course, anybody I missed out there, welcome to the broadcast. Avo Cosmos, can we get a round of love in the chat for Avo? 47 months. What up, Little Budum? Welcome to the show today. Good morning. Oh, well, hold on. I got a little... What's up, dude? How you doing, man? Remember when you asked for pieces of lumber? Well, I got you covered. Here I go. Yo, thanks, man. Thank you, dude. You got a void? Yes, I got a void. Yeah, like medium hair. Fluffy? No, I wouldn't say it's fluffy. I wouldn't say fluffy. I think fluffy is long hair. I would say it's somewhere between short and medium hair. Fluffy, I think, is pushing it. But to be honest, I don't have a ton of experience. Like, let's just say that this cat probably has not been pet in who knows how long. And if somebody did manage to pet this cat, they did it to the distaste of the cat. Because this cat did not want pets, and it did not want anything to do with any human being. So like, I couldn't really tell you like how the cat feels, and that really helps you gauge how long the hair is. But visually, it's like a medium hair cat, I believe, is a good way to say it. I also have not seen the cat since I brought them home, because they're going through their shock phase. So I have no clue. I'll be honest. I haven't seen them since they were put inside of the carrying case. Like, I don't know, they're just out there doing their thing. So hopefully they're comfortable. That's all I could ask. You know what I mean? Hopefully they're comfortable. They're just doing their thing. They got a little fort. I set them up a fort, and they're just kind of doing their thing. I was just watching your VODs on YouTube. I'm so behind. What's up, dude? How you doing today, Chet? Hey, Vanessa. Welcome to the show, man. What's up, Diggy? All right, well, at least we got another star. We got some weak stamps this week. I might have to come and visit y'all to get some better ones. Ooh, the Wasteland Pokemon Center is on discount. Interesting. All right, let's get these recipes. All right, again, if I missed anybody rolling in, don't be shy to repost your message. Do it at Highly in Descent. All right, that's always welcome as well if you're trying to get my attention. Good morning, though, and welcome to the broadcast. What up, Tweak TCG? Welcome to the show today, Tweak. What up, Ebony Bow? Good morning, Mary Bella. And yes, as the title said, I got a cat. Yeah, I got a cat. Did you quarantine them to one room? Yeah. Basically, yeah. I did the best I could to give them one room, but also to like make sure that I was setting them up with like where their litter box is going to be like pretty much permanently. So like I didn't want to like have them hole up in a real small room because that's not where their litter box is going to be. So I wanted them to kind of just have maximum comfort. So I did give them the like smallest amount of space, but also it's still a pretty big space. It's like the whole living room and dining room, basically. To like decompress, but I just have avoided the space. I avoided going in there completely, and I'm just kind of like letting them do their thing. I did observe them a little bit. I did make sure that they were okay, but they're very much in shock. They're very much in shock. So you guys won't really get to know more for a while, but I'll update you guys. Don't worry. I have 3 of the Pokemon Center kits on my daily. What? That's weird. What up, little Clover? Good morning, Majinx. So the cat is, I believe, 7 years old. I can't remember. I think it was 6 months, 6 years and a month when it came into the kennel, and it was stuck there. Listen to this. Since September to last year. It was the second longest cat that had been stuck there. And I think its previous owner passed away. So it had a home for 5 years, you could assume, and it lived a life, and then it just kind of had to get completely displaced. So it's like super tragic. So it's like, it's very, it doesn't know what's going on. Its whole life got uprooted a year ago. So it's just been stuck in this stupid kennel. So that was the main reason why I decided to go with it. So it's like, I think it's 7 years old. It's just about to turn 7, I think, this year. So it's like it's a full-grown adult, and it's just kind of entering like cat old age. Apparently cat old age starts around 7 or 8. Even though they can live for a long time, they're just entering like cat old age. So like they're getting there. Like they're definitely getting there, but they're still pretty young when it comes to the grand scheme of things, right? But like, yeah, they're definitely entering like the later years, They're pretty much a millennial like me, but in cat terms. The later years. Yeah, I read that like 7 or 8 is like technically senior cat. You would think it was later, but apparently it's a little earlier. I don't know. I'm all new to this. Yeah, I read like 7 or 8 is like technically when like the senior years like begin. But like obviously like they're not old yet. So it's like weird. I don't know. It's probably different schools of thought. You know how all that stuff goes. Yeah, they start to chill out around 7, 8. Yeah, exactly. So like maybe senior's like a heavy word, but they're still getting older. Whatever. Yo, what up, Athena Rose? Good morning. So there was an orange and white male that was also like 7 years old, but he hadn't been there as long. And then I think there was one more cat that had been there longer, but they were in a foster home. So that's like a whole different process because you have to like wait. And so I think technically, so the cat's name the cat's given name as me getting them was Midnight. So Midnight was the oldest cat at the APL when I was there yesterday. So they were not the oldest, sorry. They had been there the longest, and they were like the second or third oldest. Most of the cats there were like between a year and 3 years. And then there was like 2 cats that were even older than Midnight. And then there was one that was, like I said, that had been there longer, but they were currently in foster care. But otherwise, Midnight had been stuck there since September 2009. Can you believe that? Or 2025. Can you believe that, dude? Almost a whole year, this cat was just stuck. And it's because the cat is very standoffish. So apparently it had been in a foster home twice since it got there. Which I almost feel like, to some extent, is worse. Because what I imagine is going on through this cat's head is that this thing is getting jerked around. It's getting removed from home to kennel, to another person's home, to another kennel, back to the home, back to the kennel. And it's like, whoa, dude. Like, I don't know. I understand foster homes are like healthy, but like, I feel like I'm already understanding this cat's journey. And they're like, I feel like they've just been like jerked around a lot. And like, so like, even though the foster stuff's supposed to be cool, I don't know if this cat's journey was supposed to be in foster. I think this cat needed to be left in the kennel until they went home so that they didn't have to go back and forth and keep like having to deal with the like a move and all the change, right? So it's a girl, it's a female cat, a girl, we'll just stick with that word. Right, yeah, so part of me is like, honestly, I don't think this cat was treated as well as it could have been, but every cat's different, and obviously they're not going to stop doing the foster program because it is like really good for a lot of other reasons. So it's like, I'm not saying that the foster program's bad, I'm just saying I don't think this cat liked it because like they were so standoffish. But the foster program is cool because it gives information. So the foster parents did say that she warmed up after the usual 3 days to a week. Right? And then she does like come out of her hole. So at least the foster program was able to like confirm that she's just dealing with shock and that once she is in a consistent space for a certain amount of time, then she is going to warm up. So at least the foster like was able to like lock that in. Like, okay, so once she locks in, she's gonna be okay. Apparently she doesn't really like kids and she doesn't like very active households, which is like literally perfect. Welcome to my home. I barely move for 8 hours a day from my office, which I shouldn't be proud of, but you know, whatever. And I live by myself. Which is like, so I'm happy that I'm going to be able to give them like the space that it seems like they prefer right now, which is pretty cool. So like, you know, a reason to be a degenerate is always a good, you know, we like that. We like, yeah. So we're like, all right, you know, sick. Cool. Yo, good morning, Dwarf. How you doing, buddy? She found her match. Yeah, I don't know. Right now, it's just a fun game of, like I said, like she didn't want anything to do. She did take my treats at the kennel, but I didn't go and hang out with her in a room because I didn't want to keep displacing her. So I just stood in front of her cage for like 30 minutes and just like fed her treats and tried to see if she would warm up. And after like 30 minutes of just standing in front of her cage, and like I attempted to pet like maybe 3 times, and all 3 times resulted in like a full on body, like don't go near me reaction. And it was like, okay, this is the exact cat that I want. That's what I told the volunteer. I'm like, yep, I came in here for a cat that hates me. And well, I think I found it. They were all laughing and they were all like so freaking grateful, dude. As I was sitting, because I filled out my application before I went on my phone. And as I was sitting there waiting for my turn to come, which was they were so busy for some reason on a Monday. They were even saying, they're like, why are we so busy on a Monday? I thought I was going on like, I was like, you know what? My internet's out. I'm just going to go to the APL. I'm going to bring a carrier with me because I could come home with a cat, but I'm going to go mostly for information. Yeah, you know how that always goes. So they're like randomly busy as heck. And I had 3 different volunteers walk up to me and go, you're the one who's taking midnight home? Oh my God, thank you so much. Like 3 separate people starting up like a full blown out conversation with me. Like, oh my gosh, she's finally going home. And like, you look like the perfect match. And like, then they would like chat me up. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, like they made me feel like a superhero, but like it's kind of warranted because when a cat's stuck there since September, it's like, okay, dude, like enough is enough, man. This poor thing stuck in this little cage, dude. Like, holy heck. So like, they were like super grateful. They're like, oh my gosh. Like I said, like 3 different volunteers walked up to me like so like these old ladies like, oh, midnight. I'm like, okay, calm down, dude. That was pretty funny. When did we get it? We'll figure all that out over time for sure. Yeah, it's gonna be a couple weeks. It's gonna be a couple weeks until we like do anything. So just give it some time. Yeah, I know, me too, pedals. I know I was an emotional wreck the whole time I was there because I could just feel the cat's energy. I'm like, I instantly was able to identify what was going on. I'm like, all right. I'm like, this is the cat that I came in here for, dude. Do. Trust me, I volunteer at a shelter. You don't know how grateful we are. Yeah. These 3 older ladies. Well, 2 of them were older. One was like my age. And they were just like, oh my God. It was pretty funny, dude. I was dying. I'm just here for a cat, but thanks. I'm like, stop it. You're making me feel too good about myself. That's what I told one of the ladies. I'm like, stop. You're making me feel too good about myself. Chill. You pulled a, you're coming home with me. And she was like, what? Yeah, dude. Like, the cat was not ready. So yeah, they're currently holed up in the living room. They found, honestly, I didn't have many hiding spots. Good morning, Nugs. So I cleared off my whole dining room table and I put a sheet over it for a hiding spot. And there's like a nice little tray under the table for like books and stuff. So they could sit there. Then they have the under my main armchair. And when I brought them home, they were looking like they were trying to get up on this like shelf that they could not get to. So I realized that they're a height cat, because I learned that most cats are either a height cat or a floor cat. And while obviously they can jump around, they like to reside in one or the other. And I think I'm already identifying that it's a height cat. So we did open up a throne and we got some fun stuff on the throne, and we're going to be getting it a nice like cat tower with like a little house, and like a whole, like we're going to get it some height cuz I don't have a ton of height like in my house that's accessible at the moment. So I'm going to try to like clear up like some space so that they can like jump around and like have some height, cuz like I don't have a ton naturally. So I'm trying to like create little spaces for them to be like comfortable. So I like cleared off these 2 like window spots for them that are like pretty high up. And I think just because they're a little older, they still got some jumps in them, I'm sure. Because again, like 7 years old, like they're still going to be hopping, right? They got hops left. So I gave them some like nice little spots that hopefully they can like get up in. So, but unfortunately I don't have a lot of hiding spots. So like I went back in the living room this morning and I pulled their food and stuff out of this little like open closet setup I gave them for their litter box. and that I pulled the food and drink and I put it in front of their new little fort, because they're like in this little chair, or they're under this chair. And it seems like they just haven't moved all night, but because they probably just finally slept. You know what I mean? Like they probably just finally crashed out once they were like, felt like at least a little bit comfortable. So I brought their food closer to their new fort and I made it more fort-like. I like put a bunch of pillows around it, and I only kept like one little hole. So they feel like they're more protected. And then I took this old mattress I had and I put it in the doorway between the living room and dining room, so that again, they feel like they're in more of like a secure like space that's not so open. And then now I'm just like not really gonna go out there again like all day. So like they just own my living room for the rest of today, and I just have to hope that they like remember where the litter box is. You know, I am playing a game here. That's just how this works. And then I have to hope that they eat, but it could take a couple days till they start eating like regularly. So yeah, I'm just like, they're just in there and they're just like, that's just their world. And now I'm just like, I don't have a living room for a couple days, and I'm just going to check on them like once a day. And so last night I was worried because I'm like, dude, they have to be under this chair, but I can't see them. Right. And I'm like, dude, so I did put on my camera, or sorry, my light on my phone, and I did like go under the couch to see, and I saw them there. And I was like, okay, as long as I know like they're there, they exist. Yeah, because they're void, right? So I couldn't see them at all in the dark. So I was like, so now that I know they're there, I'm like, okay, we're done. You know what I mean by that? Like, I just had to confirm that they're not like, because I was losing my mind for like a second. I'm like, I don't know where they are, right? I'm like, I kind of need to know like that they're somewhere like somewhat regular. You know, I was like, so now that I know where they are, it's like done. It's like, okay, now I'm going to spend the next couple days just like trying to feed them. Like, I think maybe tonight I might open up a can of wet food and see if they at all react. But like, I imagine like it's probably too soon. I can feel this cat's vibes. Like, it's too soon. Like, they need a couple of days. But I might open up a can of wet food and just see if they react. I'll put it in their bowl, see if they eat it. You know, I'll do like half a can. So I'm going to see right now. I'm trying to transition them. Like, they were on dry. So I'm kind of like, it's a game of just leaving them alone and seeing if I can get them to warm up. Try to sneak a photo. I'll try. When you get a new cat, what's the expectation in terms of eating? Well, it depends, right? So we're talking about a full-grown adult cat that's super shy and skittish. The shock of moving into a new home could take 3 days to even a week before they regularly eat. But you hope that they eat within 3 days, or you do start to get a little worried. So they call it the 3-3-3 rule. 3 days, then 3 weeks, then 3 months. So 3 days for them to get acclimated, then 3 weeks for them to get settled, then 3 months for them to be fully incorporated as a part of your family. So, but this cat is extra special because they're extra skittish. So you got to up that 3 to like 7. Like, there's a chance that I might not interact with this cat for like a week. But like I said, what I'm going to do is just slowly nudge interactions with them. Like I said, I'll open up a can of wet food, see if I can visually see them eat. Right? Then I'll go to the next step. And maybe I could try to feed them, like in a couple days, I could try to get them to come to me for a snack or food. So it's going to be a gradual, but I have a feeling this cat's going to take a while. Like, I've never had a cat before, so I'm going off all speculation. But this cat's going to take about roughly a week before they are like, okay, this guy's not trying to hurt me, you know. And then once they start getting used to me, then I can start bonding, playing, you know, feeding them treats, get them comfortable with me, stuff like that, right? But they're mega shy, so it really could take a couple days. Which the only problem is, like, I'm trying to get them into their first vet appointment, like, with me. So it's like, I only have 2 weeks to use this voucher, but I really don't want to touch them. Like, I don't want to go near them right now. So my hope is that they're comfortable enough within the next week and a half that I can get them in a crate and I can get them to the vet for their first appointment. Because no matter what, I have to get them to the vet. I just would like to use this free voucher, but the truth is that I'll spend the $50 if I have to, if I can just give them an extra week. So like, I'm already prepared. Like, I understand what's happening. So like, if they're just so anti doing it 2 weeks from now, I'll just spend the $50 on the first vet visit and just, it'll be fine. Like, it's only like $50 because of my plan or whatever. So like, I wish vets could come to us at a reasonable price. Yeah. Can you set the crate up as a nice hiding spot? Yeah, that's smart. Right, I'll try to do that. Yeah. Try calling the vet and see if they'll extend it. That's a good idea. Yeah, I will. So for now, I'm just going to give them the week and a half, and then we'll see how they feel. And if they're still super skittish in a week and a half, I'll go ahead and I'll give the vet a call. Maybe they'll give me an extension. That actually makes a ton of sense. Yeah. And I'll go ahead and I'll put the carrier in their space so they can get comfortable with it. That's a good idea, because that would be another hiding spot. And again, I don't have a ton of them, so I'm trying to create like little spots for them to hide in. Yeah. It was our policy that if you called within 2 weeks to set up the appointment, we accept the voucher. Okay, cool. So as long as I call them, of course it's up to my vet. Yeah. But for those just tuning in, yes, I got a cat. It's my first cat pretty much ever, because I only ever had pets before like the age of 10. And like the one time I had a pet after 10, it lasted 3 days. So I'm basically saying that this is my first cat ever in my life. So I don't have a name for it yet. This was a rescue from the APL. It had been stuck there since September 2025. And its given name was Midnight. So we're thinking maybe we'll call it Midna, because maybe it's still used to its name and it's close enough and it's nerdy. But to be honest, I don't think cats like fully recognize their names all like that from my research. So I might just give it a whole new name and just, if a new name speaks to me, I think I'm just going to give it a whole new name. Because I don't think cats work the same way that dogs do. Like, yes, they acknowledge their name, but I don't think it would be that big of a deal to rename them. I just don't know if cats work the same way. I think it'll be fine. Yeah. I know they recognize names, but it's like, it's not like the same as dogs. It's like, it's just not the same. Yeah, they eventually pick up on certain words. Right. Yeah, like, and it does depend on the cat, correct. So that's why, like, I got the idea pitched to me for Midna, and I'm like, that's a really good idea if I just can't, if I don't feel like I want to move away from their given name. But like, you know, I don't have to commit to that if I don't want to, kind of vibe. Whereas like, I feel like if I were to get a dog, I would feel more obligated to commit to their name. But that's just me. I took in a stray Midnight years ago. He's Bagheera now. What up, Titan? You gonna get a cat cam? I don't know. We'll see if we do that kind of stuff. I might. I have plenty of cameras around the house, so you know, it all depends on the type of cat they are and stuff. My cats have names. They also have 14 nicknames each. Yeah. We took in a Midnight 4 years ago. She's now Luna Tuna. Cats are more about tone of voice. Yeah. And that's what I was trying to explain. Like, you know, I think that I don't know enough about cats to fully speak on it, but to my understanding, cats are different than dogs like that. Whereas like dogs are like listening for like almost like they're more in tune with like hearing words. Whereas like while cats will pick up on words and they will like start to understand the tone of words, it's not quite the same. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, it's not, I feel like from what I read, the research I read was like, it's not quite as confusing for a cat as it is a dog to change their name. That's what I meant. It's just not as confusing. That's all. Whereas like dogs will be a little bit confused if you start calling them something different. Whereas like cats don't go through that same process. Like cats are just like, whatever. Yeah, like that's what it's about. It's about the confusion. But as the chat is saying, like they do react to names. I believe that for sure, right? I think every cat I've interacted with in my life, you know, you'd call their name, they'd come up to you, like they kind of knew what was going on. Oh, I'm Mittens now? Cool. Yeah. So like, it's just the science behind it is all I'm mentioning. And the only reason I even care about the science behind it is because I just care about the comfort of the animal, you know? So it's like, you know, that's why I said, like, if I got a puppy, I'd probably respect the name a little bit more versus where getting a cat, it's like, I think, you know, within a couple weeks, I could easily start calling the cat something different and it would acclimate and it would be comfortable. It wouldn't be too off-put or confused or whatever. Because dogs are more domesticated than cats. I could be wrong. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not sure. Pretty sure my cat thinks I'm too dumb to know his name. Classic cat owner commentary. All right, everyone. Good morning. We'll get back to cat talk here as we go forward. But if you're just tuning in, welcome. We are playing some Pokemon Pokopia today, and we're back after a couple days off. I went to take off one day. It kind of ended up being 3 days. So we're just kind of dubbing it as my 3 days off that I like to take once every month and a half to 2 months. You know, every month and a half. So I'm back. I'm feeling refreshed and also maybe a little tired simultaneously, but feeling refreshed. And I'm ready to lock in for some Pokopia. I threw up the schedule on Discord. It's just, I'll be here for the rest of the week. As far as games we're playing, you know, we'll just do whatever we feel like doing. And today I felt like doing some Pokopia. I did play this game a teeny bit in my day off, and I didn't get a single Pokemon because I didn't play really. All I did was go to my Dream Island for all 3 days, and I didn't get anything from my Dream Island. So we're going to start off this morning by going to our Dream Island together and just getting that kind of out of the way in a sense, because I'm excited to see if I get lucky. And I think today's the last day for the Hoppip event. So I went and I spent all of my cotton, and I got a bunch of items from Hoppip. So if you haven't done that yet, make sure you're trading in your cotton spores, because I don't know what the cotton spores are going to do after today. Like, I don't know for sure if they're going to still be relevant. So all right, let's go to our Dream Island, then we'll come back. We're going to do some habitat stuff. And then here in a little bit, when I take my first break, I will go and I will grab Midnight's adoption papers, and I will show you the black and white photo of the cat. What I want to do is I might text somebody at the APL and see if they have more photos on record, because I didn't get any photos yet of the cat because it just wasn't the vibe, if that makes sense. And they unfortunately already took the photos off the website. So I can show you a black and white photo. That's the best I got for y'all. Otherwise, you are going to have to wait. Which is kind of fun because, you know, making y'all wait is simultaneously diabolical and the most hilarious thing ever for me. So y'all are going to just have to wait. Y'all just going to have to wait. Y'all are just going to have to wait. Rude. That's cruel. And thank you. Good morning, Cozy. Thanks for the reminder of the throne. I did set up some throne stuff for the cat. So I know this community's, a lot of y'all's language of love is gifting. You're never ever pressured to do anything. Please don't feel obligated to ever support the show. However, if you are the kind of person that loves to support through your own means, then you can check out the throne. We do have some cat stuff set up on there. We're trying to grab a couple things over the next couple days, and we're gonna slowly build a cat paradise. Eventually, I'm gonna get some catio for my front porch. I'm doing it. I'm gonna get some nice catio for my front porch eventually, but I'll get that. I'll get that. Don't worry. I'm gonna be a catio guy. I want some catio. I just figured out that was a term recently. I just figured that was a term recently. Catio. It's patio furniture for cats. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, cat patio, catio. What the hell? Yeah, dude, it's a real thing, dude. So what people will do is, like, they're basically big cages. They're basically like oversized cages that have a lot of room, but can go on the front porch. So that, and because I'm on the second floor of my house, this makes even more sense. And that they can go and hang out on the front porch safely, because you don't want to have a cat on a front porch without some form of netting or something, because every cat's different, and some cats will get the zoomies and just fall straight off the porch. So like the other option besides for like netting and protecting the whole porch is to use catio, and then you just have you bring them into the catio, you lock it, and then they can hang outside. They're in like a big, basically an oversized cage, but they're protected, right? Because like that's the thing, is like, unfortunately cats will just fall off the ledge. They'll do that. Not all cats, but like, yeah, some will just do that. Like, that's just how that works. Oh, thank you. We got a new command. Sick. Thanks for the throne command. Sick. Yo, what up, Sith Angel? Good morning. Kaisi Saya and Hula. Good morning, Hula, by the way. And Little Clover and Nug Isle again. And Ali Bobali, by the way. I didn't say good morning officially to you. Also, Just Jackie, welcome to the show today. Cats do be silly gooses. Yeah, they're pretty silly. I told my cat you got a new baby. She didn't care. That's fair. Maybe if we get a cat cam or something, they'll care more when they're on the screen. They'll be like, wait a second. Cozy on deck with the chat commands. I hope everyone had a good Monday. I missed y'all yesterday. And I tried to make it a productive day instead of letting the internet outage carry me down, bring me down and frustrate me, because it is frustrating to not be able to work when you say you're going to work and when you plan to be somewhere. However, when those types of situations happen, they're out of your hands. And I've been so good recently about showing up even when I don't want to, or I'm not feeling well, that it was almost nice to like have it out of my hands, because then I earned it in a sense. In a weird way, I kind of earned the ability to like not care, because I do show up, and I have been showing up every chance I get, even for just 2 hours. So I was like able to like just say, oh yeah, whatever, it happens. So I instead like tried to get productive, and I spent the whole morning cleaning my house and cat preparing. And because I just got it into my head that this was going to be my only day off, like yesterday, for like a little while. So I was like, you know what? If this is going to be my only day off, I want to go get this pet right now. So I did a bunch of research the night before, because I was planning to go to the APL later this week. But I wasn't sure if I was going to come home with anything. But like I said, I brought a carrier with me. So you better believe I understood that I was going to show up there, and there was a really good chance I was just going to go home with a cat. So I showed up with a carrier and everything, with understanding how this game works. And I got there at like right around when they opened, which was like 11. And I made my decision within about 45 minutes. I stood in front of her cage for about 30 minutes, just like feeding her. And after I started feeling out her energy for a little while, I was just like, yeah, this is the cat that I want. Yep. Like, it didn't take me too long to make my decision. I literally only visited 3 cats. One of them was cute as heck. They walked right up to me. This white and orange cat, super cutie pie male cat, older guy, 8-9 years old. He walked right up to me like, hey, what up, dude? Super cute, sniffed my hand. But so, like, it's funny, like, the only other cat that I really spent any time visiting was way friendlier, and he was just too easy. I'm like, nah, man, I want this game to be a little harder, dude. I'm just nah. He was my backup plan. His name was Sammy. He was my backup plan. His name was Sammy, and if for some reason Midnight didn't work out, Sammy was my choice. But the thing is that I saw Midnight on the website. Like, I filled out my application on my phone, and they ask you to put names of cats that you are, like, interested in. And the names I had on my list was Midnight, Sammy, and then one other that wasn't there. They were in foster. So yeah, like, it, you know, I didn't really feel the need to, like, hang out with every cat, because I went there with a goal in mind. You know what I mean? Like, I 100% was like, okay, this is what I'm doing. You know, these are the cats that I'm here for. Cat difficulty equals insanity. I'm gonna real quick unlurk. Congrats on choosing the cat life, bro. The cat life chose you, to be honest. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, chat. Yo, big old work lurk. Yo, thank you, work lurkers. You could have got a cat for your cat. Yeah, no, I'm not quite ready to go to 2. And my landlord kindly asked me to keep it to 1. And while I probably could have talked him into letting me have 2, I think my landlord has trauma because the last owners had so many cats running around the building that, like, and, like, ruined a bunch of the woodwork in the house and stuff. When I told him I was getting a cat a couple months ago, he was like, for your sake as well as mine, can we just keep it to 1 though? So I texted him yesterday and I was like, yo, dog, I'm putting your phone number down for the APL because here in the greater Cleveland area, they'll call your landlord if they're getting weird vibes. Because they want to make sure that you're actually allowed to have the cat, because apparently like 90% of the cats that show up at the APL are because their landlord said no. So as I was writing down his information, I was like, hey man, I don't want to give your number out without your permission, but I'm going to the APL and they want your number. So I'm going to go ahead and get that 1 cat. And he was like, okay, dude. So, yo, what's up, Megs? I'm doing well today, and the internet seems like it's going strong, yeah. So it came back yesterday around 4 or so. At that point, I had already watched 2 DVDs and played with my Game Boy Advanced and was living the 90s life. All right, let's go ahead and check our Pokedex. I think we're done here. All in this area, filter, nothing, we out. What's up, Andrea? Hey. That's cool, he's allowing you to get one. Yeah, my neighbors have one as well downstairs, so. I'm super deathly allergic to cats. Aw. When I was a kid, I was like a little bit allergic to cat dander, but I grew out of it. Sorry, dude, I forgot about the smiley face. You better apologize. Yeah. You cut me deep. I'm happy for you and your little kitty. Oh, thank you. I found a legendary that did not show up in my Pokedex. Man, see, we've gotten a couple of those reports, L. We're still learning how it all works, so everything is just experience based right now, meaning everybody's experience is going to be different, and all the data that we're collecting has to all be taken with a grain of salt. Nothing is confirmed, and until we can start confirming stuff, like that's just it, right? So yeah, I believe it. I believe it. I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah. You know, and I know Zane was doing some testing for the regular world, and that's a whole separate experiment. Like, if you log into the game and you open up your Pokedex and you click filter and you say sensed and unknown in this area, technically it would bring up any Pokemon that are waiting to be discovered, right? Technically. Right? So we're kind of testing that as well.
Congratulations on cat life. H-Day cheers. My Zelda is black with white markings. Black cats rule. H-Day love to H-Day love to H-Day love to.
Yo, thank you so much, JR, for 2 years. Can we get a round of H-Day love 2s in the chat? That's a follower emote. Anybody can join in. Thank you. Oh, nice. I didn't know that, Mini Mansky. That's neat. What up, Cozy Stabby? And yo, Megs. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, a round of blesses in the chat. Yo, Megs. I'll be sending you all the good energy, the best energy I can, and I'll reserve a space in my heart for you and your little one. Take it easy, all right? That's pretty scary stuff, man. We all go through those moments in life that feel like heavy, whether good heavy, bad heavy, you know. But I think that when you have a community of people around you to kind of remind you that you're not alone, I think it helps get through those moments. So that's a shout out to all of you. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for helping the community feel comfortable, and appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. What up, Riff Buddy, man? You got Articuno and Zapdos in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee? Dude, sick. All right, so we're here to lock back into habitat building, decorating and designing, and doing our dailies, which is some shopping and the like. I'd like to start off today doing some habitat building and doing a little bit of cleaning around here. I would like to do a little bit of Pallet Town cleanup. And I think today we're going to start by moving our farms a little bit. I haven't quite figured out what I want to do with some farm area here, but I think it's time we clean a little bit of this area up. So we might do some rearranging of the farms, or at least just try to get 4 separate farms going, for one for each crop. And that's what I think I'm going to focus on today, is just getting the farms rearranged. All right, so which means we have to move a couple homes around, which we're going to do right now. But yeah, I hope everyone had a good weekend. I wasn't here Saturday, and Sunday was a short stream. A very short stream, the shortest that I do ever, which is under 4 hours. And then we were off yesterday due to an internet outage. And while I did have enough time to come back for a night stream, I opted to just chill out and take it as a day off. So we're back. We're back today, and I feel refreshed, and I'm happy to lock in with some Pokemon Pokopia with y'all. And I'm excited to hear about what y'all have been up to in the game the past couple of days. And I know a lot of y'all just picked the game up over the past couple of days as well. I've been seeing y'all in Discord talking about the stuff you've been doing in there. Have you figured out how to get the hot springs? Yeah, I got a hot spring right here. We're chilling. All right, we should have one more sprinkler. So you can get the ability to drink. You can get the ability to pick up and move liquid eventually. And then you can just go either suck up some hot spring water from the rocky ridges, or you can use a drink of Roserade tea from the vending machine. Where's the cat? Currently, the cat is hiding. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think this is what we want. What's up? How you doing, Chancerelli? Can you open all your storage if your workbench is in your house? No. But if your workbench is in your house, you can access 4 of your storages. The first 4 that you put down in the building. We're talking about prefabs, by the way. Buildings with cutscenes. You can access them while crafting. So the way that crafting works is that if you have a chest near your crafting table, then it will allow you to craft from storage. Or if you have your crafting table in a house and you have chest in the house, it'll craft from storage as well. So yeah, if you need any more help, let me know, Samara. Yeah, apparently only up to 4. Only the first 4 that you put down in a house will be registered to craft from. Apparently it's limited. I don't exactly know because I haven't tested, but yeah, apparently it's limited. You might have to do some more testing. What up, Jay is for Jameson? Good to see you, buddy. Let's just say I'm not going to decorate much in this game. The map is way too big and my brain can't focus enough. Yo, how are you today, Ophelia? And yes, I did get a cat. I got a void kitty. They are about 7 years old. I think this September. I can't remember when their birthday is. But yeah, they're about to be about 7, I think. They're about to turn 7. Boom, boom. And I adopted them from the APL, which is another term for like the kennel. I don't know if they use that term for cats. I think that's a dog thing, but whatever. I don't know. What's up, Kiara? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, there was a bunch of people there, and they were all looking for young cats. Everybody there was like running around like, oh, the youngest cat you got here is a year old. Like, we're looking for kittens and stuff. And, well, obviously there's nothing wrong with that, but it was satisfying to be seemingly the only person there at the time going for like a middle-aged cat. Because apparently I learned from the adoption vet volunteers that apparently the younger cats and very older cats are the most sought after cats. Like very old or very young, but middle always gets overlooked. So apparently like that's a thing. So like getting a cat that's around like 3 to like 8 are the cats that get overlooked the most. Is like how I interpreted what she said. Basically, like. So that's why I changed my plan going in. If y'all remember, my plan going in was to get the oldest cat. But I started realizing that that wasn't necessarily what I needed to do in my heart. What I needed to do was give the cat that was stuck at the APL the longest a home, a proper home. And Midnight had been there the second longest, I believe. The cat that was there the longest was in foster care at the time. And while I could have waited and like had them bring the cat home from foster and stuff, I decided to not mess with that one and choose Midnight. But again, Midnight was on my list going in. So like, it's not like I settled or anything. Like Midnight was the one of 2 cats that I went in for anyway. So like it all just kind of worked out. Yo, what up, Seahorse Helicopter? Cons of having a black cat, talking to my sweatshirt, not realizing my cat isn't even around. Yeah, I've already felt the pains of a void cat because I cannot see this cat. Like the position they're hiding in, there's like a black garbage bag full of cosplay clothes behind them, and then they're in the corner behind, like in this under this armchair, and they're black on black against black, and my carpet is very dark. So I cannot see the cat. I had to flash a flashlight to even see them. And I was like, just to know that they were like there. And I was like, okay, they're not somewhere like unsafe, somewhere weird. And I was like, and I just left them alone. How do you funnel it to reach the sprinkler? So the water is actually under the sprinkler. So let me show you right now. I'll show you exactly how it works. First off, what we need to do is we need to get either a bridge piece, all right, or we need to get... Okay, we're doing a quiz with Mr. Mon. Comparing my height and Tinkentunks, which one of us is bigger? You by a little bit. Yeah. So first off, you need either a bridge piece, or you can use what I think is the sexier look, a grate. All right, so let me show you really quick. So you can either use a bridge piece, which is this right here. It literally says bridge planks. Or you can use a grate flooring. So I'm going to go ahead and craft 5 of these, even though I probably have one laying around. And then also what I'm going to need is a source of water. So you can use any water, I think even like hot spring water. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to go in here and I'm going to grab some soda pop. I could use that even though it's ocean water. But because I want to role play, let's get some fresh water. All right, so now come over here to our farm. And now there's 2 different ways to do this that are super efficient. I'm going to show you the not as efficient way to do this. So what you do is you break a hole right there. All right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take some water and we're going to drink it. And then we're going to go ahead and splash the water right there. Then we're going to take and put the grate over it. And then we're going to go ahead and put the sprinkler on top. And I present to you a fully functional sprinkler. Now, there is a better way to do this that I've never even done yet. You can apparently put the sprinkler underwater, like underground. So like I can essentially, I believe this is how it works, and somebody can correct me, but essentially what you can do is you can put a dirt block. So you can do this. You can do like dirt, water, dirt. And if you put the sprinkler in the water block, or like you put it underground, it'll water everything even if it's underground. And you never even like see the sprinkler. You never like see the water. It's really weird. I don't know how it works, but it's like even more efficient because you're getting a free space. So you see, like I'm losing 1 crop space, but if you do it the other way, you actually free up this 1 space, I believe. And you could grow 1 more extra crop if you want. I don't care about 1 extra crop, so I don't bother.
Month 3 of the sub from Cozy. Thank you, Cozy. H-Day Love also OMG congrats on the cat Hylian.
Oh, thank you. So, by the way, my Twitch alerts are dead today, but Violet Knight bought a large multi-level cat tree from the throne. The whole thing? Wait, what? Hold on a second. Thank you so much, dude. Unfortunately, the Twitch alerts are broken, and that is part of my Twitch alerts. That's broken right now. Unfortunately. So are all of the channel point redemptions, so don't use them. But I just have to say thank you so much, Violet Knight, for picking up the cat tree. It's going to probably be delivered soon. My cat's already getting a tree, dude. Ooh. Oh. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you all. I'm not going to lie. The throne isn't my first thought. And when I was talking to some of the moderating team, I didn't reveal it to the whole mod team right away. They were like, why don't you put some stuff on the throne? I can help you out with that. The community would love to be a part of this journey. And I was like, actually, that's a great idea. So here we are. So you're not obligated. Please, like, don't feel like you have to do the throne stuff. But I'm not going to lie, it is a great idea. And I do know that a lot of you would love to be a part of the journey. And you all know how special this is for me in getting my first pet ever. And so thank you, Violet. Thank you. I don't even know how much that cost. I don't even want to know. I don't think that's what matters, right? I think that's not something that the person who picked it up probably cares about, Violet Knight. I just want to say thank you. I don't know what level of thank I should be at, but just know that I am deeply grateful for your, that's a joke, by the way, because, I'm grateful for your attention and your viewership, let alone a monetary purchase. So I'm going to go ahead and stop yapping about it. I'm just very taken back by that. I didn't know what to expect this morning, and just thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm just gonna shut up. I'm yapping too hard. Just thank you very much, man. So the spaces that get watered are 5 out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right here. You see this? You see like the space I'm standing on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2. And then 1. And then turn your camera. Start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. An easier way to do this is to go from the sprinkler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then to the left, go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then all the way down until you create this stair pattern. And this is the range of the sprinkler. So if you put a block like right here, it's not going to be watered. Where I'm standing. Like, this is the perfect range. Thank you so much, Violet. Thank you so much, Violet. I appreciate you. I'm just trying to know what level of appreciation I should be at. Seriously, thank you so much, Violet. Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. I'm on my second run. Wanted to speed run a second playthrough. Nice. Dude, that's sick, Burned Remains. You're doing a speed run of the game, dude? So did you, so how's it going? Like, can you tell us a little bit about it? Like, that's sick. Or just enjoy your gaming, dude. You don't have to tell me anything. How do you have water for the sprinkler? So the water is under this little grate here. You see this? Look. So I drank some water from the vending machine and I just spit it out right here. You can also just go suck up some water from somewhere else. Oop. Do. That's super cool. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. Dude, what up, Jimmy? Thank you for 21. And Jay Kaiser, thank you for 26. And JR Prisma, thank you again for 2 years, buddy. I wonder if I start putting them in from a different direction, it'll look sick. I want them to look different. I want my farms to look not so ticky-tacky. I think that the direction you place the crop, like you can rotate them. Oh, I better be careful. Some of my Pokemon live in these fields. I might be de-homing them. Oops. Let me grab some honey and make sure that Leafeon's okay. Do. Yo, what up, Dazza? Good morning. Why did I allow that? Yeah, what are you doing? Mods, what the heck? I just got Suicune from a Dream Island from the Pokedex trick. Nice. Dude, nice, man. It worked. Congrats on your Suicune. It's mostly just figuring out the run. A lot more can be skipped than I previously thought. Speedrun goal is simply to get Magnet Rise. After that, hitting 100% is really RNG, right? It really is RNG in this game. That's on Cozy, not me. What's up, Morgso? Good morning. Of course, as always, if I missed any messages, You're welcome to repost your messages, do an @ highly in dissent, highlight your message. Don't be shy. And what's up, Ayame? Welcome to the broadcast. Good morning. And thank you again. Thank you again for the support at the throne. Oh my gosh. Wait, the throne is popping off right now. I don't have these alerts. Holy heck. Quelth just picked up Temptations cat treats, shake-ups. Thank you for the cat treats. Quelth also picked up the churro cat treats. Cozy picked up the catnip toys. And Cozy bought a cat perch for the windowsill. Stop it, Cozy. What are you doing?
What's Kitty's name? H-Day Cuddle.
RNG means random number generator, and it just means random. Like randomness. What the heck? Chat. Chill. Cats are the best. Dude, chill. This fur baby will be well taken care of. Thank you. Good morning, Reaper. Good to see you back, Reaper. Thank you, Morxo, for 68.
HDSIP.
The cat's name is Midnight. Thank you, Cozy Tina, for 44 months. The cat's name is Midnight, but that's not the name that I gave it. I adopted the cat from the APL, and it had a previous owner and all that stuff. Like, it lived in a home. It isn't like off the streets. It's about 7 years old. And its given name before, it was either the name that the APL gave it. Because, you know, the APL will name stuff. So, like, it's either the name the APL gave it or its old owner. I don't know. Either way, they called it Midnight. And so I'm either going to give it its own name over time, or I'm going to do something adjacent like Midna from The Legend of Zelda. Yeah, Dazabound. Yeah, I was actually suggested that this morning, so... Not from the chat, actually, funny enough. Or I might just give it my own name completely. We'll see how I feel over time. Yo, thank you for the gifted sub over to It's Vesp. Thank you. Thank you, Cozy. Spicy Sin Bun picked up a stainless steel cat water fountain. Thank you, cat water fountain. What the heck? I didn't even know that was on the throne. What the heck? You know, I was told about the water fountain. Never mind. I was told about the water fountain. I must have blocked it out. Tell your cat I said pss, 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 pss. So the cat is an adoption, and they're very skittish. So we can't say hi to him right now, but I will introduce you all to the cat in the future. As of right now, they're hidden. They're going through their shock days. Whoever made that list ain't playing. Yeah, they're going through their shock phase, and I think their shock phase is going to take them a little longer than 3 days. It's just the vibe. This cat needs some extra TLC. This cat's going to need some extra love, and it's going to take some time for them to warm up, I think. So it could take maybe, I think, up to like a week before they start to like move around regularly. But my hope is that I can start getting them to eat as soon as maybe tonight. We'll see. Yeah, their given name was Midnight, but we're thinking for now we could call them Midna, and that's close enough that they'll still pick up on it, which is a pretty cute idea. I do love that idea. And we'll see if I rename them. I feel like I'm listening to the Mugenics radio guy. That's funny. I understand that, yeah. Yeah, I'll figure out name stuff. I don't know about all that. You know, I'm not thinking that hard right now. Plus, name stuff just kind of happens for me. Like, anytime I name anything in life, if I think too hard about it, I never figure out the name. So it's always better for me to just be like it'll just come to me, you know? And then it'll be dope. Oh, when I pick up the tomatoes, they actually drop off the vine. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that at all. Do 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 do. Waffle also answers to why is your head wet? One of ours is called Little Kitty because she's so small we couldn't think of a name for her. Thank you, Emmy Love, for picking up the litter genie refill bags. Aw, you guys making my dealing with cat poop experience better. Thank you. I'm a first timer. All veggies do that except for wheat. Wheat didn't fall off the vine when I picked it up. So wheat must be the outlier, huh? Yeah, wheat didn't do that. Wheat just let me move it. That's why I was shocked. Wheat is not a veggie. Whoa, wait a second. You're hitting technicalities on me right now? Are you hitting technicalities on me right now? Wheat is not a vegetable? Okay, my bad. Sorry, Dad. My bad. Sorry, Dad. Sorry, I'm not a male. Listen, being Hank Hill has nothing to do with male or female. Being Hank Hill is a lifestyle. Sorry, Dad. All right, Hank Hillen has nothing to do with gender. Preaching this morning. Hank Hillen has nothing to do with gender. All it takes to be Hank Hill is to have one flat behind. That's all it takes. Hank Hill booty. Sir, exactly. Thank you for the hype train, everybody. I really appreciate the love. One word, Texas. And a narrow urethra. Why did I forget about that? Yo, what up, Tiny Samler? I did bring home a cat yesterday. After sitting at the APL for what felt like 4 hours, dude. 3 hours. I called an Uber and I took the cat home. What up, burrito salad? Let me see the baby. I can't. They're I guess what people call a rescue, but it's more of an adoption. And they're going through their skittish phase, so we might not see them for about a week or two, chat. So y'all have to be patient, which is really fun for me, but very torturous for all of you. And I can't help but to feel pretty happy about that. So, I can't help but get a lot of sick enjoyment out of the torture side of this for the chat. So, you know, yeah, y'all, we have to wait because the cat just like doesn't want anything to do with me. They don't want anything to do with me, and I don't know how long it'll take for them to want something to do with me. So, usually 3 days, but this cat I think is going to take about a week. Yeah, this cat specifically is going to take about a week. But yeah, it's going to take a little bit. They will soon once they realize you're the food provider. Right, exactly. So like it's just going to take a little bit. But I'm going to give him some time. I'm giving him a lot of respect. I'm giving him a lot of space and respect. So like even though I could be like more, you know, pushy, I'm sure, and like try to get him to eat, and I'm just giving him a ton of space and respect. Turning Leafeon into a farmhand? No! That's not what's happening. Yeah, I'm giving him a lot of space. I'm giving him a lot of respect. And then after a couple days, I'll start to push a little bit more. What's up, Misty Darka? Good to see you today, homie. I have a rescue black cat as well. Luna, dumbest but sweetest girl. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just giving her a bunch of space and respect so that she can just come to terms with her home here and hopefully find some joy in the space that I've created for myself. And that we're gonna obviously, with the support of this freaking community. Thank you again. Can we get a round of love in the chat for the hype train, for Emmy Love? Can we get a round of love for Cozy, Spicy Sin Bun, for Morgso, for Quelth? Yeah, and Violet Knight, between this community and I, you know, obviously we'll be creating a pretty good space for them. So, but hopefully they enjoy the space I've provided thus far. First cat? Yeah, since I was very little, basically. This is basically my first pet ever. Basically. What's up, Kapow? Hey. Without going into semantics. Oh, I got another Arcanine plush. Interesting. My dog was a rescue and pretty rambunctious. My pet allergies prevent me from joining in. Aw, maybe you can get like a turtle, right? Turtle is the other option for me. Now that I've gotten a cat in my life. I saw Dazabon's comment, by the way. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you saying that and being proud of me. I'm pretty proud of myself. And I'm happy that I was able to make this happen in my life. And to get myself in a position where I felt comfortable enough to provide a little fur baby a home. Now it is going to change up my plans to be a plant dad, because I do have to mix up my plant dad plans a little bit to make sure I'm bringing the right plants into the house. Like I have a pothos right now, but like cats are known for kind of getting sick off of pothoses. So this one I'm gonna get a hanger for it, and I'm gonna hang it.
Graham crackers. Graham crackers is the marshmallow.
Can't see it. I know. Green screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yo.
Treats for new cat friend from Mila the rescue dog.
Aw, $4.20 donated from Crystal Alpaca. Treats for the new cat friend. Graham crackers. Get a spider plant? Yeah, I'll get cat friendly plants. That's my plan. I'm gonna get some cat friendly plants. I'm not gonna let the cat stop me from getting plants unless it becomes like a big problem or something, but I will adjust what plants I was gonna get, right? Because like, for example, again, like pothos, like there are some plants that you just want to avoid if you can. So did I do it? I don't know. Everything cat related has been bought from the throne. Really?
You're the hero of Hyrule.
Yo! All right, let's go shopping and let's do some organization. Let's do shopping and some organization here this morning. I was going to do the organization off stream, so let's just go shopping instead and then we'll organize later. Yo! That's so funny. Thank you, Miss Avoidant, for 36 months, dude. That's 3 effing years. Miss Avoidant hasn't been missing or avoiding any of our broadcasts, apparently. Salutes, dude. Thank you. Thank you for sticking with me. You legend. I'm not surprised. I know. I shouldn't be surprised either. I am, but I shouldn't be. I just shouldn't be. Does Midnight have a cozy blankie? Yeah, so I'll give you guys more of the story. The chat's enjoying the conversation, and you know, we'll continue. You're welcome to still ask questions about Pokopia and stuff like that. But so they suspect that the previous owner passed away, so she had a home before she got sent to the APL, which is tragic. And then she was in foster twice, and otherwise she's been stuck at the APL since September 2025, which is also tragic. When I brought her home, I gave her a closet that was like a lot bigger than the space she had in the APL, but still very small. And while, you know, I did some research, I talked about my plan. I have to say that ahead of time because I don't want people to worry. So then I put her in this pretty spacious closet. It was a walk-in. And I just opened the box and I closed it. And it had everything she needed in there, but it was dark, which is a little unfortunate. But, you know, closets are not made airtight. Like, she was fine. And it was a cold day, so the closet has a draft, and like, she was probably chillier than anything. And then after about 2 or 3 hours, I went back in and I cracked open the closet. And I left some treats to see if she would eat treats, because she was eating treats at the APL with me. But she was very afraid, and she kept looking up. She wanted to get up. This is when I first realized she's a height cat. I think she wants to be up, because there is a shelf in the closet, and it looked like she wanted to get up to that shelf real bad, and she couldn't because it's too high. So I instantly identified, I think it's a height cat. So again, shout out to Violet Knight, because getting them, I need to get more height places in my house for them to enjoy. So I'm already working on that. Between the cat tree, I'm going to get some other stuff. We're going to get some height in the house, right? So she, because apparently a lot of cats are usually floor focused or height focused. And while they'll go back and forth, they usually have one main mode versus the other. Right? So she's a height cat. So then from there, I cracked the door and then I left them alone. And I went back before bed just to see if they had moved. And they had. They left the closet. And I was like, and I heard them walking around the house a little bit. And I'm like, ooh. So before bed, I went out to see if I can find them. And of course, they went and hid. And I created another hiding spot. I took my dining room table and cleaned it. And I put a massive sheet over it so they could hide. And then I tried to create like 1 or 2 hiding spots because I was like, well, they need somewhere to hide. And my dining room and living room's pretty big, so they had a lot more space than they kind of needed, and it was probably overwhelming to go from no space to a lot. So I went ahead and just went to sleep, and I let them hide, and I woke up this morning, and I know I heard them around during the night, but I noticed some stuff was moved around, so they were playing like a teeny bit. Again, good. So I'm like, all right. And so this morning I went out and I set up another fort. I fleshed out their now chair fort. They're sitting under a chair, and I made it more fort-like. I brought their food bowl out of the closet and their water bowl, and I put it in front of their new like chair fort that they're like locking in on. And then I decided to pick up an old mattress and completely block the hallway door between the living room and dining room, so that the space that they're in feels a little smaller, but it's not as overwhelming. So it feels like they're more like safe. They're more like hidden, which is what they want. And then I left and I didn't try to do anything else. So I don't even know for sure if they're under the chair, but there's not many hiding spots in my house. So they're most likely were under that chair. I didn't even try looking. I just went with my gut. I was like, yeah, they're under there. I think they're just sleeping, or, you know, what I imagine happened is they finally got some sleep, because they were just sitting there probably scared. And it seems like they finally got some sleep is what I guess. They finally were like able to just like close their eyes. So I set them up like a couple forts, and then I closed the room off, and that's it for today. That's it. That's all they get today from me. So their food's there, their water's there. They have a little bit more of a precise space done. And I don't have a living room today. That's it. Like, my living room is gone for today. And I'm actually going to really make a point to not go in there at all today. Like, at all. Like, now that I know they're at least safe, I am just not going back in there at all. Because there's enough food that if they do want to eat, they're fine. There's enough water, and there's a litter box. So like, it's like done. So then I'm hoping that when I wake up tomorrow, then I could maybe start getting them to maybe eat some wet food. The other plan is I might crack open a can of wet food tonight and just see if they might eat it overnight or like eat it and pick at it. And that's like the only other thing I think I'm going to do, is I might crack open a can of wet food tonight and just to kind of see like, or, you know, are you ready to eat yet? Probably not. I think they're just super scared. So I probably don't have to do the wet food thing. Like, I think the best thing to do would just to not even go back into the room for the rest of the day. And give them like a full almost 24 hours of just like figuring their space out. I think that's, in my heart, that's like what I probably should do. And then tomorrow we'll try the wet food stuff. That's like what we're kind of trying to do. So we'll see. Yeah. The sitting water close, it can mean the water's stagnant, not fresh. They tend to drink less if it's close to their food. Oh, that's interesting. I appreciate that. I'll keep that tip in mind for sure. I have 2 new raised bowls coming in the mail today. Yo, 68 months coming in from Remix. What up, dude? H-Des Sips. So I did some research and I found out that they really like raised bowls a little bit off the ground. So I got these bowls that are like this raised off the ground and they're tilted so that they can walk up and eat them without having to like tilt down too far. And they're ceramic, which is ceramic or steel is supposed to be the best for their like acne or whatever. So I got these 2 bowls coming in the mail today, and then I'll go ahead and I'll replace their current bowls with those. And then we have a cat fountain coming as well. So the cat fountain will be the ultimate source of water, I believe, for them eventually. And then I'll just use the raised bowl for the food. But yeah, so I do got some raised bowls coming in to kind of help them get more comfortable eating. That'll be here later today. When did we get kitty photos? Not quite anytime too soon because they're so skittish. So you are going to have to wait. You are going to have to wait for photos. To be honest, they say it's 3 days, but to be honest, it could be a week. So chat's pretty much waiting for about a week. They say about 3 days, but it could be about a week. How old are they? They are 7. What's up, Darth Zelda? GG's on the stainless steel fountain too. Yeah. Thank you, Jay, for Jamison. I appreciate that. Planter, a berry table. What a lovely aroma. Cat cam command when? I'm sure we'll figure all that stuff out. We'll have some fun. We'll have some fun in the future. Yeah, it'll be a little bit. What's up, Candy Boo, by the way? I've been trying to stay away from Pokopia till I can buy it. I understand. We'll be splashing a little Stardew in at some point this week. All right, we got 2 shops set up. I don't really need anything here. I'm going to get the resort stool. Trade out some of this dirt. All right, let's head over to the Wastelands and let's go get a look at what we were doing last. Let's go get our Mosslax buff today. And let's vibe. Their name is Midnight. Yo, what up, Tiff Trilla? Soda Fountain, good morning. What up? Yeah, the name that they were given at the APL was Midnight. I don't know if that's like actually their name or not. Oh, Twitch is broken right now, y'all. Yo, mod chat, Twitch is just completely broken today. Mod chat, yeah, I saw your messages in mod chat. Tamper, you guys are good. Twitch is broken today. All my alerts are dead. I can't load up people's messages either. All my Twitch alerts are dead, which is all my channel point redemptions and stuff. It's all dead for some reason. Something bad's going on at Twitch right now. They must just be having a rough day. Yeah, usually that stuff clears up after a day, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. Yeah, so don't waste your points on your channel points on redemptions for like sound effects and stuff. They're all dead, I think. Here, I'll test one for us just in case. Yeah, because all that stuff's attached to my Twitch alerts. Yeah, they're all dead today. I didn't get a notification you were on. Yeah, I think Twitch is going through it for some reason. Yo, thank you, Uni Noise. Thank you, Uni Noise. I heard Twitch is broken. Yeah, something's going on with Twitch today. So if you guys are having any trouble watching the stream, just chalk it up to a bad day on Twitch. I think we're okay right now, but just a heads up. Twitch is having a day, it seems. Oh, nice. I got another mysterious slate. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. I might buy your temptations for you. They're cat crack. Aw. You added 2 things to the box. Thank you, Cozy, for taking care of us. It's good to have both dry and wet food out. They might prefer one or the other. And dry, you can just leave out for her to eat secretly when you're not around. Right. Okay. That's what my plan was tonight. Either tonight or tomorrow morning, I'm going to crack a can of wet. And I was going to just put it alongside the dry food. Just to like see if she's, because you know the goal is to get her back to eating again, because she's not going to want to eat for a couple days, and that's our whole goal right now, is to get her to eat. So I can tell you this, the treats I left out she didn't touch, so she's very much in like I don't want to do anything right now mode. She's in shock, right? Yeah, she didn't touch the treats. So I don't have bougie wet food money. Not everybody does. Yeah, it's understandable. You know, when I was at the APL, they said, you know, wet food is better for cats' digestion, but most cats are content with dry food. So, you know, as a pet owner, you know, don't beat yourself up over it. Do what you can. You know, do what you can. But yeah, dry food is okay. Like, it's not like you're, you know, a bad person because you don't feed them wet, or you can't afford to feed them wet or whatever. I think ideally, from what I read, you do mix in some dry into their diet. So you do like dry in the morning, wet at night, or you do like have a bowl of dry out, but just not a ton, so that they don't get, you don't want your cat to get too fat. So you can leave like a little dry out, but then feed them wet during their feedings. Stuff like that. Yeah, that's what I've read a lot. People are like, you do want to incorporate a little dry into their diet if you can, but I think it is better for wet overall, or something like that. I'm still reading, I'm still learning. Picture of cat. I don't have a picture yet, you guys. You know what? I will take a break here soon, and I'll grab my book bag for you, and I will show you guys the black and white picture. Scuffed Eats Cat Edition. You know, I asked the APL about that. I was like, do people feed their cats regular food? Like the way that people do for their dogs? And the dude was like, most people don't. I would like to do that. I would like a future where I was able to just cook like fresh food for my cat, but I don't know how receptive cats are to it. So it's all per cat. It's all per cat, right? Some cats are just gonna want what they want. So I don't know, but I would like a future where I actually do cook, because I like to cook, and I would love to have a creature to cook for. I think that's a really special bond for me. To be able to say I'm cooking the food that I'm feeding my animal. I think that's like super special. So like I would like a future where maybe I do that, but that's a hard future because this cat's been in a home for years, and they're probably acclimated to regular old cat food. So it's like, to break them away from regular cat food to real food would be really hard to do. Like as like a permanent way to like supplement, you know, their health. Like, what was Psyduck do? I don't even want to talk about it. You can start with just a bit of plain cooked chicken. Yeah. So like, that's like down the road talk, but I would love to cook for my pet. That was one of the things why I wanted a dog was because the dog journey was I knew I was gonna be able to cook for a dog. The reason I didn't go for a dog though is because I don't have as much faith that I have the time to do a full dog routine. Whereas I do have faith that I can take care of a cat and give a cat the attention they want and, you know, play with them and make sure that they're getting their energy out. I have confidence I can do that every day. The dogs, I didn't have as much confidence, so I wanted to take my time. So the dog journey is not yet. Maybe one day. But I considered very heavily leaning towards a dog because the dog does offer me something that is healthy for me, which is like, you know, dogs just bring something different than cats do to the table and how we interact, you know. But it's cat. We're going cat first. I made my cat fish one time, and not only did he not eat it, he dug it out of his bowl and flung it all over the floor. I've heard that, yeah. What up, 420? I highly recommend your cat. Make sure your cat has low-fat food and avoiding human-based. My kitty had a few issues linked to previous owner's choice of diet for him. Right, and that's like a pet thing in general, right? Every cat's gonna be different. Every pet's gonna be different, but yeah, I think if I were to cook for them, it would be like as clean and basic as possible. The same way that people cook for their dogs, you know? A lot of people do like rice and chicken. A lot of people will do like very basic, you know, unseasoned, you know, nothing, just boom. And that's not, you know, so that's kind of the vibe, right? It's just like very simple stuff like that. Yeah, what up, Lenny? For what it's worth, cat food has essential nutrients not included in human food. So it's good for them to still have cat food included in their diet. That's good to know. You know, the reason I even get worried about this is because my biggest worry and fear as a pet owner is these big corporations putting garbage in the food the same way that they treat humans. That's like the thing that's my big worry is that, you know, I'm buying cat food that has a bunch of unnecessary chemicals and stuff. That's like the thing that's like the biggest stress for me. Is like that's the one thing that makes me wonder, like, would it be better? Maybe would I have more control if I was able to feed my pet, like, so I knew exactly what was going in their body, you know what I mean? That's like my thought, because I know how America is, unfortunately, and I understand that they don't give a frick at all around here, and I'm sure it's just as bad for pets as it is for humans. That like most of the food on the market for dogs is probably complete trash. And most of the food on the market for cats is probably complete trash. If I had to guess. Why wouldn't it be? Like, look around you. Look at, like, you know, I'm not trying to be a doomer, but like why wouldn't it be, dude? It's all a cash grab, you know? So it's like, that's the thing that I think about the most. Is like, so I don't necessarily feel like I have to cook them their own food, but I will be picky about the food I buy for them to some extent, you know. Will you be getting pet insurance? I do have pet insurance. Yeah, I went ahead and picked up pet insurance, especially for the transition. So I got a quarter of it, a quarter being a quarter of a year. And I got a little deal on the quarter of a year, which is nice, so that at least these next 4 months are covered, and then I'll decide from there what I want to do. If I want to permanently lock in, or if I think I'm okay without it. But I did for the first 4 months, because obviously this shock and transition is going to be pretty rough. So it's like, you know, I'm chilling, and I'm just so that I have these 4 months to make sure that this is like a healthy transition for the cat, because you never know what a cat's going to go through. So yeah, I did pick up a couple months of insurance, and then from there I'll see what I do. But I got a decent plan, you know. It was all like a part of the APL, of course it is, right? Like, they have a dude walk up to you and they're like, "Hey, dude, here's insurance," and they make you feel kind of bad about yourself because they're like, you know, they give you this whole spiel about how, like,
We'll pray that Tangy doesn't get too jealous. H-Day stab.
Yo, Atomic Potato, thank you for the 20, dude. Yeah, like it's so hard to not get the insurance because they're like, they walk up to you and they're just like, yeah, you know, your cat matters. You know, want to make sure your cat's at the best health. And you're just like, oh, like, well, of course I need the insurance. But it is like in the long term, it's like smart. It is like the smart decision because I do plan to keep the cat like in regular visits the next couple. You know what I mean? So like it made sense for how I plan to take care of the cat because I do plan to be doing like regular visits for these first couple months. Like I'm going to make sure that it's in a good place. Yeah, so. I don't have cat insurance and I've been fine. Well, yeah, that's why I said I just got the first 4 months. You know what I mean? From there, I'll just pay out of pocket for like regular checkups and yearly, you know, shots and stuff. Like that's all fine. You know what I mean? Like, but for those first 4 months, I think it is the responsible thing on my part. Not responsible for the cat. I'm talking about for my wallet, y'all. Because the first 4 months are going to be the roughest months for this cat, right? It's going to be the toughest position that they're going to be in. This is where health issues will show themselves if they're there. Obviously, the APL does a checkup, but you think the APL's doing thorough checkups, dude? No, man, they don't got time for that, dude. They do a basic checkup. They give them basic shots. So that's why now it's my job to make sure that it's going into the vet, it's getting its normal checkups, and that these next couple months, it can be in like just in case mode so that I'm not, you know, end up paying a ton out of pocket for like any kind of potential health risk that appear. Once these 4 months are up, I'll be real with all of you. I probably won't keep it for you know, and until they get a little older because my cat's like middle-aged, you know. I don't know if I'll feel the need. If the cat seems healthy, I probably won't shell out a bunch of cash, but thankfully cat insurance isn't that bad. It wasn't like that expensive, thankfully, because you know, it wasn't human insurance. So, the cat's a black cat. So yeah, just the 4 months, but they got me. I walked out of there like, you know, they got me. Like, what was I gonna do? Stare this dude in the eye and be like, no, I don't want insurance. Like, you know, what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Like, you're bringing home this new cat. What are you gonna do? Like, I'm sorry, I don't have those kahunas. I'm sure other people do, but I have the money in the bank. You know what I mean? I'm like, obviously I'm gonna say yes. Like if I was on a bigger budget, you know what I mean? It would have made more sense. Like, okay, I don't have the budget for this. I'm gonna have to hold off. But like, it's hard to look this dude in the eye who's talking to me all soft, telling me stories about his cat. Like, no, get your insurance out of here. Like, I couldn't really do it. I could. Yo, thank you, Ginger Cook. Vets are an expensive business, so I always recommend insurance. Yeah. A couple bucks a month isn't too bad for peace of mind, dude. That's what it is for me. It's peace of mind for my future wallet. It's like, it's just peace of mind, man. That's all insurance ever was. It's just peace of mind. I just so happen to care about my pet more than myself, so I don't have health insurance, but my cat does. And that's living in America, y'all. Welcome to the show. Good morning. I don't have health insurance, but my cat does. And that's life. Felt? Yeah, that's life.
Happy to support Void Cat Parenthood Purple Heart. Happy 81 months.
Yo, thank you for 81, Alto Girl. Thank you, Atomic Potato, again for 20, dude. All right, we're gonna get this building built. We need to bring grass to put under this, and then we're gonna get this building built. So let's go grab some grass really quick. And then once we get this building started, we'll do some habitat building today. Let's try to get some Pokedex entries going. It's illegal not to? Yeah, in a different country for sure. Honestly, truth, my health insurance is definitely no longer giving me peace of mind. I'm an ice cream fiend. You bought a Ninja ice cream machine and I'm buzzing? Ooh, dude, I could go for one of those. I was tempted to eat ice cream this past weekend, but I didn't eat any. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, balloon in the Twitch chat. Let me get in this. I need some clay, dude. Speaking of rock. Nope. I'm never getting that last piece of clay, ever. It's Vest dropped pics of their new baby in real life. I imagine it looks a lot like your cutie. Oh, okay, let me go look, and I can tell y'all. Yeah, sure, give me just a moment. Alright, then we need to decide what dirt are we gonna use for the dirt roads. I think this is the dirt I want for the dirt roads. Let me go ahead and take a look at some other blocks really quick. Dun, 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 dun. Grab some field grass. Striped soil. Do 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 do. We don't want barren ordinary soil because that's just gonna get wet and then turn into ordinary soil. So it has to be a regular soil. All right, let's see if there's anything down here. No, I think I got what I wanted. Oh, there's regular striped soil. No, it's barren. That's what that is. All right, I think I got what I want. Can I get some more? I'm gonna need a lot. All right, what about field grass? Can I get some more of that as well? Do, 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 do. All right, let's head back to the Withered Waste. I saw your notification between snoozes and fell back asleep. I did not get an orange cat named Sheila. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and grab the adoption papers so you guys can at least see a black and white photo, and then we'll take a look at the photo in real life. All right, give me just a second. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. But Dad. All right, I'm back. What up, Fishy Rosewater? All right, I think they're in here. Hopefully they're in here. I should have checked before I sat back down again. Ay, caramba. Okay, here it is. So this is the only picture that I currently have, and it's not quite the best picture because this picture was clearly taken when they were like just brought in, like terrified out of their mind. So they are a quote unquote domestic short hair mix. They were 6 years and 1 month old when they were and during intake. So that would have been September last year. So they're just about to be 7 years old at the end of this summer. So they're like 6.5 right now. Right? Yeah. Math. So like a little over 6.5. Their date of birth is apparently September 22nd, 2019. So their birthday is the birthday of my beard. She's the same age of my beard. Oh my gosh, she's my beard. When she turns 7, my beard's turning 7. She's literally as old as my beard. That's crazy. That's awesome. All right, she weighs 13.50 pounds, 13.5 pounds when she got an intake. The intake type was owner, guardian, surrender. So again, I think what they said is that the owner passed away. And then the guardian afterwards gave it to the APL, which is the most tragic thing in the universe. And then and a lot of these are assumptions, right? Like the date of birth just so happens to coincide with their intake date. So I think what's happening here is that when they get a cat that they don't have any information on, they just like make a little bit of stuff up. So the truth is we don't really know their birthday and we don't even fully know their age. And that's the thing I want to make clear. It's like very void cat adjacent. Like this cat really is a void cat. Like we don't know anything about them. Like we really don't. Which is why I don't think their real name is Midnight. I think that was given to them by the APL. They can tell age by teeth, right? So they probably know the age roughly, which is like 6 to 7 years, right? Yeah, so like they're probably accurate about the age, just not the actual birthday. So we're gonna say her birthday is September 22nd. We're gonna celebrate it alongside our beard, right? That's dope. September 22nd. It's our new babe's birthday. How about that? So now that we got that out of the way, so we don't know their real name, and we're gonna be renaming them eventually. All right, we will rename them eventually. Let me jump over here, and here is the only picture I have of her right now. It's black and white, and it does kind of depict some of their features. Like for some reason, their eyebrows above their eyes are like a little bit more worn down, fur-wise, as if maybe they were like scratching a lot there or something, or maybe that's a normal thing that happens to cats. I don't know, but I would like to see, hopefully within my care, they can get nice and healthy and they can get, fill up. We'll see what happens, but you can kind of tell in the picture, and that's like one of their more noticeable features. All right, here you guys go. And they have these like super pretty, like puke green eyes, but like not in a bad way, like neon, like very neon green. Like I couldn't think of another word to match the color of the eyes. So I know that was a weird, but I just couldn't think of another color in my mind. Like almost like neon greenish yellow eyes, like not even lime, like They really are like puke. I don't know how else to say it, but like not in a bad way. Yeah, pretty puke. Yeah, not forest green, bro. No, like it's hard to say, dude. It was the first thing that came to my mind. All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, goldish green maybe is closer. Shrek green. No, not Shrek green, not quite. A little bit more yellow than that. A little bit more yellow than that. Yeah, this cat is terrified. This picture represents exactly how this cat feels and their energy and everything. Yeah, that's the thing about this cat is like their energy and everything was expressed via this photo. Like they're just terrified. They don't know what's going on. It could be so many things. It could be their last owner sucked. It could be they're sad because their last owner passed and now all of a sudden their whole life just got uprooted. They could be scared because they hate the APL and maybe it was just so different from their normal home. Maybe they went from like a nice quiet home to like the loud dog barking APL since September last year. Like no matter what, they're scared out of their freaking mind. Like they are so like, it makes me well up with tears every time I say this out loud because you can tell they're just terrified. They have no idea what's going on and they're just terrified. And it's so sad. It's like, oh my gosh, like you can just tell that that's what's happening. Yeah, they're just so terrified, dude. So it's like, hopefully we can get them to feel comfortable again. And like I said, they were in foster care twice. And the foster people both said that, as you would expect, just like every cat, they did warm up after a solid 3 to 7 days, and they did get like cuddly and stuff like that. So I don't think they were abused or anything, because I think abuse leads to like different interactions from what I've read. It sounds like they're just a normal cat who's just absolutely scared. Just a regular old cat who's just scared. So like, yeah, like we're pretty good. I'm pretty sure that this cat's going to be just right up there with every other cat. Very active, very, normal in that sense once they're not scared anymore. But like, so it's not, I don't think there was any like history of abuse. If I had to guess, I think the history was probably like a very quiet house with like no children. Because like their energy is like they were probably a one-person cat. And that is a hard adjustment for a cat to make. You know what I mean? Like, I think she was a one-person cat. She didn't have a house full of people. I think she was a one-person cat. That's the vibe. So all of a sudden now she's like, how many people are at the APL walking up to her? She was a one-person cat, if I had to guess. Which is why this has been such a tough adjustment on her. If I had to guess. So it's all pretty healthy stuff, is what I'm saying. Did you keep the name? I haven't decided yet. I don't think I'm keeping the name Midnight, though. I'll be real. I don't think so. I think my plan is to give it a name that feels right once I actually start bonding. And if for some reason they're really only responding to this given name that could have been, given by anybody, who knows, then I will go ahead and pivot from Midnight to maybe Midna, which is a Zelda reference and is still super cute and has my own little flavor. But as we talked about earlier today, cats are usually pretty good about readapting to names, and it's not as confusing for them. So what will likely happen is I will likely give them a new name. I will likely give them a new name. Would you consider Kiki? Heck yeah, I would, dude. Are you kidding? Heck yeah, I would, dude. Are you kidding me? Kiki was the first thing I thought when I was standing in the APL. I'm like, this is going to be my little Kiki. But I don't know. I will go based off of like the vibe. I like to name things based vibe based. I'm just a weird like that. Yeah, it's gonna be all vibe based, so we'll see. Something could very well pop in my mind as soon as I meet them like officially, and like then I could maybe go with something else. My cat answers the Dumpy. My best friend's cat is named Dumpy. Funny enough. My dog's name is Cooper, but he has a million nicknames, right? Boom, boom. Okay. All right, let's get this house built. Can name her Chat. That could get confusing. Chat, stop it. No, don't knock over my paintings. No, Chat, stop. Chat, stop eating your own poop, Chat. All right, it's not a dog. Okay, come on. Cats have some dignity, all right? Chat is cat in French. Yes. Yes. Huh? What's up, Foxy and Jade? Hey. All right, we want a dirt path here.
The cat was Robin. When we got her, the whole litter was Teen Titans. But it was my husband's turn to name the cat, and he likes gem names, so she is Opal now.
Oh, cute. Opal's a very cute name for a cat. I want to name my cat either something like video game-esque or I would love to do something like something like Opal or like Boots or like Socks. There was a cat there named Socks that I was gonna look at, but I fell in love with Midnight, so I didn't. Yeah, Socks, like yeah, that's like, I like those types of names for cats. I think I like that kind of stuff. I'm not a big fan of like regular names for pets, as the chat kind of knows. We've talked about how I feel about regular names for cats. That's not usually the vibe I go for. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, something like even Dusty would be cute. Yeah, something just like not normal. Like toast. Yeah, burrito. Yeah. Lasagna. Yeah, that's usually the vibe I go for if I had to choose. Boom, 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 boom. Dusty, not Rusty. Don't start with me. Don't start with me, punk. Don't do me like that, dude. Hee hee. Let's go ahead and raise this up one. So we'll use this dirt to mark it. We're gonna raise this up one until I go back and grab some more bricks. We gotta raise this up one because I think what I want here is I want no, is that, I don't know if that's what I want. What's up, Okamina? I brought her home yesterday secretly. I didn't tell anybody, even my lady friend, until I was like comfortable, because I'm a weirdo like that. I didn't tell anybody. And then as I'm going to bed, I start smiling, and my girl's like, what are you smiling about? But like, not in like a rude way. She's just like, why are you cheesing right now? And I'm like, and she's like, what are you smiling about? And I'm like, all right, I gotta break something to you. And she's like, what? I'm like, I might have brought a cat home. And she's like, because she knew I was at the APL, but she thought I was just there to get information. Yeah, so I was like, I might have brought a cat home. And she's like, no, you didn't. And I'm like, yeah, I did actually. she's like, what? Why did you tell me? I'm like, because I just needed to do it myself. Like, I just like couldn't talk about it. I just needed to like have some time to myself to like come to terms with everything. And she understood that. She was like, okay, I get that. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah. and I'm like, yeah, I just like needed like a moment. Like I needed like my own moment to come to terms with like everything, you know? And she totally understood. Do, 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 do. So, babe, you're a cat mom now. Basically. Yeah, basically, that's exactly how that went. I would have not understood. I want to know everything. Yeah, which is fair, right? That's a totally fair feeling, right? Like as a partner, you know, it's like, wait, why didn't you tell me? And it's like, I just couldn't, you know. And like, and once I explained myself, she got it. But her initial reaction was totally like, what? Why didn't you? Like, I want to be a part of this. And I'm like, I couldn't have you be a part of it though. Like, I really had to do this myself, and I had to have it be my own little like journey. Like I needed to be in my own head. I just wanted it all to be my own thing. I was being very selfish, but like my relationship with pets isn't like the best. I had some really weird run-ins with pets growing up. And like, I haven't really talked about this ever on stream, but like I had some like really rough run-ins with pets. So for me, like, this is like more than just getting like a pet. This is kind of like a very emotional thing for me because I like shut down and I never let myself get attached to pets ever again throughout my whole life because I had some just very unfortunate interactions with pets. So I like shut down, and this is like the first time I'm finally opening myself up again after like my whole life. So like, and again, I'm not going to go into my own little personal world, but yeah, so it's like, there's like a lot more going on. There's like a lot more moving parts. It's not just like a guy getting a cat. It's like me finally like trying to like move past some weird wounds from like my childhood. And it's like, yeah, so like it was like a bigger deal than just like, oh, you're getting a cat. It's like, no, I'm like taking a huge step in my life. It just might not seem like that for your average person. Yeah, it's like a super big deal for me. Dun, 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 dun. My parents were terrible pet owners. Yeah, same. And like I had to give up pets and stuff, and like, you know, not to be too like over dramatic about it, but there was definitely a trauma from how my parents and stuff interacted with pets. You know what I mean? Like there was like a level of trauma there for sure for me. Yo, what up, Alt70? Obviously, I'm okay, by the way. Like, it's not like that, but I figured I'd come clean a little bit, which I don't want my chat to think that I'm just leaving y'all in the dark, you know, just leaving my partner in the dark. Yo, I bought a house and a car and I got a cat, and you weren't a part of any of the decision making. Peace, nerd. Yeah, it's not quite like that. I think it would be different if y'all lived together. Yeah, of course. Obviously, that's like, yeah, exactly. That's like a whole different thing. Right. Boo boo boo. Do. No car yet. Car will be in the future. Oh, wait, I wanted to look at that cat in real life channel. Hold on a second. So let's go see, and I can give you guys some more details on the exact looks here. All right, so this is a void cat being shared here. A mini pet pics session. Yeah, oh yeah, dude. Yeah, this is it. This is This is the void. Yep. Yep, that's the exact cat that I'm looking at. Yeah. Yep. That's literally the exact cat. Yeah. Basically. Like, basically, you know, again, the eyebrows right above the eyes are balding for my cat. And I want to say the fur's a little bit longer on my cat. But I think that that was not real. I think that I just saw something that wasn't there. You know how that happens. If that makes sense, I just like, I don't think the hair, I don't think the hair is as long as I'm remembering. So it's a short-haired cat. Yeah, it's not. I thought it was longer, but it's not. I think it's actually it's just a straight-up short-haired cat. I think the thinning around the temples is normal, common. I believe it is. Yeah. Yeah. At first, I was like wondering if that was maybe they were like clawing at it, or if there was like an issue that they had with it or something. But then I looked it up and it's just like very normal. Like cats bald all the time. Yeah, it's just normal. Screaming at the stream title. All right. So now we're gonna build this path down. Let's just go ahead and switch straight to dirt mode. I had a cardboard house, and literally my cat doesn't know I exist anymore. You got a cardboard house. Will the cat wear a baseball cap too? That's a pretty good question, actually, Gene. Jen. That's actually a really good question. I'm going to say no. I'm going to go ahead and say no. The first thing I want to do is I want to get the cats. The first thing I really want to do when I get a chance is I want to get the cat's collar off of it, because they got this stupid like plastic collar on them that they give you at the APL. I cannot wait. That's been on my mind all day. It's like I cannot wait until I get the opportunity to take the collar off it and make it truly feel home. Because I know that collar has to suck, dude. Is it a breakaway? I don't know. It looks like the kind of thing you get on your wrist at the hospital. That's what it looks like, the straight up kind of thing you get on your wrist at the hospital. So I assume I can just go at it and rip it open. Is it a flea collar? No, that's what I'm saying. I think it's like literally like the type of thing you get when you're at the hospital. Like it's just meant to be. But I could be wrong, but no, they didn't like, they give you all the information you need. So no, there was nothing like that. No fleas or anything. She had a run-in with, she was exposed to like that scary cat virus twice, being in the APL, but she never got sick from it. And that's like literally all of her health issues. Like she has no health issues. She had some bad teeth and they had to take out a bunch of bad teeth, but she still has plenty of teeth. And when I was feeding her treats, she does this kind of weird head turn to pick the treats up off the ground. She does this like weird, like instead of picking the treat up head on, she like turns her head and like picks it up sideways. So she definitely like lost some teeth. She maybe her previous owner wasn't grooming her teeth, because like there is like a way to kind of keep their teeth fresh. So she lost some teeth, but she still has plenty in her mouth, so she can still eat hard food like just fine. And apparently cats are like, even with 0 teeth, can still eat hard food. They're just good about it. So she's like totally fine, but she did have some teeth removed. And then she was exposed to that cat virus twice in her journey since September at the APL. So she never got sick, and she's never been sick. The only medical attention she ever needed was her teeth. So now I was going to text my neighbors and be like, hey, you guys might want to be extra safe about letting your cat out of the house because their cats ran upstairs to me once ever. And I was going to be like, yo, you guys want to be extra careful because this cat just came home from the APL. I haven't texted him yet, but I might go ahead and do that. Like, hey, just be extra careful. Don't let him run around for a couple days, like just to make sure, just in case I did bring something home. Again, I don't think I did, but we'll be doing a full checkup within the next 2 weeks to a month. And then we'll know for sure that everything's all right. Yeah, she will be 100% an indoor cat. Now, I am going to get some catio furniture for her because I do live upstairs and I have a nice little balcony. It's like a whole front porch. And I think I'm going to get her some catio furniture because I think that'll be sweet. Oh, wait, somebody did. Wait, Classy wait, stuff has been happening. First off, Ashby Gaming, thank you for the 10-month Prime. Thank you, Hydro Thunder, for the biddies. It was good to see you in the Discord. And Classy Saya contributed $5 over to my KitchenAid Classic series. Thank you. Aw, thank you, Classy Saya, taking care of my future baking goods. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Saya. My cat would jump straight off the patio. Yeah, so you don't want to have your cat on the patio without catio furniture. It's basically just like a glamorous cage, right? Now, if you go online and look it up, people will say, oh, well, my cat's fine on the front porch. Well, that's your cat. Just don't forget that every cat is different. And some cats are going to go ahead and just jump off the cliff. And I've heard some really tragic stories from like veterinarians and stuff, like, you know, jumping a couple stories, getting injured, hurting legs, breaking legs, stuff like that. So if you want to be responsible, you do not put a pet on a front porch, right? But yeah, you can get like a thing called catio, which is like basically a big cage to put them in. The other option is to get netting and to net my front porch, but I'm not going to do the netting. So if I ever bring them out on the front porch, it'll be with catio. If I ever do, right? Like that's like such an if conversation, like if I ever do. Don't forget the first couple weeks, they're a runaway risk. Yeah, exactly. You know, that's super future talk though. Yeah, Toad. No, I'd probably pick up like one of the furnitures, you know, whatever.
Yay.
Some people use chicken wire. In case you ever need to make screens for windows that are cat-proof, we have one for the back door. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I might need something like that. Thank you, Shady Jake, for 43. Dude, good to see you. And Pessimisaurus, thanks for the streak. All right, let's get this building made, which means we got to go pick up some materials. We need Pokemetal, glass, concrete, and iron. Pokemetal, glass, concrete, and iron. Let's go grab some of that stuff real quick. Clover Moon, good to see you today. I think you're right about that. Yo, good morning, Flower Child. Hey. I don't know if you have a book you want to read or a Lego set to build or something quiet you can do in the room with your cat, but I would sit and read in the room with my stray when I first got her so she'd get used to me. I was thinking about doing that. Yeah, so my original thought was the TV, and then I was like, nah, that's not going to be good. And I was like, well, maybe I could just put some music on. And I was like, but I did not consider reading. That's such a good idea. Thank you for that. Because I was trying to think of something quiet I could do in the room with her. And just like lay there and just like be present, but show them that I'm a calm person and that they're okay. And I was like, well, I'm not going to just like lay there on my phone. I thought about just playing on my phone. But right now I'm still going to give them some space. But I think tomorrow I'm going to start doing that kind of stuff. Because it's technically not even been 24 hours. So my plan right now is to maybe open up a can of wet food tonight, put it in a bowl, and leave it. See if they eat anything, because they're still not eating. And then I think tomorrow I'm going to try to like start maybe like sitting in the room with them relax, maybe read a book, like you said, maybe switch handheld, lay down, you know, sit down with them. That's such a good idea. So I think tomorrow, so I'm going to give them the first full 24 hours, which is technically like 3 p.m. today. You know, where'd she sleep? Probably in her fort, which is under the chair. Yeah, I think I'm imagining she didn't move from that spot. I checked on her before I went to bed, and she was just in the corner under this chair, just not, you know, just hiding basically. So once I saw her, I left some treats out to see if she would eat, and she's not eating. And I'm assuming she just slept under the chair. So it's the house is warm enough, right? And the heater vent's like right by the chair, thank goodness. So I'm sure she got some nice heat and some warmth and was able to pass out. I'm assuming she got some sleep last night, if I had to guess. So hopefully. Yeah, I gave her some clothing of mine. I have like a wizard's cloak from a cosplay I did, and I wear it around the house sometimes just for fun. So I'm a dork. So I gave her that. She also has her towel from the APL just for some comfort. I'll probably take that away eventually because it probably smells like a bunch of different animals. And then, yeah, that's it for now. So yeah, she's very much getting acclimated to my smell and everything. Sounds like you're doing everything right. I feel like I got a good idea on what I'm doing, right? I'm still open to, you know, advice and stuff, but yeah, I feel like I've got a pretty good handle on what this cat needs from me as far as its new home, which is just a bunch of space right now, which is like, you know, it's counterintuitive to our brains. If you've never been a cat owner, it's very counterintuitive to what our brains want. Thank you again, Shady Jake, for 43, bud. But really what she needs right now is just space to like completely come to terms with like where she's at. So like, yeah, that's all. I just gotta like chill. It just takes time. Yeah, I just gotta chill and just like let her be. And then like I said, maybe crack a can of wet tonight. Then maybe actually try to do like feeding by the end of the week. As in like opening a can and hanging out in the room. Right? And being like, hey, feeding time kind of vibes. Showing them that I am the one bringing the food. So by the end of the week, I might try a little bit of that. But for now, I'm just like leaving food and then I'm just watching the levels and seeing if she's eating. If I had to guess, she hasn't ate a single thing since he's been here. But again, it hasn't even been 24 hours, so she's probably fine. Cats know that can opening sound? Right. What up, Sam Squatch? Good to see you, bud. I wish I had some of this knowledge when I first got a cat. Yeah, well, you guys know I was like very nervous about getting a cat and making sure that I could do like I was doing the right thing with my lifestyle and stuff. So during all that time that I was hesitating and procrastinating, I did a bunch of research. So I was like very mentally prepared and equipped to like to handle this. Like I very much had wrapped my head around what I was going to be doing. And then from there, I just did more research recently to like kind of put the cherry on the top. Day one in a new home. Sheesh, this guy talks a lot. I think it must be his job. Yo, what up, Gentle Go? How you doing today? Gentle Joy, I'm Jody. Joy with a G.
Yo, look how much fun we're having.
Look how much fun we're having. All right, and now we'll go get our workers. I think Tink Master must be around here somewhere. You're getting her used to your voice very quickly. Yeah, last night I was trying to just talk, even though like, it's like anytime I went into her space, I was just like, hey, what up? Like, you know, just trying to like get her comfortable with my tone of voice, the bass in my voice, my natural bass and stuff. So I'm just like trying to like talk when I come into the room, just like, I am entering the room. Like, like I feel real ridiculous because I haven't had a pet really ever. So it's a real funny experience for me because I feel like I'm not talking to anybody, but like I am, but I'm not. And it's like, hello there. May I enter? I have food for you. Like, like, and you just feel like super goofy because you're just like, it is I, your father. I come in peace. All right, we need a gatherer, a flyer, and a teleporter. Let's go. Oh, Champions might release March 25th. The Japanese site said that. So was there a trailer? Somebody said something about a trailer a minute ago. Is that a thing? Yeah, I think Pokemon Champions is coming ASAP, by the way. Yeah, they already said it was coming this spring, I thought. I thought they straight up already said it was coming this spring, if I thought. Yeah, it's coming. Release date is April 8th. Oh, so there was rumors that it might show up early is what's happening. Oh, there was some kind of weird leaks that it might show up early. Yeah, I don't know about that. All I know is we're getting it pretty soon, and I'm gonna be checking it out. I'm gonna be checking it out. We're gonna build some competitive teams and poke around and see if it gives me some Pokemon Stadium vibes. Here's the thing I need from Pokemon Showdown. Here's the thing I want. Here's the thing I need from Showdown. You ready? Or not Showdown, sorry, Champions. This is what I need from Champions. I need them to add single player content. Do it. Not tutorials, not just AI battles. Give me a gym leader league or something. Give me the closest possible thing you can give me to Pokemon Stadium. Give me some kind of league or something. That's what I think I want from that game. Because if the game is just nothing but multiplayer, it's just not going to be fun for everybody, dude. Not everyone wants to sit there and get sweaty with a bunch of sweats. Give me some single player content. Let me just play, do some battles. Give me some of that Pokemon Stadium energy. That's what I want. If they don't deliver on that, it's just going to turn into another sweaty app, dude, that people are not going to want to play because it's going to be sweaty and only the sweats are going to play it. And that's cool, man. You know, I think that people who want to engage in competitive gameplay is awesome. Like, good for you. But I just think it would be nice if there was some more content outside of that. Like, Pokemon TCG Pocket has this problem for me, but it's starting to get better. Where, like, Pokemon TCG Pocket seems to be afraid to give us, like, single-player content. Give me some content, like a little single-player league or something. Like Team Rocket from Pokemon Go. Anybody play Pokemon Go? Like Team Rocket from Pokemon Go. Like, give me some of that. Give me some of that vibe. Let me do some cool battles and build to something. Like, I don't understand why they're so afraid to give us like little mini stories or something cool like that. Like, I don't know, weird stuff. Again, TCG Pocket just recently added some more in-depth AI battling that feels a little bit cleaner. They're getting there, but all right, we got our stuff built. Now we can go back and do some habitat building. All right, I just want to do some more path laying before I step away. There's a trailer on Nintendo's YouTube. I don't think we need to watch the trailer. I think we all know everything about that, right? I'm sure the trailer's not going to give us much more information. You can hit up on the D-pad when near a Pokemon to make it follow you. Yeah, I always forget about that. Thank you for the reminder, Funky Nugget. I always forget about that. I haven't really been using that feature since I've put hundreds of hours into the game at this point, and I still forget about it. I don't know why. All right, that's enough for that dirt path for now. Thank you for the reminder. I'm trying to get to endgame so I can get that building Pokemon. I have so much I want to build. You'll get there. Take your time, dude. You will get there. Take your time. It's going to be a blast, and it's totally worth it. We're going to be playing this game for the rest of our lives. Which one? Champions, you think? You talking about Champions? Is that the one we're going to be playing for the rest of our lives? What up, Pastel Ganju? Can we get some welcomes in the chat for Pastel and anybody else? Yeah, random. It does. You are thinking correctly, but it doesn't work that way, unfortunately, because it just basically stops you from accessing under the building entirely, which is so unfortunate. But you are thinking correctly, but it just like doesn't let you reach under. Building your town? That's right. We're building our town here, baby. Yeah, thanks for noticing. Yeah, I agree with you, Blades Left Toe. Champions is going to be a part of the Pokemon journey forever from here on out. You're right. You are 100% right about that. That is exactly what's going to happen. And as somebody who does like competitive Pokemon, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I think it's going to be cool. What's up, Mama Teller? Hey, welcome to the show. You got some credits in Pokopia this weekend, and it made me tear up a little. Me too. I didn't cry right away. It wasn't until... I didn't shed tears right away. It wasn't until the final cutscene when my sexy Machoke photo showed up that I started shedding tears. That's what got me. Sexy dang Machoke. So excited for your new cat journey. Thank you. I'm really excited as well. I'm like nervous, but the kind of nervousness that you get that you know is because you're excited. Right? Because there's different kinds of nervousness. And I'm like nervous because I'm super excited about being a cat owner and having it the first pet in my life since I was a kid. And I'm excited to give it a great home. And I'm excited to earn the cat's respect, which will take a while. I think everybody who knows my journey, all I've ever wanted was an older female cat that hates me and that forces me to earn its respect. And that's exactly what I got. So like, I literally got exactly what I wanted. And I'm like, great, dude. This cat's probably gonna hate me for the next month. Awesome. Rad. So it's like, I'm really excited. All right, let's go ahead and build some habitats today. Bring it on, kitten. Yeah, bring it on, kitty. Hating is at least caring about you. Better than indifference. True. Twitch forced an update and now things are twitchy again. Oh gosh, Twitch. Let's see if they fixed my alerts. Oh wow, the alerts are fixed. Hey, we got alerts back here. Let's go and turn them back on again because I couldn't even do that because they were leaving like a weird like box. You see that stuff on the screen. That's why I had to turn them off today. All right, refresh. And refresh. All right. Twitch alerts are back. And then let's go ahead and do a quick test. All right, Twitch alerts are back, which means the throne alerts should be back as well. And we can test that as well. Let's go ahead and do a quick... Oh no, I can't replay the throne alert. Can I do that? Let me see. No, that's... I can't. Yeah, I can't replay those. Okay, it doesn't matter. We're fine. Thank you everyone for the support on the throne. The chat destroyed our throne this morning, and we have so many wonderful cat experiences that are going to be happening. Like, the cat destroyed the throne this morning. Me and my mom are obsessed with banana. We found this random recipe with no name, just a banana fudge thing. And it came out too gelatinous, but we also made banana cupcakes. Ooh, I love banana, dude. I'm also obsessed with banana. All right, let's make a gently lit bed. I don't think we have that made yet. And we'll organize our inventory while we're doing this. All right, let's make a gently lit bed here. So we probably have to craft the bed and the table if I had to guess. Oh, you know what? It's actually probably any table. Let's actually just take a look and stop guessing. Right? Yeah, any bed, any table. So I didn't have to craft the bed, but I needed a slender candle, which I think I just got one. Or I took a picture of one. Either way, we should have a slender candle around here. Do 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 do. All right, nothing in here. Okay. Nothing in here. Okay, we got torches. No slender candles in here. Let me check the other junk drawer. I have a lot of junk drawers right now. I think we're just going to take a... I think we're just going to copy one. Boom, 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 boom. Slowly getting shells by beachcombing in Pokopia. Replacing all the bumpy sand with regular beach sand. I love that. I love that. You started your Pikachu quest, but I can't find a picnic basket. I think I bought my first from the PC. I think I bought my first from the PC, if that helps. Minute, mo. Day 7 out of 10 using Nook Miles tickets to hunt for pate. Ooh, why are you hunting for pate? Cute. Pate the duck with the unfortunate name. Absolute cutie pie. All right, I need some Pokemetal. You've been playing Arceus again, dude. I want to play some more Arceus. All right, here's my slender candle. Let's make 2 copies of this bad boy. 3. Let's get 3. All right, and while I'm in here, I should make another copy of the creepy ghost candle. The eerie candle. How do we get the pink Pokemon behind the desk? Once the event's over, she's going to be living. So tomorrow, Hoppip is going to come outside and just be walking around. And then you'll be able to give her a proper home. So technically, you already have Hoppip. You don't know this. You might not know this, but you already technically have Hoppip. She's already yours by default just by logging into the event and talking to her once. She's yours. The problem is she doesn't have a home. Unless you were lucky enough to give her one before she got locked up. So the way it's going to work is that at the end of the event, she's going to become homeless again. And she's going to just be walking around hanging out. And it's going to be up to you to go up to her and give her a proper home from there. But technically, Hoppip is already yours. You're good. You don't have to think about it too much. Yeah, there's 3 total for the event. Correct. And that's the thing that's even more confusing, as you might have noticed, because the other 2 are already, like, claimed, right? Like, you already probably gave them a home and they're living with you, and you're like, well, why can't I do this with Hoppip as well? Yeah, that's the problem. So it's like a little bit confusing. It's a little bit annoying. But Hoppip, you have to wait until the end of the event. And this has been confirmed by time travelers. So time travelers have time traveled to the end of the event to see Hoppip just walking around. So it's been all but confirmed, you know. Thank you, Green Gem, for the 9 months. Good to see you back in here, Joy. We get a little bit of love in the chat. Thank you very much for the resubscription. Good to see you in here. Thank you, Shellfire, for the 12 months as well. Good to see you back in here, Shellfire. What up? What's up, everybody? Hey, yo, good to see you. Yeah, I'm really excited. I've always believed that cats are very spiritual creatures, man. I've always felt that way. And while I understand that dogs are the ones that are like, you know, quote unquote, the more like obviously intelligent ones, because they're the ones that have like all the traits and who really like obviously learn. So like a lot of people consider the dogs to be the ones that are like more interactable and stuff. But I've always believed that cats are like very spiritual beings. I do agree that like there's a reason why they were around in like the Egyptian times. And I feel like they do understand what's going on around them to, oh my gosh, another eerie candle. To a like specific, like to a strong degree. I think that is my belief. Now, maybe that's not what science says. I think science does say like they don't understand words as much, yada, yada, yada. I don't know though. I think that cats do. I think cats have a very strong understanding of the human world. And I think that because they're so domesticated now, and we've bred them over years and years to be the way they are, that it's even more of a fact. Because we're not talking about just some random cat off the street. We're talking about what hundreds and thousands of years of genetically like breeding cats to be comfortable and to understand humans. So I think they're very much, they know exactly what's going on, in my opinion. They know exactly what's happening. But like on a spiritual level, I think that maybe science, I am a man of science. Can we get a tier, so we get some love in the chat for the tier 2? Going that extra step really means a lot to me. Thank you for that. I think as a man of science, I do understand that maybe they don't have the same type of understanding. Maybe their version of understanding isn't the same way that our brains understand, or even the same way that dogs understand. But I do believe that there is a certain level of understanding, and I think it's actually on a spiritual level, if I had to guess. I think that on a spiritual level, I think there's like a certain level of understanding. And that's just how I've always felt. I don't know if it's true. That's just kind of how I've always felt about cats. And I think that they have a different type of understanding than dogs, obviously. I think that's obvious. And that they navigate the universe differently, but still, they can still like interact with us because pets see ghosts. Agree, kitties are dope. Yeah, I've always felt that way. Like, I don't know why, but the reason I brought this up because the chat was like talking about how the cat's like thinking to themselves, this guy talks a lot. Like, you know, jokes aside, I think there is a certain level of that. I think, especially as they get older, they start to understand human things and human concepts. But again, maybe understanding isn't the word to use because scientifically, understanding means something. But instead, I think it's like a weird, like esoteric, like a weird, like spiritual understanding. Like they understand our energy and they understand our tones in our voice and they understand our aura, but maybe they don't understand the words. Maybe they don't understand the sentence, but they understand the connection, like the literal life force, because all living things have like a life force. Like they get that side of the human experience. And I think that I think it would be silly to think otherwise. Because again, these creatures have been bred in and around human interactions and dealings their whole existence. So like, this makes too much sense in my brain. It's like not even like a question. It's like, duh. It's like a duh moment. It's like, yeah, duh. Right? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like they're just some random animal that's never interacted with a human before. Like, yeah, like a sixth sense almost. Right? Right? Whereas like dogs, like, understand us. Like, I think dogs are closer to humans than cats are, is like what I'm saying. When it comes to being mammals. Like, dogs are like more human in that sense. I feel like dogs like really do start to understand the things that they're interacting with, the humans, the way things work. Whereas like cats are like different. Cats are like this weird like energy-based connection. It's weird.
Excuse me, I just got here and I need more info about the cat. OMG, H day love H day.
Yo, what's up, Leafeon? Thanks for 47. You know, we need a cat science communicator so the vocab is right. Right. Because the vocabulary I'm tripping over, but I think you guys understand like what I'm saying. That it's like, the point I'm trying to make is that whether or not you agree, I think cats do understand humans. But it's just a different kind of understanding. But I do think that that cat in the other room right now understands the situation that it's in. To some extent. Like, it understands that I am a human who just brought it into a new home. It's been in houses before. Like, I think there's like a certain level of understanding of what's happening right now. Yeah, Kyogre just showed up. Look. Now it's raining. What's up, dude? If I'm remembering correctly, you could transform into all sorts of Pokemon, can't you, Ditto? It'd be a real hoot if you transformed into me someday, don't you think? Yeah, see, exhaustion, I think that maybe it's not quite the same, but like, but maybe it is in like a roundabout way, you know? Oh, I didn't mean to turn into a brick. Whoops. I meant to switch to Magnemite. I would agree with that. Cats go off vibes for sure. Dogs do too, but I think dogs are also sometimes too quick to trust, unfortunately. Yeah, I agree with that. Right, and that's the animal side of a dog. Whereas dogs have been bred to bond. I need more tomatoes. Could you give me one? Right? That's the difference. Dogs are bred to like bond and to be trustworthy of humans. So like that's their natural instinct, you know what I mean? And I think it does come down to that. Like when you get into like the history of how humans transformed wolves and how humans transformed felines, you realize like we're talking thousands of years of like slow modifications to a species to get them to naturally, so like when a new one is born and a new generation of cat, they have a better understanding naturally of the human world because the generation before them and the generation before them and the generation before them, because of our breeding and the way that humans like are like forcibly breeding them into a domesticated environment. Right? And that's why I feel like cats understand more than people give them credit for. Because I think most of the time people just assume dogs are the only pets that like really understand. And that's true to an extent. Scientifically, that's pretty true. And my conversation here today is just like, I've always felt like cats do understand because they have been bred to understand the human world. And while they don't understand it the way dogs do, they're never gonna, because dogs really are almost weird, like human-like adjacent. But they have been bred to understand the human world for a very long time, dude. So it's not a shadow of a doubt in my mind that they at least like get the human existence. They understand it to some extent. Like there's definitely something happening there, I feel. Right? But I don't know, it was just a random thought I shared because I was just thinking about how, you know, I think for most people, and I think scientifically, you know, cats are just ruly, you know, like they don't really get it. They're just kind of doing their thing. We're doing our thing. And they come to us because we feed them. And like scientifically, that is exactly what's happening. Like we feed them, therefore you build a connection with them. Therefore there's a bond. Therefore they're now your cat. But I do like to think that like, and I've always felt this in my heart, that like, nah, cats are a little bit deeper than people give them credit for. Cats understand a little bit more. Like they play some games, they kind of get it. Like they kind of know like, oh, that thing right there is a door and the human goes in and out of that door. Therefore, there's something on the other side of that because this human isn't just disappearing. This human is going between areas. And now I know that I can do that as well. So the next time you open that door, I'm going through it. I think that's like them understanding the human world. And they're like, oh, okay. Like that's a thing that I can interact with. Like, I don't know. It's just like a fun little theory of mine. I've always felt that way. So when people say, oh, my dog's just being stubborn, it's like, bro, dog isn't doing anything to get you. He's just doing his dog thing. All right, let's build some more habitats. We built one. We have another one to build. As you sit there talking about cats, mine are quietly listening and watching intently. Yeah, because I found out their secrets. And now the cats are going to come get me. If I don't show up tomorrow for stream, just know that, like, they're mad. I'm giving away the secret. All right, we need a grave, a plate, and 2 things here. My cats are on to you. You know what I mean? Like, I think, I don't know. I've always been a spiritual guy. So you guys can ignore me if you want. Like, I don't think I'm right or anything. I want to make this super clear. This is totally me just spitballing. But like, I am a bit of a spiritual guy, and I, you know, like chakras and a lot of like Eastern cultures go deeper into like spiritual, you know, awakening and like all that stuff. I'm kind of a spiritual guy, so I really am talking about like a spiritual thing more than I am anything else. And for those that don't fully engage with that word too often, spiritual is a word that I like to use because it doesn't mean like a belief system. It doesn't mean religion. I think a lot of people get that confused. Spiritual is more so saying that you are kind of, it's less a belief system and more an understanding of frequency and like energy. So it's not, I don't believe in anything specifically. I just feel like there's a certain energy and frequency that is around all of us, and you can tap into that in all sorts of different ways. But it's like less of a belief system. I just wanted to like make that clear because maybe there's somebody out there that doesn't quite understand the word that I'm using. Spiritual. So like that's what I say when I go back to the cat conversation. I've always felt like cats were like more spiritual beings. And if you go into the history, again, like ancient Egyptians and stuff, they obviously felt the same way too. And I think there's a reason for that. And I think that that's pretty cool. That's something I've always been kind of fascinated with. All right, can I make a grave? Let's see. All right, I need to take a picture of one again. Rip. Bum, 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 bum. All right, we'll do another picture. A domesticated lion. I don't know about that life. slow down there, Tiger King, all right? Slow down there, Tiger King. You just adopted a cat? Yo, so did I. What up, Marino twins? Do 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 do. Yeah, nobody's with a lion. Good news update. I almost have all the funding I need to go to my UK internship this summer. It's all starting to feel so real. I can't believe I'm going to be in London for 2 months. So where do you live right now, Tater Tot? That sounds amazing, dude. Holy heck, dude. You're going overseas for an internship? That's amazing, dude. What? No, I don't have a picture of my new cat. The only picture I have is her intake photo from when she first got picked up by the APL. Which, to be fair, she's probably going to be pissed when she finds out a couple months from now that I was sharing this horrendous picture of her from when she's scared, alone, and tired at the APL being dropped off by some human. She's probably going to be so salty. I'm going to be having to pay for this for months. But here you guys go. Since you're asking, here she is. But like, you know, you guys got to wait for new pictures. Eventually, she'll get comfortable and I'll get you guys some real pics.
New
all right.
cat hype. H-day wiggle, H-day wiggle.
You better watch your back. Yeah, dude. So like, yeah, you guys got to wait because like she's super skittish. She's not comfortable at all. Was stuck at the APL for over 8 months or since last September. It's like 7 months or something. And she has no idea what's going on and why she's here. So we're going to give her a couple days. But I can tell you guys this. First chance I can get a photo, I'll get a photo.
Speaking of 7 months.
Thank you, Gabcat. Thanks for respecting our boundaries, of course. Yeah. She a tortie? Nah, she's a full void cat. She's a full-on void cat. Big time. Full-on black, just jet black, just all the way void. I'll be patiently waiting in the Discord. You already had to go to the vet, $400 bill. It'd be like that sometimes. Yeah, man. Should name her Void. Got it. Y'all want to hear something cool? A friend of mine is moving to Japan and gifted me his copy of Japanese ACGC in a box. Oh, dude, nice. That's actually mega epic, dude. What the frick? Thanks for prioritizing the comfort of your cat. I've had people ask if they can come and meet my new cat, and I'm like, no. Yeah, I'm not. The cat's just, I'll be interacting with it from this point on like once a day. And then by the end of the week, I'll start doing some more interactions. I'll try, but it could take them a little longer than the standard 3 days. If I had to guess, because this cat seems extra skittish and extra shy. So it's probably going to take like a week before I can really interact with her, which is fine. So, but the chat gave me some great tips, and I think what I'll do is tomorrow, after I stream, I'll go in there with a book and I'll just sit back and I'll do a little bit of reading just so that she can get more comfortable with my energy and my presence. But yeah, I'm not going to be like interacting with her much. I'm going to give her a couple days. Let her do her thing. Yeah, M and Beyond. That's I was just recommended that, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm just gonna so I will do that tomorrow. But remember, she hasn't even been here for 24 hours yet. So first step is let her have like her space. So the only thing I might do from tonight is I might open up a can of wet food and just leave it in her bowl and just walk away. And then tomorrow I'm thinking, you know, okay, full 24 hours, you know, 48, I mean. I'll go ahead and I'll maybe sit in there and read a little bit. We'll see how we feel. But this one's going to take a bit. Does she live in 4 bundles of grass right now? Yeah, under my couch. Yeah. So she'll warm up though. Apparently she was in foster twice from the APL, and both times they reported that like a normal cat, she warms up after a couple days, but anytime a new person came into the home, it was like a reset for her for that person. So she's one of those cats where if somebody else comes over, she's gone. Very traditional cat stuff. So that's all good news because that means she's healthy. She wasn't like abused. She wasn't like, she's not skittish because she's afraid of humans. She's skittish because she's afraid of right now her surroundings. She doesn't know anything. But apparently once she gets comfortable, she'll be fine. So once I got that news, I was even more comfortable with what I'm doing because it's like, okay, I'm not dealing with a cat that's had like a rough life. I'm dealing with a cat that's just been displaced. And that's just normal cat stuff. They're just going to be skittish and they'll get comfortable. You know what I mean? So yeah, which is cool. So that news was really comforting for me because, you know, you don't always know what you're dealing with from the APL. They're a wonderful organization, but you never know what you're dealing with. You never know what kind of abuse they might have dealt with, what kind of life they might have had before. You just like don't really ever know. So it's like, once they told me that the foster families both had success getting her to warm up, it's like, oh, okay, so really, I just got to play the long game. Chill out, relax, slowly let them know I'm the food provider. They're gonna warm up. So yeah. Apparently they're not a big fan of kids, which is cool. I think that's funny. And they're not a big fan of high activity houses. And they hit the jackpot because I barely leave the house. I barely leave my office. And I'm not proud of that. That's pretty unhealthy. But they hit the jackpot because like I live by myself. I'm just like chilling, right? Like, so like they really are going to be so fine after a couple of days because my house is literally that. It's low activity, one guy living by himself with the occasional guest that comes into town, you know? So yeah, it's like, it is the perfect match for them. So. The name that they got from the APL was Midnight. I don't have a name for them yet. It'll take me a couple weeks to name them, but you guys can be a part of that process for sure. I might name them Animal Crossing Population Growing. I know, long name, but... You know. All right, let's do another habitat. I know, long name, but... Bum, 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 bum. Yo, what up, Didius and Leafeon? And thank you, Didius and Leafeon, by the way. Just a heads up, I was going to reach out to both of you and just like let you know that I was pulling the trigger because I know both of you offered to help me out with cats. You know, Didius offered to drive up. Leafeon offered to drive up if they had one available. This was a journey that I kind of just had to do by myself. And I didn't feel bad about that since I was rescuing anyways. It wasn't like I was, you know, buying a breed or something. So yeah, just a heads up to both of you. I really appreciated y'all reaching out to me and offering help. It was definitely something I just had to do on my own. All right, we're good there. All right, Elekid, we need a vending machine next to a trash can. Easy peasy. Boom, 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 boom. All right, what am I looking for? A spare vending machine? I know I gotta have one of these laying around. There it is. Do I got a trash can laying around as well? Those aren't too bad because I can craft them, but... Yo, what up, Ash? Thanks, dude. So that's how I spent my day with the internet out. It was full on 90s. I watched Big Daddy, or sorry, Billy Madison. And I've been buying DVDs again. I've been buying DVDs. I'm building a DVD collection. And what a perfect time for my internet to go out. I just bought new DVDs from the $5 DVD rack at Walmart. So I watched Billy Madison. I played my Game Boy Advanced. And then I went and got a cat. I went and got a cat. Played my Game Boy Advanced. It was a 90s type of day for me. So I try to just let the internet outage be whatever. You know, not a big deal. Everyone calling it a cat instead of its real name, your new boss, makes me smile. I'm excited for the day that she jumps up on the desk and gets in frame, trying to snuggle or at least just lay across the keyboard. I'm sure that day will come. I'm sure that day will come. Your new boss. That's called turning lemons into lemonade. $5 DVDs feels like a ripoff. Nah, man, because here's the thing. They had a bunch of collections. So it was $5 for any DVD, but what you did is you dig through the bin and they had these collections where you get like 4 movies on one DVD. And here's the thing. It feels like a ripoff, but I want you to remind you, but if I wanted to watch one of these movies, I have to spend $10 on a streaming service for a single month to watch the movie once. Or I have to buy the digital movie off of Amazon for $10. So while, yeah, $5 for a DVD in 2026 is like, wait a second, this feels like a ripoff. But I implore you to identify how much of a ripoff the streaming services are. So while then your argument could be, if you were, we're not arguing, but if you would, you could say, but what about all the other movies you got from the streaming service? Doesn't that matter? I don't know, does it? How many movies do you watch off of your streaming service? Right? Like, I don't know, are you watching every movie on your streaming service? Are you watching 5 movies a day? Are you really locked in on your Netflix for the month? I'm not. You know, I usually find like a show to watch here or there. It's funny because I thought the same thing to myself. I was like, man, $5 for a DVD feels like a ripoff. And then I paused and was like, actually, no, it's kind of not, because I'm not like watching every movie. I'm not like logging into Netflix every day. Like, so I don't know. Either way, you still bring up a good point. You could pirate it. Yeah, I could just pirate it. Correct. I'm not in my years of pirating right now. I've moved on from the 7 Cs, but I always could just pirate. What flavor does Hitmontop hate the most? Spicy. Also, your local library could have DVDs that to borrow. Correct. Which I'm hip to that. Mine does. My local library has a massive library of movies and VHSs. What up, Brittany? So I don't know. Yeah, like $25 for a DVD was cool. Hey, Muck.
Oh, hey, I have a question for you. Could you tell me the dirtiest place around here? Used to be so much easier to find sludge and sewage back in the day. But it looks like there's way less of it these days. That's a serious environmental issue, don't you think?
So yeah, I don't know. It's up to you, man. I don't know if the $5 was worth it, but so what me and the lady did, because they came in town this weekend, is we decided to only pick up the DVDs that were like 5 movies in one. And then I think there was like one exception I made to that. And it felt way more worth it when you got like Billy Madison, Anger Management, you know, Happy Gilmore, and Big Daddy all in one DVD. It's like, okay, now that's sick. Like, now that's worth $5 because that's 3 movies for like $1 each, basically. You know what I mean? Like, all right, like now that's sick, right? So I got a couple of those like compilations. Muck, you are an environmental issue. Hey. Ah, you have such a tranquil expression. This must be a calm and peaceful place. I approve. I believe I'll seek out a suitable home for myself here. I get all my DVDs from the thrift store, $1 each, even the collection ones. Yeah, you know, it's funny because I go to thrift stores all the time, but when I'm in thrift stores, I never buy DVDs. I'm always like, well, whatever. I don't feel like digging through them. But for some reason, we're walking around Walmart and we see this big bin of DVDs and they're like $5 each. And I look over at my girl and I'm like, let's get them. And we spend the next 30 minutes digging through this DVD bin just to bring home. We had a stack of 10 and we cut it down to 4. Yeah, all brand new. And we brought home 4. We spent $20. So like, yeah, like it's funny that you say that because we are in thrift stores all the time. We love thrifting, but we're never in the mood to like dig through the DVDs. So like, we just so happened to be in the mood. We were just like, you know what, dude? Let's get some new DVDs for my collection. Yeah, it was like, so like, yeah, in hindsight, we rarely ever even do this. We're like, nah. But for some reason, it was like, we were just like in the moment. Some random old dude walked up to us smelling like cigarettes, like, oh yeah, I love a good DVD. And we were randomly talking and hanging out with him. And it was just like an activity. It was like a sport. It was just like this weird moment where we were like, yeah, sure, we'll throw $20 at some DVDs. Sure, whatever. Like, if anyone were to hurt its pride, it would slash them in 2 with wings that can cleave through an ice flow. Wow.
I love
Scary.
thrifting when spouse and I have time for it, and also EYYY 3 months.
Yo, first off, thank you, Elliot, for 3 months. Thank you, Juliet, for 7. They said Prime for cats. Congratulations. Thank you, Dog, for 7 months as well. And I'll tell y'all have made Midnight the most comfortable cat. And can we just get a round of love? Yo, Bree Dreamer, thank you for 23 as well. Bree, good to see you here. Because this morning alone, we put some stuff onto the throne for the cat. And the chat collectively destroyed the throne. There might still be some stuff on there, but this cat's about to have all the love of hundreds of people, not just me. And you know, I didn't really think about that, but now that it's settling in, I just want to say thank you to everybody because that's so special to me. Because like I'm getting emotional because it's like, thank you, man. Like, thanks for helping me give this cat the home they deserve. They were stuck at the APL since September last year, dude. And I'm just so happy that like within the next couple days, my house is going to be filled up with a bunch of just awesome cat stuff, from the stuff I purchased, you know, myself, to like all the stuff from the throne, because it'll all be here within a couple days. It all just hit me, and it's making me well up with emotion because I'm just like, oh my gosh, like within the next couple of days, I'm about to just have a bunch of stuff. And this cat's about to be living the life, dude. This cat's about to be living the life, dude. Yo, thank you, Nugs. Your favorite villager is Tangy, correct. Do. Yeah, this cat's gonna be living the life, dude. It's gonna be insane. The queen shall be spoiled. You can also see on the throne what everyone gifted. So if you're curious and missed it, we'll go through the throne again as stuff arrives, and we'll give out more proper thanks as well. Thank you, Cozy. And you were saying that for everybody, but yeah. How do I rebuild the Poke Center? Oh, did you pick up a copy of this game, dude? The first Poke Center can be rebuilt after you get it up to level 3, I believe. Yeah, after you get the Poke Center up to level 3, you'll be able to rebuild it. And you'll have to buy a kit from the PC. So once you get to level 3, you go to the shop and you can buy a kit that says rebuild the Poke Center. And then from there you'll be able to bring Pokemon to it. Yo, what up, Caffin? Yeah, Cat. I missed your chats. I apologize. I do be missing stuff sometimes. Good morning, though, Sister Honey. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep building more habitats. Nice. We already got 2 new Pokemon today, which is sick. We're starting to get to the point to where we need to celebrate every new Pokemon. Yeah, I did see your I love black cats message, but I missed the ones after that. Can you bring her on stream? Not yet. So I apologize about that. We can't bring her on stream yet. So she's a little skittish and she's a little too new. So apologies, I missed that. Yeah, you have to give her a couple days, maybe a week or 2, and then she'll be comfortable enough to come on stream, maybe. But I will get some pictures for you all as soon as possible. And yeah, if you need any help with Pokopia, just feel free to ask. And thanks for your patience. Yeah, I'm a little overwhelmed today, but like in a good way. Yeah, she'll get comfortable. So for now, you're all just being teased. I don't even have a single picture with her yet. Or of her or anything. So we're all in this together. You're on level 4. So yeah, look into the PC and see if there's an option to purchase like a rebuilding kit or something. And then it'll appear right next to the Poke Center, and it'll be like a little wooden box with a yellow sign. It might be level 5, but I think it's level 3. I'm only missing 2 basic mons at this point. Yo, what up, Dankroot? But if you're still early in the game, Sister Honey, try just keep pursuing the main quest for now. That might help. There might be some other quest you need to do a little bit. So try like maybe going back to your request log. See if there's a little bit more you can do. You might be stuck doing something else first. Joining Twitch chat. I've also got a black cat and I've had him for about 72 hours. Unfortunately, sorry to hear that, Race Team Marino. So I took him to the vet. I hope he gets better. Maybe it's the new environment. Anybody have any tips? Thank you. Welcome to the Twitch chat officially, Marino. I saw you made the jump over from YouTube. And yeah, you know, I think, yo, what's up, Super Memphis World, by the way? What up, Memphis? And Ray Dan, welcome back. Yeah, pirating is always the option. I stopped sailing the 7 pirate seas years ago. But I do understand that it's an option. But maybe it's time I come back to pirating content. I'm gonna get myself an external hard drive and just start pirating again. All right, we're good here. So yeah, it's probably just the environment switch, dude. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, give him some time. It takes about 3 days to a week. Give them some time. I'm sure they're just adjusting to all the change, right? You named your cat Olive? Aw. Old burner PC with a VPN. I have an old burner PC. You know what, dude? My Scuffed... update on Scuffed Eats chat. My Scuffed Eats computer is going through it, dude. All of a sudden, it's like your copy of Windows isn't real. It's Chinese. And like it makes sense because it was a pre-built, so HP probably like sourced like their keys from somewhere specific. But like, so I updated to Windows 11 and then it's like, your copy of Windows is invalid. It's because it's a Chinese account. And I'm like, what? And then I clicked the revalidate button and then it worked. And then like an hour later, it went back to being unvalidated. And I'm like, what is happening? I think I need to completely wipe the whole hard drive. So just a heads up, Scuffed Eats is going through it right now. I think I have to just wipe the whole hard drive and do a refresh. I also still need to buy a new camera as well. So I owe y'all Scuffed Eats. We're going to be making something from the Stardew Valley cookbook. But I just want to give y'all a heads up. The Scuffed Eats computer is going through it right now. I need to do a reformat. And I'm going to have to buy a new camera as well. So give me some time on Scuffed, everybody. But I'm going to do my best to get Scuffed going here ASAP. But it's my PC's going through it, my old PC. So. Did you hear that a Japanese player created a calculator? Dude, no way. I love that. I think I heard about that, but I love that so much. Shield fossil body, shield fossil tail, shield fossil head. Head, tail, body. Let's go see if we have those real quick. Yeah, so just adds up. Scuffed Eats, we'll figure it out. I'm very confident we're gonna figure it out. I just wanted to give you all a heads up because I did say we would do some Scuffed Eats soon. And while I'm trying to figure out how to get everything in order, I just didn't want you all waiting. So for now, we are gonna say Scuffed Eats is gonna just chill for a minute. All right, shield fossil head. But when it'll be back, it'll be worth it. It'll be super epic once it's back. As it always is. You just got credits last night. Nice. Shield fossil head, shield fossil tail, shield fossil body is what we're missing. All right, that's fine. Let's move on to the next. Also, I did miss Cinderella rolling in this morning as well. Cinderella was sharing a story about their cat. Oh, I see. Did I miss a throne here? Let me go in and check my throne listings. All my alerts were broken earlier. It looks like I missed one earlier. Raichi picked up the ramen noodle dog and cat bed. Ramen noodle? What? I need to see this. Wait, what? Thank you so much, Raichi. Oh, dude, I missed that one. The alerts were broken earlier. Thank you again, Classy Saya, as well. Okay, those were the last two throne interactions that I believe I missed. Okay, I think those are the two I missed. Thank you so much. That's so cute, dude. What the heck, man? Here's the cat bed. It's adorable. Oh my god. All right, here, let me show y'all what it looks like. It's a little cup of noodles. I'm gonna start hyperventilating. This is my first cat, yeah. Oh, thank you, Raichi. Thank you so much, dude. You're the best, man. What the heck, dude? Thank you, Emmy Love, for the refill bags for litter. Thank you, Cozy hooked me up with one of these. Let me go ahead and pull this up on screen. So this is cool. It's like a window cat perch. Thank you so much, Cozy, for this. A cute like window cat perch. Yeah, nice wooden window cat perch. And I have plenty of windows. So that'll be super nice. And thank you for the cat treats. Quelth got both the cat treats. Zampe hooked us up with the genie. What the heck is this? Litter Genie style pail cat litter box waste disposal system. Oh my gosh, my small little apartment thanks you so much. My small little apartment, Zompay, thank you so much, because my apartment's small, dude. And it's gonna, I was wondering how I was gonna handle stinky stuff, you know? And then here is the cat tower from, this is the cat tower that was picked up this morning from Violet. Look at this massive cat tower. Now we learned this morning that my new cat is a height cat, because when I let the cat out in the closet for the first time I was here, the first thing it looked for was height. The first thing it looked around it was a way to get up away from me. So my cat is going to really appreciate having some height in the house. Yeah, so that's going to be nice, I think. That's going to be super, super nice. So I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, chat room. Thank you very much. And Anonymous gifted a whole slew of cat toys. So Anonymous hooked me up with interactive cat toys that are feathers and other things and fishing rods. Thank you, Anon. That didn't come in. Thank you, Anonymous. Cozy also got me some catnip cat toys. And I love this because one of them is a freaking... One of them is an eggplant. And one of them is a freaking eggplant. I can't pull the picture up. Hold on. Look at it. They're all vegetables. They're all vegetables. Oh, thank you, Kels. Look at this, dude. The eggplant, it says fresh, the farmer's combo. It's so good. It's so good. I got her a little banana, but she's gonna appreciate some vegetables in her life for sure. She has a little banana catnip right now. So yeah, I just wanted to take the time to go through the stuff that was picked up, because I realized that with the alerts down earlier, we missed some stuff. So I'm so happy we did this, because Kels, now I can properly thank you, Kels, for the support as well. So I really appreciate that. If I don't think I missed anybody here. Thank you again, Classy Saya, for contributing over to my Mixaid. And there is a leaderboard, and I just want to shout the leaderboard out. Is that okay? You know, I don't think it's too weird to kind of shout out the big supporters in our community. All right, so the leaderboard here, Sister Honey has supported me a ton with the throne, with over $260 of support in throne items and helping us ever since we opened the throne back last April. Scullin is in second place with over $120 basically of support, and Trips 14 is in third. The money value and stuff doesn't matter. I didn't want to make this weird, and I'm sure that they don't really care to like be called out, but I do think it's important to say just thank you, my all-time supporters over on the throne. I think you can see the list yourself if you guys like want to. You could see like the whole list of supporters, I think, if you go to the throne page. Either way, I just wanted to say thank you, everyone. And I wanted to shout those three out for all your support over at the throne. You know, I wasn't too sure about doing throne stuff originally, and I wasn't really interested in like that type of engagement. You guys support me enough just by tuning in. You guys support me enough via your subscriptions if you can afford to do that. You support me enough by just hitting that subscription over on YouTube, which is following, which is free. But I opened up the throne last April during my move as a way to, you know, help kind of deal with the pressures of moving. And it was the first time I was moving in a long time, and I was moving out on my own for the first time, and it was just a very jarring experience, and it was very expensive. And we opened up the throne, and the chat really did kind of help me deal with being able to kind of build my own life for the first time in like a really long time. Like to be able to put things on my walls and to fill my kitchen with equipment for scuffed eats and just for my everyday life. And I have cabinets, you know, I have like dressers and things and just all sorts of really cool stuff. And I understand that some people's language of love is gifting. So in the end, in hindsight, opening up the throne was an awesome idea. And it ended up being one of the cooler experiences. And I think for all of you as well as me. But as always, I would just like to remind you that please consider the free ways of supporting first. Please don't ever feel obligated to support monetarily. Some of you need to be focusing on yourself. If that $5 could be put aside for your future cat, for your future journey, please just put that $5 aside and take care of you. Always take care of you first. Like, I'm going to be all right. I'm going to figure it out. And it's really important to me that you're reminded of that, because I know some of you might feel bad. You might be saying, oh, I wish I could support. Don't worry, dude. Some of you might be feeling, you know, oh man, I just can't afford to support this guy, but I love his show and I want to. Please don't worry about that. Like, dude, no, it doesn't matter. Like, just enjoy the show. If you can support, obviously, thank you. But there's so many free ways to support the content. Like, let's just start there, all right? So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you very much. They make litter pans. You can put in the toilet and train your cat to go to the toilet. I've seen those. I've seen that stuff before. That stuff blows my mind. It's crazy. It's absolutely bonkers. I did turn into Magnemite. All right. Now let's go to the habitat next. And let's start going through the habitats that I know that I can't build yet. Let's go see. We don't have the auspicious night stuff. We'll get that eventually. We do, however, have the strings to make, I believe, the guitar. So let's go ahead and see what's up with these strings. And if they gave us a recipe, which I think they did. All right, let me catch up on the chat. I missed some stuff while yapping. Yo, yes, Slippy Slope. I did bring a cat home yesterday at around 3 p.m. Soy litter or corn litter is the best because it's compostable, and you can just throw it either in an organic bin or directly in the toilet and flush it. I am thinking about transferring over from regular litter. I wanted to use like the pine stuff or something else. But for now, I'm just giving them the stuff that like they're used to, so that we can have a smooth transfer. And then eventually my goal is to start maybe moving them to something more fitting for me or for the environment or whatever. So I didn't pick any pine litter up yet, but I will. Or soy or whatever. Yeah, I appreciate the suggestion because I didn't realize there was soy or corn as well. Sansa would be proud. Oh my gosh, this chat. Also, what's up, Salky, by the way? Good to see you here today. I read your comment about a stock of banana pancakes. I want some banana pancakes, dude. Yeah, thank you, Slippy Slope. I appreciate you, buddy. All right, here we go. We can make both guitars, but we only have one set of strange strings. So we just have to find another set of strange strings, that's all. Which is probably possible. Sorry, I spammed chat. Nah, you didn't spam nothing, dude. We're chilling, dude. No worries. All right, well, we have a stage already set, and we can move a Pokemon away from it. Oh. Hey, I love Ellie Kid. Why do I feel so weak? Guess I'll try some exercise. Hey, oh, you there. You want to work out together? It's so easy. Swing your arms around and go... I'm not really sure what we're doing, but I could tell you were going all out. Keep up that energy, bro. Can you take a picture of the strings? Maybe. I thought about that. Yeah, maybe. It rotates its arms to generate electricity, but it tires so easily, it only charges up a little bit. All right, we need to take this stage from Electivire. So Electivire, come with me if you want to live. Where you at, big boy? Oh, something smells mighty good. All right, here you go. Some tall grass for you. Congrats, dude. I know you wanted one for a while. Yeah, I have. I have very much wanted to commit to the... Oh no, they're gonna be upset once I yoke this stuff up. Nope, never mind, they're distracted. Perfect timing. Robbed them blind. Oh, you know what? We didn't need those lights anyways. We need 2 speakers and a microphone. 2 speakers and a microphone. We just need 2 speakers and a microphone. I heard that too. Best financial decision I've ever... You just bought 5 kg of popcorn? Nice. You gonna share, dude? I want some. Is it already popped, or do you have to pop it? Is it pre-popped popcorn? Or do you have to pop it yourself? Is it Reddingbacher's? Is it Orville? Oh, I already had 2 speakers. Weak. Come on, give us some information, dude. The heck? The manosphere, and is so absolutely refreshing to see a man kind and wholesome like you on the internet. Oh, thank you, dude. I don't know anything about the manosphere, but I can tell you that my audience here and the people that choose to call my stream home are very much not caught up in the normal nonsense that is the internet. That's for dang sure. Do 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 do. Nice. The only manosphere I see is that big beautiful head on no hat days. True. I do have a big beautiful head. That's your saving grace, not gonna lie. True. My shiny bald head. Or just the community around here. All right, habitat decks. Magma fishing spot, we're good. Hot spring fishing spot, we're good. Marsh fishing spot we have set up, we're good. Ooh, let's make this. We need the cardboard cutout and 2 lights. I'm sure we can buy that cardboard cutout. Popcorn was temporarily banned from movie theaters in 1949 for being too loud and crunchy. I believe that. One time I sat next to a kid who kept messing with his nachos, his plastic nachos tray during the whole movie. And I was just like, why is this allowed in a movie theater? I kept thinking to myself, like, who thought that a plastic loud nacho tray was a good decision for a movie theater? Like, what? Like, this should have been thought about. Like, this should have been considered. What else do I need? I needed the lights. All I had to do was one more request. Yeah, there you go. Nice, nice. So, Sister Honey, that advice I gave you earlier is for the rest of the Poke Centers. From here on out, I believe the next Poke Center, once you get to level 3, you'll buy a thing from the shop and you'll be able to upgrade it. All right. Nice. I'm almost out of coins, so thank sweet baby Jesus for having just enough. Hey, we got him! Oh, what are you staring at? You looking for a shock to your system, bud? Twang! Huh. That dazed look on your face, my sound totally blew your mind, didn't it? Ha ha! You got good taste, bud? You know what? Feel free to come chat with me anytime. I'll hit you with my killer sounds whenever you like. See, I didn't know this Pokemon was such a rocker. As it scatters toxic sweat and emits electricity, a melody that sounds like it came from a guitar reverberates through the surrounding area. Hey, what's up, Purrs? I did get a cat. Do 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 do. Wait, what did I miss? I'm missing something. High up location. Oh. Okay. Sure. Yeah, testonomics. Yeah, I didn't realize. So we'll put that bad boy right here. Do do do. Let's see if this works. Oh, it's still not high up enough. Interesting. So it needs to be a little bit higher. It needs to be like as high as that mountain over there. All right, let's do this. You ready? Put this down here. Put this down here. Going up. All right, it needs to still be in range of the electricity though. No, I think we're a little too high up. Ah! All right. Just a little out of range. Do I just want to bring a power pole up here with me? Sure, let's just do that. It'll make my life so much easier. Do 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 beep bo bo. Yo, what up, Femboy Deluxe? Welcome to the broadcast today. Colorless Blue, good morning as well. Hope you're doing well today, Flip Toast. Popcorn is too loud for the movie theater. True. Get these popcorn eaters out of here, dude. Something in the way of the electrical wires. I was hoping it would connect. I was hoping it would connect to the other one, but it's a little too far. So here, let me put This, like, right here. Perfect. Put this, like, right here. Perfect. Let me punch this. I saw a really funny Reddit comment where somebody's spouse hid all their Pokemon in an underground bunker that was hidden behind a fake mountain range, and the player didn't find it until they flew over it. Got him. No, stop it. I haven't played the game in a couple days and it shows. I'm gonna put the Slowpoke family on a deserted island. Why would you do that to them? Hylian out here building Tinkatunk towers. Dun, dun, dun. Cat cam when? Potentially, eventually. Once they're comfortable and ready to maybe show themselves. I'll give them the option. So if you see the wind blowing, you're high enough. Is that the strategy? Let's just see if this is high enough. Do, 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 do. No, not like that, chat. Okay, so yeah, we didn't see wind yet, so we're not quite high enough. Let's keep going. This is cool. This is something I'm learning. You don't know if the wind blows in the rain. Oh, so that might not work. Okay. Let's keep going though. Maybe it will. Oh, there it is. I was one block below. And you want to know how I kind of knew? Because look over there. You see those patches of grass on that mountain? You see that? Those patches of grasses are all called elevated tall grass. These are all called elevated tall grass. Elevated tall grass requires to be at an elevated state, and I figured it was the exact same as the elevated tall grass. And it is. It's basically the exact same requirement. Basically. Which is sick. Got it. Picturesque photo cutout board. $4.50 euro for Pokemon Champions Battle Pass. I'm not too happy that they're going with the Battle Pass stuff, but what can you do? Free to play game. As long as it's all cosmetic stuff and it's not pay to win, I guess that I can't really argue too much, can I? I mean, sure I can, but that's really the only thing that I don't like is when it's pay to win stuff, but you know, knowing Pokemon Unite, it could be. All right, we're just waiting for that. All right, we need to make this. A laptop, an office desk, an office chair, and a mug. We got one mug right here. Yo, what up, Tay and Disney? I'm simultaneously nervous and excited when I hear movement in the other room. Because I'm like, Yo, nice. Like, you know, maybe they're adventuring. Like, like, I'm hearing them adventure a little bit. But then I also get nervous because I'm like, okay, now my life has begun where I'm always worried that something's going to crash and burn in my home. Are we losing a TV today? Let's find out. Are we about to lose a TV today? Let's find out. No unattended candles, yeah. Are we gonna lose a TV today? Let's find out. Like that's like, you know, that's part of the journey. They're playing with something in there, which is cool. They're playing. That makes me really happy. They're doing some playing. Cat proof your place. My place is, I did a lot of cat proofing yesterday morning. So like we're kind of there, but I still have some more to do. Because, you know, I have never owned a cat before, so you can only prepare so much from stories. I'm gonna have to experience stuff myself, so. But I spent the whole first like 3 hours of the day yesterday with the internet out, just walking around cat proofing the house. Putting stuff away, organizing things, clearing out the closet. Because I was using this front closet for the cat litter box. Oh, I have another set of the strings right here. Oh, nice. Here's the thing. Do they spawn the same Pokemon? They don't. Interesting. But it's the same exact setup. So why don't we take the second set of strings, make the second guitar, and replace it real quick right now? We can get the second Pokemon. So the green check mark will tell you if you crafted it before, just like Animal Crossing. So if you're a completionist, you could try to craft one of everything. So I'm going to go ahead and craft this second one. Two types of toxicity. Oh, I don't even know. Is there two types of toxicity? I'm going to be real. I don't know much about toxicity at all. Is there two different types of toxicity? Is that what's happening here? Yeah, I'm actually not, I'm not hip at all. Oh, so that's what this is then. That's 100% what's happening right now. How can you say that word so fast? Toxicity, 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 toxicity. I'm not having a stroke, I promise. Dying. I'm scared. Yeah, toxicity, Twitch Prime subscription. Twitch Prime subscription doesn't renew itself and is only available once a month with an Amazon Prime account. If you attach it to your Twitch account by going to your connections tab on twitch.tv/connections, I think. Those primes do not renew themselves. City. All right, nice. We got that taken care of. Under furniture, got a flat ruler to sweep under the fridge, and then the cats sit near me and be like, "You got it? You done?" Possessed by an ad. Just gotta clip that, and you got your Prime ad. Bum, 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 bum. How you doing today, Belser? I hope y'all are feeling good today. I missed y'all this weekend. I took an impromptu 3 days off. So every month and a half, month to month and a half, my plan is to take 3 days off. This is going to be good for my health and for my productivity. As a creator, I need those 3 days off to feel real freedom, or I start to feel stifled and I start to feel stuck, even if my life is great. It doesn't matter, because the feeling is a feeling that is happening because my brain requires breaks from routine to not feel smothered and stuck. So I've been planning on, I'm going to be taking off a regular 3 days every month, month and a half. And my internet was out yesterday morning. So I decided to just turn it into 3 days off, right? I was only here for 5 hours on Friday. I wasn't here Saturday. I was only here for 2 hours on Sunday. I figured basically this is 3 days in a row. And this is my 3 days for the next month and a half or so. So I'm back, and thank you for your patience, everybody. The internet outage was not a part of the program, but it ended up happening. And I decided to make it a productive day, and I came home with a cat. So I'm not mad at all. Happy to be back. We will be locking in this week, as you have grown to expect from my channel, and we're going to have a good time. So, yeah, it was not on my bingo list, correct. Well, because I don't really have those types of issues in my new home. So I moved last year, and now I'm on fiber optics, and fiber optics don't really ever go down. So I can tell you that my internet's only going down 3 times since I've moved here last April. 2 of which were only a couple hours. 1 of which was like a weird day or something. So yeah, like we're good. I can't complain if I wanted to, you know? Stuff happens. How'd you get your Ditto purple? So when you're decorating your character, you can choose your skin color, and I just chose the Ditto skin color. It was just available by default. So yeah, if you go to the mirror, there's just the option to choose the Ditto default. Yeah. What's up, Rhinoceros? Good to see you, by the way. Your cat's name is Midnight! !cat for more info. And yo, Calico, have a great day. Thanks for locking in here, by the way. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for saying hello. It's always good to see you, Calico. Good afternoon. Enjoy your lurk today. Yeah. So yeah, the cat's name is Midnight, but that was the given name from the APL. I don't think we know what's going on with the cat. I'm gonna be real with y'all. This cat is very mysterious. So they don't know. They didn't really know what happened. Maybe somebody there does, but basically the cat got dropped off by the owner/guardian. That's just a way for them. That's just like a literal way for them to categorize the cat. So it's not a wild. It came from a home. And one of the volunteers said that they think that the owner passed away. And then somebody brought the cat to the APL. Who knows who? Potentially somebody who didn't ever even know the cat. Maybe like a police officer. Like the paramedics, right? You know what I mean? Like, who knows? So unfortunately, this cat's history is very blurred. All we know is the age, probably because of teeth records. We know that, like, and we know that they lived in a home in the past. So, like, unfortunately, we don't know a lot about this cat's history. All I know is that they've likely lived in a home for like 5 or 6 years. They got dropped off last September to the pound, to the APL. And now they've just been struggling to find a home, and I'm their new home. They were stuck there for far too long. It made me tear up. I couldn't stand it. That's far too long for a cat to be stuck in a box, dude. You know, basically, man. And I know the APL is doing their best, but it was a box, dude. They lived in a hole, basically, and it's like, dude, come on. So we brought them home. So yeah, we're not sure. I don't really know any other details. Like, that's all we really know about the cat. So I have my own headcanon. And because one of the people that worked there said it to me, but the headcanon is that they're pretty sure the owner passed away, which is pretty tragic for the cat itself, for everyone involved, you know, losing that energy in their life. But at least it wasn't like abuse. It wasn't like abandonment in that sense. It might have just been a natural part of the way of things, you know? And then they just unfortunately got left at the APL and just nobody was picking them up, right? So that's like the journey. That's the story of the cat. So that's the cool thing about Fiber. It can be configured to take multiple paths. It's kind of like legacy connections are the one-way backwoods country road. Fiber can be your big metropolitan interstates freeway system. Right, yeah. So Fiber has made my internet issues non-existent, which is beautiful. It does have black fur. It's a void cat. I had a cat when I was like really young named Blue. I was maybe like 4 or 5 when we got rid of it. And then the only other cat that I had in my life was named Goku, and it was a kitten, and it only lasted for like 3 days. So I haven't had any other cats in my life otherwise. And if I did, like friends and family, but I never got like close. Like, so technically the last time I had a pet in my life that I was around every day, I was like 3 years old. I was like 5 years old. So this is like my first pet basically of being an adult, like a grown human. How do you help a grieving cat though? I don't think you do, right? I think you just give them the home. Right, and that's the whole journey. That's the journey that I took on, you know? That's the journey that I believe is going on. You know, like, yeah, all I do is I give it a home and I give it unconditional love. Period. That's it. Like, pause. There is no other done. Like, that's how you take care of a grieving. You just give it a home, you give it love, and done. Pause. Period. And you just live your life and you hope that it comes around and it learns to love again and it can build another connection with another human or not. Either way, it's now got a home and it's going to be happy as it could be in a new home, you know? And that's all. That's the only thing I can do. Give them peace of mind, give them a safe space, give them a home. And then, you know, just hope that their heart can mend if that is something that they're going through, which again, this is just a headcanon, but one volunteer did come up to me and say, yeah, we're not sure, but we think that the owner might have passed away, which is how it ended up here in the first place. And I was like, oh, so it all kind of started making sense. So I want to say thank you for the gifted sub from Cozy over to King Ronnie. Welcome to the show, King Ronnie. They said, new follower here. I've been watching since Pokopia release, and I just wanted to take my hat off to you. A streamer with sound advice and a head firmly on your shoulders. It's a pleasure listening to you speak whilst I mine for Pokemetal. Keep up the good work. Oh, thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. What a kind word, man. Holy heck, dude. Y'all are going to make me cry today. Pluck, pluck. Excellent. Sounding rather good today. Oh. Who are you exactly? If you're here to fight, I'd rather we just get it over with. I still have a lot to do today. Oh, not even a blink, eh? Yeah, you don't scare easily, I think. I like you. I look forward to getting to know you, dude. So he's the bass guitarist. I love this so much. I didn't know there was a bass guitarist, dude. As it gulps down stagnant water, it generates electricity in its body. A sound like a rhythm played by a bass guitar reverberates around. PBLX, dude, yeah. Yeah, good question, by the way, Belser. Because that is a question that I had to ask myself. You know, like, how can I approach this? What do I do? And I had a pretty solid answer in my heart, so I think I know what's going on. Yeah, right. It's nice that you took an older cat. A lot want kittens. Yeah, dude, it was really busy. It was really busy when I was there, and everybody wanted kittens and they didn't have any. And like 2 or 3 families came in while I'm sitting there just trying to spend some time in front of the cage of midnight. and I'm just trying to feed it and trying to get it comfortable. It didn't want anything to do with me. And I just kind of was just standing there talking a little bit, just like seeing what it's about. And like 2 or 3 families came in, people, kids running around, and all of them were like, so do you have any kittens? And they're like, no, we don't have any kittens right now. We don't have anybody under 5 months. And like the youngest they had was like a year old. And they all left. Only the dude and his girl, this older guy and an older lady, they took a Clementine, the year-old, basically kitten, right? Like just out of a kittenhood, the year-old teenager, basically. They took Clementine, and yeah. So like you always hear that stuff, but it's true. Yeah, like most people were there for younger cats. They didn't want a grown cat. And I even heard the people talking about it. And I'm not judging people, by the way. I don't care what people think. But I was listening to the people talk, and they were 100% like anti older cat. They're like, these are all just a bunch of grown ass cats. What do we want these for? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe to give them a, like, I don't know, like I'm not trying to judge, you know, but I'm just like, like, I don't know, maybe to give them a home, like, what? I don't know, dude. Like they were just like so very vocal. They were like very vocal about like, we don't want some grown cats. And I'm just like, fair, like, right? Like, I would never tell anybody to not go on the kitten journey, because I even had somebody reach out to me before I got my cat who recommended the kitten journey. A good friend of the community. And they were like, listen, dude, they didn't know like what I wanted to do yet. And they were like, I'm going to give you some advice. I think you should go the kitten route so you can truly bond with a cat from the beginning. It's going to be a really special thing, and this is really the route you want to go. And, you know, they were giving me just solid advice, and you know, but I already had a plan in mind. I already knew what I wanted to do. And I've planned for 20 years to get an older cat in my life and give it a good home. So that just wasn't my journey, but you better believe, like, there's a lot of value in being able to start with a cat early in life. It's a really special thing, the same way that people do it with dogs. Like, I'm not going to say that you're doing anything wrong, right? Like, that's not fair to be like, that person's a bad person. That's weird. That has nothing to do with you. Like, some people want to go on that journey, some people don't. You know, but I did find it a little distasteful that their mindset was so weird about it, you know? Like, why would you want a grown cat? It's like, well, because not everybody wants to do the kitten thing. You know what I mean? Like, I did find their attitude to be weird. But again, like, nobody's trying to judge. Like, it's totally respectable if you want to go on a new kitten journey. It's totally respectable if you want to buy a certain breed of a cat. Like, do your thing. There's nothing wrong with that, you know? And I think if I ever go and get a dog, I want to get a puppy. Maybe not a brand new puppy, but I think that if I ever take the dog journey, I do want to get a puppy. I do want to get a dog that I can bond with from very early in life. You know what I mean? Like, that is something I want to personally do with a dog. And I would like to personally do that with a cat one day as well. With a proper kitten. And maybe one day I will, but right now that wasn't my own journey. Like, my personal journey was the one that I decided on, you know. But maybe in the future I'll try that out. It could be cool. Yeah. I got a kitten, but that's because it was a kitten season and the shelter needed help. Yeah, they just said kitten season was coming. They just said kitten season was hitting the shelter very soon, right? Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing, you know. The reason I'm so adamant about making sure that this conversation is clean is because I wouldn't want any of you to feel guilty or bad for going about your journey for getting a cat or a dog. Please don't feel bad. That's not what this is about, you know. You should never feel bad for living your life and doing the thing that felt right to you. There is something so special about bonding with a young cat. So, like, yeah, let's not turn this into, like, you know, grabbing your pitchforks and, yeah, those people suck. Like, no, that's not at all what we're trying to say. We're just saying that, like, if you are somebody who doesn't mind consider a middle-aged cat because they're the ones that are overlooked the most. Older cats people like, younger cats people like, but middle-aged are overlooked. So like if you have the option, if you're okay with it, consider it. But there's nothing wrong with getting a kitten. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with getting a puppy, you know? Tips on how to catify a house. So I think, and if you want to catify a house, you want to make sure that you don't have too many exposed wires or cords. And if you do, you want to know it, like, you know, where they're going and what they're plugged into. Try to tame your cords. That's a big step for me. I gotta start taming my cords better. Another thing is you don't want to have too much loose stuff. The thing about living with a cat is that you need to start being more organized. And you can't have a bunch of loose stuff everywhere. You can't have a bunch of tables full of a bunch of papers and trinkets, because that kind of stuff is just bound to get batted around by a cat. So you want to catify a house, first step is to start treating your tables, your counters, and your ledges and your shelves that can be reached by the cat as if they are going to be bothered by the cat. You just have to assume that they're all going to be bothered. So don't put anything of value just sitting on a table. Don't expect all that stuff to be messed with, right? So you have to start organizing yourself a little bit better. That's what I'm doing right now, right? Right. Other than that, you could start moving your pots, your potted plants around, maybe hang them, try to get them out of reach. You can never fully catify a house, from my understanding. You can never fully catify a house, because cats just rule the world. But you really need to start thinking like clean, you know? I think that if you really want to be kind to yourself and not give yourself too much work in the long run, I think you do have to kind of clean your space up a little bit when you're getting a cat. You know, we say this, right? And there's plenty of people out there that probably have cesspools for houses and 8 cats running around. But like, I'm just answering your question. Like, yeah, catifying the house is like, just try to organize things a little bit better. Try to make sure there's not too many like holes for them to like hide in that you don't want them in, right? Like, you know, if you have a mattress that has a hole in the box spring, you might want to staple it up, or you might want to close it up, right? Because like your cat is going to get into places it shouldn't be in. It's going to climb into your couch, and then you're going to go to sit down and you could have a situation. It's going to climb into your box spring. It's going to climb into things it shouldn't be in. These are the types of things you want to think about when you're catifying a home. You want to try to limit the amount of places the cat can get into real trouble and hurt itself. Otherwise, just let it live its life, right? Just clean up some tables, organize yourself a little bit. But like really what you're trying to do with a cat is you're trying to avoid giving it places to hurt itself. Because cats will unfortunately hurt itself. It will unfortunately try to climb into an oven and sit there, and then you turn it on, you don't know what's in there, and like they will do crazy stuff. So as long as you can limit the amount of crazy stuff they can get into, then you're fine, you know? And you're doing your best. There's only so much you can do. I could tell you one, vacuuming regularly so that your pet's not eating random stuff off the floor is a big one. Because cats, just like dogs, will just eat random stuff off the floor. And they're gnawing on some plastic and then they get sick and they're throwing up. So you do want to keep things clean. You do want to vacuum regularly, right? Like this is the kind of stuff that you have to start wrapping your head around as a pet owner. And I'm only saying this all fresh off the press. I'm a new pet owner. So this is all the stuff that I'm doing right now. I'm like, all right, I need to start vacuuming minimum once every couple days. I need to make sure that I'm not leaving any kind of random junk, food, hairs, you know, yarn, like the kind of stuff that a cat might just be like, oh, I'm going to eat that and then have to throw up later. Well, that sucks. And you're trying to minimize the amount of that, but you're not going to be able to stop it all. You know, like that, you're not going to be able to stop it all. They're going to get into stuff. It's about coexisting. It's not about just completely controlling. You just have to learn how to coexist, right? You know, an old lady said it to me best yesterday. She was like, Well, enjoy your new roommate. And I paused and it hit me like a ton of bricks. My new roommate. Like, I am now living with another creature. And I need to respect that I have a new roommate in my life. And they're going to mess with things. They're going to push stuff around. They're going to create their own space within the home. And I'm going to have to respect that and work around them and treat them as if I had a human roommate. It is a new roommate. Like, and I didn't really think about that until like this lady said it to me. And I was like, yeah, like this is a new roommate. Like I just signed up for a creature in my home. You know, like, yeah, like that's what you're really. So I think once you think that way, to my fellow new cat owner, Marino, then you'll start to wrap your head around what you need to do to catify your home. Think roommate. You know, what would you do if you had a new roommate? You would clean the house up. You would do the dishes more often. These are all things you want to do with a cat. Like, leave some dirty dishes. You're going to wake up and find your cat in the sink swimming in old, dirty food. You don't really want that. Like, that's gross. That's not good, right? Like, so like you do have to think like roommate terms. Like that is kind of your new life, right? Roommate that thinks it owns everything and is plotting to kill you. Yeah. Yeah, so hopefully that helps, dude. Again, it's all new to me as well. So the chat's giving a lot of really good advice. So thank you, chat. All right, we're good here. All right, I'm going to stand up and stretch and use the restroom, and then we're going to continue this discussion. But I do want to catch up on a couple messages first, because I know that y'all are excited and I'm missing stuff. So let me just scroll up like it's a Monday real quick. You have to consider plants, decorations, spaces, plastic, bits. You have to be aware that not all cat toys are safe, especially when they're not being supervised. That makes sense, right? Maybe something with a string on it should be meant for human play with the cat. Maybe don't leave something with a string on it. Maybe they could choke themselves, right? Like that's the kind of stuff Overlord's talking about. I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying, like, some toys are meant to be, you know, just leave them in the room with them. Some toys you might want to monitor, you might want to play with, not just let them play themselves, right? Yo, what's up, Miss Murder Mittens, by the way? Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do, exactly, Miss Murder. My 7-year-old cat knocks off my Switch off the table when she wants feeding. It always depends on the cat as well, right? Like, I don't really know the personality of my cat yet. We're going to find out over the next couple weeks. They say it's the 3-3-3 rule. So 3 days for them to acclimate to to get rid of the shock. Then 3 weeks to really learn the personality and to start to bond. And then 3 months to go through the full bonding process and, you know, the start of it, and to like really have a new member of your family. So 3 days for me, it's going to be about a week. And then a couple weeks of actually getting to know, okay, what kind of cat is this? What kind of personality is this? And then it'll be 3 months for them to really just like be fully comfortable. Like they're just living here, you know? Eats paper and cardboard. There's a lot to it. I'm just catching up. I thought my cat was gone for good. She crawled into the drawer under my bed and then got into the middle of the bed spring. Yeah, right. That's the kind of stuff that, and you know, that's kind of dangerous for a cat because they could get stuck. You know, you know, a big one for me growing up with because there was a dog in my life, was my dad was a big guy, like tall and big. So I always remembered him always trying to make sure that he was watching where he was walking and always making sure he was watching where he was sitting. Because you never know when the cat's just in the literal couch, stuck, and you go plop on the couch, like, right? So like you have to kind of shift your mindset once you bring a pet home and be like, okay, well, in all reality now it's like I need to be a little bit more careful where I walk. I need to be a little bit more careful where I sit. You know, if I get up out of a rolly computer chair, let me look before I get up, before I start rolling. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of, you have to start thinking in that way. Everyone has their own journey. I would love to get an older cat, but I need to get kittens so that my significant other's allergies can grow into the cat. That makes sense, right? Yeah, everybody's journey's different, correct. So yeah, please don't feel bad. Please, K00. Yeah, don't feel bad for getting a kitten, or that wasn't what the conversation was about. More so just why I chose an older cat and how I have unfortunately seen the attitude people do have towards like older cats. Like, and I didn't realize it was like that, you know, until I saw it for myself. And I was like, oh, I see. Like, people really do kind of look down on older cats. Like, but I mean, it's the same for dogs. You know, let's not pretend like people don't prefer to bring home a dog that's newer so that they can grow versus a dog that's, you know, older and already seasoned, right? People are the same way with dogs. It's the same exact way. Yeah, I'm an over empathetic person. So if you're new here, every once in a while, you'll catch me in a moment where I'll yap about something in a way to ensure that nobody, you know, you could say quote unquote feelings are hurt. But the reason I do this is because I care about all of y'all. And sometimes a conversation topic can make somebody feel bad indirectly. And we're here to make your day better than when you found it, not here to make you feel bad for making a decision about a cat. We're not here to make you feel bad for playing certain video games. You know, sometimes you go on the internet and all of a sudden you feel like garbage because you bought Hogwarts Legacy. And while, like, sure, maybe there's a conversation to be had about voting with your wallet and supporting things in your life with your money, it matters. You know, we're not here to make you feel bad about your choice in cats and video games. That's not our job. That's not what we're here to do. You know, so if you ever catch me kind of explaining a little bit extra about something, usually it's out of love for my community and just making sure that y'all aren't, you know, walking away from the conversation like, oh man, I'm a terrible person. And it's like, whoa, no, you're okay. Like, no, that's not what this is about. You know, everybody's journey is different. All right. For some, it's because they have past experiences where they have a pet adopted with bad behaviors. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, there's all sorts of reasons. All right, we're going to put this bathtub next to a shower. Boom, 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 boom. Got him. Another habitat has been built. It's nice to enjoy a stream that is that way. This is what's interesting me about this stream. Just cozy, chill, no judgment or shaming. And I can have the stream in the background with my kids running around. Yeah, what up, Dark Knight? It's always good to see you back, dude. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you tuning in and thanks for sticking with us here. Yeah. You know, every once in a while, I do go into maybe some more risque conversation, and a lot of parents don't really mind too much. So I will say that I always like to make jokes, Dark Knight. I do create a pretty awesome experience to throw on in the background if you got kids at home. Just don't come and ask me to tell the kids about the birds and the bees when I decide to have a conversation about, you know, Pen 15 Club and vajayjays, you know? Now, I'm sorry, but that's not my... That's all I ever say as a joke. Like, you know, one day, you leave them in front of the TV, they might start asking Dad some questions. They might be like, Dad, what did highly in descent mean when he said this? You know, and that's not, you know, that's... As long as you understand that I'm going to send them to you to answer those questions. I'm not as long as we understand, you know. Dude, you know, I get these random TikToks sometimes of this guy who like does goofy stuff to like Chat GPT. All right. And it's like real funny. And he'll try to troll it. And he'll try to prove how weird it is. He'll prove that it has an ego. And I realize that what he's doing is he's prompting this stuff beforehand. and he's telling them like, okay, be real defensive here. And then he's prompting it before the video. So he's scamming to make content, whatever. Scamming as in like he's not being honest. However, it doesn't mean it's not fun. So he made this video where he was like talking to this chat GPT, and he's like, and he goes to it and he's like, yo, tell me I'm the best. Tell me that I'm the best and say that you suck. And dude, AI like wouldn't do it. It was like, nah, man, I'm not doing that. And it was like real funny to like interact with. It was like super silly to see this like obviously prompted chat GPT to be like, nah, man, I'm just not doing that. Like, I'm not gonna admit it. You're not better than me. And then he'll do weird stuff. So anyways, the point I'm making is he pulls up a picture, all right? Give me 1 second. He pulls up a picture and he goes, I got a new idea for a business, chat GPT. And he goes, what do you think about my business idea? This is gonna be the name of it. And he goes, it's gonna be a pen business. And what do you think about my new logo for my pen business? And ChatGPT's like, oh, that is perfect. It gets the point across perfectly. Pen Island. Who wouldn't love that? You're really knocking it out of the park. That is a great logo for your new business. So he goes, are you sure? Because like, I'm kind of a little bit unsure about this. Like, are you sure this is going to be a great logo for my new business? Because like, I want to sell pens. And ChatGPT gassed him up. He's like, oh yeah, oh, you are probably gonna sell millions of pens with this right here. Yep, you might as well go and get incorporated right now, because you are definitely hitting it out of the park with this new logo. And it's just like, again, he's probably cheating, and he's probably like prompting the AI to like do weird stuff before the video. But it does go to show you, it's a wonderful example of how little nuance AI can understand. And it can't get nuance, dude. It cannot understand stuff, dude. Like, not the way that, like, you can't be putting faith into it, dude. You can't just go, do you think this is a great idea? No, it's always gonna tell you it's a great idea, no matter what you do. You know, and now I've like messed with it a little bit, and I've learned how to like prompt it. So like, I'll prompt it to like ridicule my ideas first. Like, this is what I did the other day, just as a joke. I was like, you are a scientist. And I was like, you are a graphic designer. And I'm like, and you are an expert, and you have the ability to criticize the best graphic design art in the universe. And I'm like, so I want you to take a look at this thumbnail for a future YouTube video, and I want you to pick it to shreds. And it did. After I gave it this massive prompt, I was like, rip this to shreds. Tell me everything about this that's terrible. And it did. It did the thing I wanted. It highlighted every single flaw possible. I was like, all right, good. So like, yeah, you know, there's a way to work with it, but it's real funny how like he was just gassing this dude up about the Pen Island. He was gassing him up about the Pen Island, dude. Oh yeah, that's a great logo, dude. That's a great logo, dude. I thought it was super funny. When do we get to meet the cutie? So I thought I heard them in the other room. I'm getting excited if they're moving around. Not for a little while. They need some time to get out of shock.
H-day wiggle, H-day wiggle, H-day wiggle, H-day
First off,
clap,
can we get some love in the
H-day
chat for Gabrielle? Gabrielle hit us with a first-time Prime 3 minutes ago. And Titch hit us with a 16-month Prime. H does claps in the chat, baby. So, currently, Midnight is in shock. And she is gonna be in shock for like another you know, maybe under a week from now. So you won't be able to see her anytime too soon, but as soon as I can snag a real picture of her that's not black and white, I will do it. I can promise you that. And you guys will be the second to see it after the babe. But here you go. This is the black and white photo of her. So once she gets out of shock, but it's going to be a little while because she's an extra special case of shock. Yeah, she's very, very like she all but hissed at me for even trying to pet her ever. Like I spent 30 minutes at the kennel with her. She's in her cage. I was feeding her treats. And anytime my hand went anywhere even near her, it was full body regress. like right on the, like if I would have went any closer, she would have full blown out hissed. So it's a very delicate situation. It's going to be a little bit until she's comfortable. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit. But once we get her comfortable, we'll be good. We'll be good. But she was like full, like she gave me a reaction that would make most people go, ooh, maybe I don't want this cat. Right? Because like not everyone is understanding of like how that works. So I imagine like her reaction was like maybe worrisome for some people. Maybe like new cat owners that don't normally know how to interact with cats. I imagine some people would have been like, oh, yikes, like this cat doesn't want anything to do with me. And it's like, yeah, true, it probably doesn't because it's been sitting in a cell since September 2025. Yeah, it doesn't want anything to do with anybody. It wants to not be sitting in a cell, dude. Like it sucks. Yeah, like, yeah, it doesn't want anything to do with anybody. You know what I mean? Like it just needs some time, man. What made you want her in particular? So there's like a story that goes with this. So when I was really young, I'm talking like 20. So my formidable years, I developed a dream. I had a dream. And that dream was to get a cat in my life. I wanted the oldest, meanest, nastiest female cat so that I could love it unconditionally and it could hate me and only interact with me when I fed it. This was like a dream I had, and I used to tell my friends about it, and like it was like a joke between everybody. It was like, yep, and I would tell all my friends, I'd be like, this is the kind of cat I want to get one day. I want to get a cat. This is literally over 25 years ago. I developed this dream. And I was like, I want to get a cat like this, and I want to love it unconditionally, and I want to give it the best home, and I want the thing to hate me. So, you know, we're getting a little extreme, but like, that's what I said. I said, that's what I want. And I've had that dream forever. So much, in fact, here's a fun little fact about how long I've had that dream. That the other day, my buddy Jared, he works at the APL, and I told him I'm thinking about getting a cat. And I was like, hey man, and I know you work at the APL, so I just wanted to give you a heads up because I want to get a cat. And he was like, oh dude, that's so cool that you're gonna adopt. It sounds like you're considering adopting. And he goes, are you still, he's like, dude, every time a new cat comes into intake that's older, I think of you. And I paused. And I want you to keep in mind that this guy Jared hasn't been in my life for over a decade. I need to preface this that I lost connection with my buddy Jared. And he just came back into my life like 3 months ago. All right. So all of a sudden we're coming together again. And I'm like, yo, Jared, I'm going to get a cat, man. And he goes, dude, I can't believe you're finally doing it. And I'm like, what do you mean, man? And he goes, your dream. I about dropped. I was like, do you remember? And he goes, oh, of course I do. He said, all those years ago, your dream of getting the oldest, sassiest cat and giving it all the love in the world and giving it a home, your dream. He's like, I remember. He's like, of course I remember. He's like, every time a new cat comes in the intake, I think of you, dude. It about blew me away. It like made me tear up because my friend remembered this minor detail, but also it reminded me how long I've had the dream for. Like, it's funny. It's like lighthearted. It's silly, but it reminded me like, oh my gosh, I've been talking about this cat for 30 years, basically. This exact cat, like, the older cat that needs a home, that's stuck at the pound. And so, yeah, like what made me decide the cat was 25, 30 years ago. I made a decision that this is what I wanted, and I'm just following through on young me's dream. Now, if you were to go further and say, well, then why did young you want that cat? I don't know. I've always had a strange relationship with pets, and I don't know. That's just what I wanted. Like I said, it's kind of started off as like a joke, but like, that's just what I've always wanted. I've just always wanted this exact thing. I couldn't really tell you why I've always wanted it. It's been like 30 years. I just know I've always wanted it. So like, yeah, that's why. So like, I don't know for sure. I can't answer it in any other way. That's just like what I've always wanted. So now I'm finally following through with this little mini dream I've had for like a very long time. Did they say midnight's like that? Well, I changed up my deal a little bit because I realized that that was like a dream of mine, but that wasn't really the best thing that I could be doing. So what do I mean by that? So I decided going into the APL that instead of just grabbing the oldest cat, in my heart I realized that what I really wanted to do was grab the cat that needed the home the most, no matter what their age was, because the age thing was what I wanted. But what I think was needed was to give a home to a cat that had been stuck there the longest. So I actually gave up my dream in that sense, because I realized that the age didn't matter. What mattered is that I was giving a cat a home that needed a fucking home, dude. So in a weird way, I kind of purposefully left the dream. I didn't go for the oldest cat. I fell in love with Midnight because it was the cat that had been there the longest, next to one other that was in foster when I got there. There was one cat that had been there a bit longer, and it was in foster at the time. So that's actually what happened. I shifted my gaze towards something that felt more meaningful. And then I learned from the volunteers that what I was doing was the best, because apparently people love older cats. I'm not the only one with that dream. I didn't know this. Apparently, older cats are very sought after because people want a super old, relaxed cat. I didn't know that. I thought my dream was like the hipster thing. Turns out, you want to know what the hipster thing is? The middle-aged cats. Because apparently people love older cats and people love younger cats, but they always overlook the middle age. So I didn't know that. So it's funny because when I got there, she was like, actually, you might not realize it, but Midnight is like the most overlooked cat because of their age, and they're a black cat. They're like, this cat is the perfect candidate to be left here for years because people don't want a middle-aged cat. They want either a super old, relaxed, end of its life cat, which is what I wanted, or they want like a baby. A youngin. So I didn't realize. So in the end, even though I shifted away from wanting an older cat, what had ended up happening is I fulfilled my journey of giving the most needing cat a home. The cat that needed a home the most. that ended up being the journey that I took on, and that I succeeded. I succeeded in that goal. So that's the journey. That's why I chose the cat that I chose. That's what the decision making and what I was going about. So, you know, I don't have some big like virtue signal thing to say here. I wasn't like trying to be like a hero. I just always had a mission and I just wanted to fulfill that mission. Like, I don't know. Like, I just always wanted to get a cat that was this exact cat that I just got within, you know, some adjustments. And again, those adjustments were realizing that age didn't matter. And I'm really proud of myself. I'm going to say this to all of you. I haven't said this to anybody, but I'm just really proud of myself for realizing that before going in. That was something I was really proud of myself for, because I realized before even walking in the building that the real play was to avoid even caring about age and just going for the cat that was there the longest. And that was exactly what I needed to do. Like in the end, so I'm really happy that I came to that conclusion myself, and then in the end, that it felt like even more so the right decision because of the knowledge I gained from the volunteer. That, yeah, in fact, unfortunately, there are a certain subset of cats that get overlooked because of their age and what they look like and whatever. You know, there's the obvious stuff like you know, cats with injuries and stuff. A lot of people can't provide a home like that, like needed, like, you know, cats with bad eyesight and everything. Like there was this cat at a different APL and a city nearby that was completely blind. And I couldn't take that on because I'm a new cat owner and I don't think I'm in any position to be giving a cat with special needs a home. So like I couldn't take that on. You know, I thought about it for a second and I was like, I don't think that's my journey right now. Like I'm a new cat owner. I need my first cat to be something that's a little bit on the easier side because I don't all the way know what I'm doing. I might sound like I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I just have a bunch of knowledge from researching. I'm good at researching. You know, so it's like, yeah, like there are plenty of cats that get overlooked for like disabilities and stuff, but you know, outside of that realm, it's black cats, it's middle-aged cats, it's orange cats. In fact, some lady got recommended an orange cat to me and she was like, "No, orange cats are crazy stupid." And the volunteer was like, "Oh no, what do you mean?" And she's like, "Them orange cats are crazy, dude. We can't be taking one of them home." And I was just like, okay, like I'm over here just like feeding Midnight, like just kind of a weird mindset to have. Like a cat's a cat, dude, like just get over it. But they were just like anti-orange cat. And I was just like, as a Tangy fan, I was like, okay, I'm taking this a little personal. I was like as a Tangy stan, I was like, okay. I was like, what? What? I saw that on Reddit. Is that a thing? Yeah, there is like a thing where like orange tabbies seem to be a little crazier and more rambunctious. I don't think there's any science behind this, but a lot of people have had a similar experience that their specific orange tabbies are a little bit more rambunctious than other cats in their home or something. Like, so this has all just been shared via people's experience. And yeah, there is a general consensus that orange tabbies are like a little crazier than other cats. There is like a general like theme around that. Yeah. So like, you know, it's not a bad thing. It's not negative, but there is like most people that have orange cats will tell you like they're a little wild. Yeah. That's why Tangy's that's why Tangy's a peppy. Yeah, exactly. Yo, thank you again, Titch, for 16, bud. All right, we're looking for cute stuff so I can make this cute habitat here. For those just tuning in, we're doing habitat grinding for Pokedex today. And we're just catching up after my couple days off. All right, here's the bed. But in-game, I know some of you are here for gameplay. In-game, I'm trying to put together as many habitats as possible so that we can get more Pokemon spawned in for our Pokedex. That's what we're doing right now. So, I have the couch, I have the sofa, the lamp, and the bed. What else do I need? Let's find out. I need the table and the dresser. I think I can craft the table. I think I need to buy the recipe for the dresser. We're so close. We're so close, dude. The problem is that the recipe for the dresser is going to be 1,000 coins, and I'm broke. We could try to earn a couple coins by doing a quick challenge. Gather gold, make food, fresh cone of paint. Yikes, that's not enough. There it is, 1,000. All right, I need to wait on this one. I'm gonna go ahead and put all the items on the ground except for the dresser. We gotta wait on this one, but we're close. Tangy at home. Get out of here, dude. All right, this needs to be close to electricity though, so we have to put it like somewhere right here. Oh, I like how my cute bed is blue. I didn't realize that. What the heck? All right, and we just need the last piece here. Me and my kid manifested our orange boy. We were living with our mom a few years ago, and she never allowed pets. I always told my kid when we got our own place, I'll get us a cat. As soon as me and her moved out, Lucky came into our life on his own. Aw, Tip Trilla, you know, I forgot you had a kid, dude. That's so awesome that you got to share that experience with your little one. That's so cool. My Pallet Town is a hot mess express. Yeah, you and me both, as you can see. We had an orange cat. We named him Nicky because of the movie Little Nicky, and he was a crazy cat, and I loved him. Yeah, when I was there, somebody adopted a massive, like, greyhound dog. Like a big boy. Pikachu chair and a Pikachu plush. And like they were walking out with him. He was a big dog. I'm just like, oh my gosh. Like, what an adoption, dude. Like, dogs can just be so massive. It was a huge dog. I'm like, I might have been tempted to take home a Maine Coon if there was one. But I'm kind of happy that there wasn't. Because I might have thrown out all of my quote-unquote plans if there was a Maine Coon there. I would have thrown out all of my plans in a heartbeat, I think. And as much as I would have been just as satisfied, I'm like really happy with my journey. So I'm like, I'm kind of happy that the Maine Coon wasn't there. They're apparently very rare to show up at an APL. Because usually people are just selling them because they're so expensive. It's like, cat, did you get? It's just a short hair mix. It's a black short hair mix. So I think what that means is it's like the equivalent to a mutt. Right, it's the equivalent to a mutt, basically. Yeah, she's a void cat. But I don't know what that means exactly. But yeah, short-haired mix is what they said. You have a Maine Coon mix? Yeah, I do have a dream to get a Maine Coon, and I think I will. You know, they say that once you get a cat, you're like, okay, then you're going to want 3 more. And I was always like, nah, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I haven't even had this cat home for 24 hours, and I'm already like, oh, I could use another. It is as bad as everyone says it is. Like, this thing hasn't even been home for 24 hours, and I'm already like, where's my next? No, I did not see your message. How do you get extra storage and extra pocket space? Oh, so you get those from the PC shop. So every time you open up a new zone and you get the zone to level 5 or 6, you'll be able to purchase pocket upgrades from the shop as well as storage upgrades, stuff like that. So every time you unlock a new zone, you're going to unlock the ability to purchase a PP up or a new book bag to upgrade your storage. So you want to be checking your shop. My wife and I bought a second dog. It really helped the first dog relax and have less anxiety when we leave. Whoa, dude, you have to come at me so aggressive, dude. All right, I get it. Cool, you bought a dog. Chill, man. Oh, you used the wrong emote. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, let me read that again with the right emote. My wife and I bought a second dog. It really helped my first dog relax and have less anxiety when we leave. Oh, nice, man. That's real chill. Thanks for sharing. For those that weren't here the other day, you're just so confused, right? What's this guy going on about? Smilers? I love this joke so much. All right, we need a bookcase, a sofa, a table, and a candle. This guy Duel Master, man, he's coming at us aggressive today. Passively aggressive. What's going on here? Heckin' confused. What up, Kimchi? Do. How are you today, Kimchi? Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Where's my luxury sofa at? Do I not have the recipe for that sofa? Oh, come on. I am sofa king. Salty that I don't have one of these sofas. Oh, there it is. Got one. Nailed it. What? I'm sofa king. Yo, what's up, Coolinek? You told me to get Delta app? Yeah, I'll reply to you today. I got you, Coolinek. Thanks for your patience, by the way. Yeah, I saw your message last night. I did leave you hanging for a couple days. I'll get to you tonight, though. Is that cool? Are you down for it right after the show today? I'll send you a quick tutorial on how to get that going. Thanks for your patience, buddy. You've been super chill. Yeah, I can help you out right after the show today. I'll be spending like an hour after the show doing emails and DMs and stuff. So yeah, I'll take care of you today. You got my word, all right? You will get a DM from me on Discord. To be clear, Discord's where I'll reply to you, bud. I got your back, dude. No worries. You're a pretty patient dude. I appreciate you, man. Oh, also there's a balloon in the Twitch chat. All right, I need a bookcase and I need a table. Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of maintenance today. I'm gonna be doing some DMs and emails and stuff today after the show. Start catching up again after a weekend away from doing work. Because I didn't really do anything over the weekend. Not work related. Oh, I had a freaking cute table. I didn't need to craft one. Oh, a new Pokemon's here. I think it's a Clodshire. Oh, who's here? Who's here, dude? What am I looking for? I got the candle, I got the table. I'm looking for a bookshelf. See if I have a bookshelf laying around real quick. I might be using the only one I have. Speaking of Delta, I finally played Pokemon Ranger again. Dude, I want to play Pokemon Ranger. What is that, a DS game? Okay, I don't have the bookcase recipe, which means we're taking a picture of one. Do. My shiny spots weren't feeling generous today. Oh, bookcase. Hello there. All right, can we use any table we want? Bag loss avoided. Mid-fall into the water, I transported back to a tent spot. Dude, that's legendary. I didn't even know you could do that. No, it has to be a plain table. Yeah, it's a DS game. So I could play it on Delta. I'm going to do that. I'm going to check out Ranger. I want to play that game. Probably a no, but are there shinies in this game? No, they dropped the ball, dude. I don't understand why they're so afraid to put shinies in games, dude. I feel like they're afraid of it. Like, if I were on the schoolyard and Nintendo was another kid, I would call him a fraidy baby. I'd be like, you're just scared, dude.
A new fur baby? Yay. What's their name? H-Day Class.
So the name that the pound gave them was Midnight. But we don't know what their past name was before that, I don't think. I don't think that was their given name by their first owner. So we do have some room to work with as far as like what we're going to eventually name the cat. But for now, they are known as Midnight. And in the future, they will be the artist formerly known as Midnight. Because we'll likely rename them. That's actually just what I'm going to call them. That's their name. Artist formerly known as Midnight. It's a long name. It's a mouthful. Yo, what's up, Kita Bonita? Thank you for 38, homie. Artie for short. True. That's cute. Shiny Pokemon will come for DLC. You guys think so? I think so. I think them adding shinies in DLC makes a ton of sense. Or like events. Like shiny Pokemon events or something would be sick. Oh my gosh, I finally got Mimikyu? What? Hi, nice to meet you. Don't worry, I'm not scary at all. See, I'm just an adorable Pikachu. Hold on, you haven't seen through my disguise, have you? Oh, I guess you have. I'm sorry I lied to you. I just wanted to be friends. Do you think we could be friends? Do you think we could maybe play together? Mimikyu, you're not terrifying at all. This Pokemon lives in dark places, untouched by sunlight. When it appears before humans, it hides itself under a cloth that resembles a Pikachu. I want to know what Mimikyu looks like without the cloth, dude. Midnight, that's what we were saying. Midnight could be cute because it's a Zelda thing and it's close to Midnight, which they're already maybe used to. So it's an option. I think that it's going to be okay to just reset their name because I don't think that Midnight's been their name officially, if I had to guess. Oh, I need to set this up at the Bleak Beach, huh? Did we do that yet? Let's go to the Bleak Beach and find out. Yeah, if I had to guess, they haven't been being called Midnight for long, so I might just give them a new name. But Midna is definitely something we've thought about today during the stream. All right. I'm gonna leave y'all with a quick breather here. I'm gonna throw up some Toad's Turnpike, and I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I'm gonna go and get some water, and I'm gonna go and see if my house is burning down, because I have a cat now, and that's just something that could happen. I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience, everybody. The show will continue in just a few moments. All right, we're back. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everybody. I finished the Silco building yesterday, registered Mewtwo in my Pokedex. How much more do I have to do before I get the Magnemite ability? Just the final quest. The Team Rocket stuff is the final quest. That's the final quest of the game. Oh, I brought a Pokemon with me. Hey. Looks like we're going on an adventure together. Do, 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 do. Oh yeah, the Delta emulator runs anything DS and older. So you have access to Nintendo 64. You have access to DS. You have access to Game Boy Advance, Nintendo, and Super Nintendo. That's pretty nice. So yes, that does include, what is that? Unchained Memories or something? What was the DS Kingdom Hearts game? Well, that might have been PSP actually. Was the transition to using Magnemite awkward? Yeah, it was a little awkward. But it wasn't bad though. It wasn't bad, but I will say, like, it took me a couple days. Basically, the more I use it, the more I started using it, the better it was. But at first it was a little awkward because the Magnemite controls are just a teeny bit different from how you regularly do stuff. And that's what really gets you. Like, just a little bit. Like, pressing the Y button to, like, pick something up. Like, it's just, like, a little different. But it's fine. It wasn't bad at all. I fear I've gotten too used to using other controls. I think you'll be okay. It does feel separate enough that I think you'll be okay. It does feel like separate enough. It does feel like a completely different thing enough. Oh, the Champions overview trailer. You know what? I do want to watch this, everybody. Let's watch this. I didn't realize it was a 6-minute overview trailer. I thought it was just a trailer trying to like you would see on TV. You know what? Let's go ahead and watch the Pokemon Champions overview trailer. Let's watch it. I didn't realize it was going to be one of those like explaining the game type things. Let's go ahead and see what this is real quick. We got a new TCG Pocket set today. Yeah. Let's go ahead and watch this real quick. Did you see Midnight on your break? No. I think as soon as she hears the door open, she realizes I'm coming. Plus, you know, I'm a big guy, so you can hear my footsteps. So I'm imagining if she is out and about, she's gonna be hiding, you know, as soon as I come out. I didn't see her. I didn't see much stuff. I didn't see much evidence of her, much activity, but I did potentially see the food get lowered in the bowl, which would be insane if she was eating already. But, you know, we'll see. All right, here we go.
Pokemon battles for everyone. Pokemon Champions.
I'm gonna do some reading in the living room.
This game is all about
maybe
battles.
like tonight or tomorrow, just so she gets comfortable with my presence here.
Against players from across the world with the Pokemon you've recruited.
All right, preparing your Pokemon. Let's see what this is about.
There are 2 ways to obtain battle-ready Pokemon. The first is by connecting to the Pokemon Home app. transfer your Pokemon from games in the Pokemon RPG series. And the Pokemon Go app.
I mean, that makes me want to play
Home.
Pokemon Go more. It's pretty
Then
cool.
Link the app to this game.
Exactly, Ray Dan.
The second way is via Recruit.
I heard her last night. What is this?
Choose one Pokemon to recruit once per day from a random selection of Pokemon that appear in the game.
What? A random selection of Pokemon appear every day? Interesting. So they're going to try to get you to log in every day. Yeah. I heard her walking around last night. Like she's actually leaving her territory and poking around, which again is a huge sign. Because I know for a fact, last night when I was about to go to bed, I heard some thumps, some like skittery, like, and then like looking around, and then they heard my voice, and then they maybe jetted back into the room. So like I'm hearing like little bits of activity. So I think she is starting to get adventurous and like leave her little den and like poke around a little bit. I think she's just like testing the waters. Like last night I left this like ribbon thing on the ground from this blanket I got from a viewer. And I went back out there later and the ribbon was like stretched out, like as if they were like batting at it. And I'm like, okay, these are all like super good signs. Cause like, at least she's leaving her den when I'm not around or when I'm sleeping. And she's like testing the world around her. But she's still obviously like super scared of everything. Like she's scared of her own shadow right now. Like I turned on some lights and she was like staring at the walls at the shadows, like freaking out yesterday. And I'm like, okay, like she's just like super afraid of everything.
Choose one
What up, Boob Shark?
Pokemon to recruit once per day from a random selection of Pokemon that appear in the game. Recruited Pokemon can only be used in Pokemon Champions for a certain amount of time.
What? You recruit Pokemon temporarily? Okay, so some Pokemon Stadium kind of vibes?
After you've gathered your Pokemon, choose 6 of them and form your team.
All right, sick. The music.
Before battle, you'll be able to see your opponent's team and vice versa.
Interesting. So they are going with the open team view. I wonder if we're going to get open team sheets. In official Pokemon competitive, they have open team sheets nowadays because terrestrialization changed everything. They felt like it was a little too much that you didn't know what Terra your Pokemon was going to turn into. Wait, hold on a second. No, it's open team sheets except for terrestrialization. Wait on a second. So like actually, I don't know why they made the change, but I think that right now in competitive Pokemon, it's open team sheets with everything except for the terrestrialization. Is that true? Or is it everything? And for those that don't know, open team sheets means that when we sit down to battle each other in a tournament, I hand you a piece of paper and it tells you everything about my Pokemon except for the stats. You know what item I'm holding, you know, like my whole strategy basically gets unveiled in front of you. The moves, the list of moves, everything except for the stats. So you still don't know if like my Pikachu is defensive or if my Pikachu is offensive. So I can still throw you off and I can still kind of like, you know, mess with you a little bit. But for the most part, they have turned Pokemon into chess nowadays. There is no more surprise. You can't just show up at a tournament anymore and be like, surprise, actually, this Pokemon has a secret attack that you weren't expecting. Like, no. You know everything about the opponent's Pokemon right out the gate. Now, in Duel Master D, the reason that this is interesting is because Pokemon used to allot for a certain amount of surprise so that you could cheese an opponent, right? You used to be able to kind of cheese an opponent where you could like bring a Pokemon that people normally use, but you could give it a completely different moveset and people would not be expecting it and then they get cheesed. So you used to be able to have some unique energy in your team. You used to be able to be like, you know what? I'm going to bring a Charjabug, but you're not going to have any idea what that Charjabug is going to do until you see it in action. And that gives me an advantage. Nowadays, you can see everything my Charjabug can do. You can see the moves, you can see everything, the ability, everything. So you know exactly my strategy coming out of the gate, which really sucks for people who are trying to do unique stuff. But it's really good because it allows Pokemon to be more like chess. And it allows it to be fair across the table. Instead of it being about surprising your opponent, it's about how can I pilot my team better than your team when we both know exactly what can go down. I know that you have Flamethrower on your Jinx, and I know that if you put your Jinx in front of me, that I am going to be weak if I have a fire weakness. So it forces you in this position where you have to play purely strategically, and there's no surprises. The only thing I think is a surprise is the stats and your terastallization, I believe. So like I could have a Pokemon with the Fire Terra, and you might not know that, and that's a big deal in Scarlet and Violet, but I don't know for sure. But either way, most of it is chess now, and it's a lot less like surprises, which again, it's good, but it's also bad, and it kind of sucks because it makes people like me who want to build Charge Bug teams really kind of have no chance. Not really, because like people are going to just be able to instantly identify what I'm doing. However, we didn't really have a chance to begin with because what Dazza just said, and I'll wrap up this rant. So what Dazza said is that the problem is that they fixed this because of cheating. So what was going on was that at tournaments, there were groups of people who were teaming up and who would scout for each other. So like I would be on a team with you guys, and we would all collect information about every other team while battling and while scouting. And then we would collaborate our information so that we all knew what was going on in the tournament. So scouting became a problem because basically, if you had a group of people that you showed up at the tournament with, you were at an advantage. Think about it. If you had 5 people with you and you were all sharing information, you were at an advantage. Whereas if I showed up at the tournament by myself, I'm screwed. And there started basically being cliques or teams. Like all the Italian players would stick together. All the Japanese players would stick together. So that in order to combat this, they decided open team sheets. Now there's no need for all this weird kind of scummy-ish like team network play. Instead, it's you show up, you know exactly what's going on. Everyone's on an even playing field. Let's play Pokemon. So in the long term and for competitive, it was the best decision they ever could have made. It is frustrating, again, because it does take the element of surprise out. And I do think that that was something I valued in Pokemon. But I was also valuing cheese strats. And cheese strats are cheese strats. And as much as I love cheesy strats, that's not really good competition gameplay. There's nothing worse than losing to a team because they just straight cheesed you to the ground and you weren't expecting like what was happening because they thought really far out of the box. It's like a thin line. It's like, so I understand what they did, but you saw the video from Wolfie? Yeah, the Italians. Yeah. All right, anyways, I just wanted to give people some context on what's going on in this video. So right now they're explaining how Pokemon Champions is going to work. And my first thought was, are they going to build open team sheets into the game? Or are they still going to expect people to pass a piece of paper around at tournaments? I really hope that open team sheet gameplay is built into the game here, because I don't want it to be different from tournament to sitting on the couch. I just don't. If I'm on the couch, I want to be able to see their whole team sheet, because then at that point, what's going to happen is what Pokemon's like right now. When you play on the couch and you're doing online Scarlet and Violet, you can do whatever kind of strategies you want because it's not open team sheet and you can get real funky. So when you build a team for climbing ranked, you build a completely different style team than you do when you go to a tournament. because when you are climbing ranked, it's a best of one and you can easily cheese an opponent. That's where Charge a Bug comes in. And that's the only way I've really ever played the game. But when you go to a tournament, you have to build a real strategy. And I hope that those lines are the same. I don't want them to be separated here. I want to build teams for tournaments, and I don't want to get cheesed by the opponent, and I don't want opponents to get cheesed by me. So I'm wondering how they're going to handle that. Let's go ahead and keep watching.
And choose the Pokemon you want to use for the impending match. Consider which Pokemon your opponent will use. Then select your own Pokemon to start the battle.
It doesn't look like we're getting open team sheets from this screen. Like I wasn't able to see their moves or anything.
Players alternate turns with moves. Win by reducing the HP of all your opponent's Pokemon to 0.
But they could just not be showing us everything.
If you're in a bind, you can swap one Pokemon for another. Or use Mega Evolution to power up your Pokemon. The decisions you make could influence the tide of battle. With Mega Evolution, certain Pokemon will gain abilities brand new to the series.
See, I wonder, like, so Pokemon that don't have abilities in Legends ZA are getting abilities is what they're talking about here, which is cool. I also can't help but wonder, how are they going to handle gimmicks? Are we going to just have every gimmick available all the time, at any time, all times? You want to do Z moves, do Z moves. You want to do this? Or are they going to do different seasons? And is one season going to be terrestrialization, but then is the next season going to be Z moves? And is the next season going to go back to Megas? And is the next season going to take Megas out? I'm wondering how they're going to handle the gimmicks. Yeah, a rotating rule set.
There are also different battle formats. Use one Pokemon at a time in single battles.
It's cool that they're supporting singles.
2-on-2 in double battles.
Right, they have a rotating regulations. The only difference is that right now the rotating regulations don't consider all of the past gimmicks except for Megas, right? So that's why I guess my question really is, are they going to bring back older gimmicks into the rotation? That's really what I mean to be asking. You know, are they going to bring older gimmicks back like Z moves? That's the first one that comes to mind for me. Like, are they going to have a regulation where it's like Z moves are back temporarily? Let's go back to let's kick it back to Aloha. Or are they just going to keep any dead gimmicks dead and just go forward with terrestrialization and Megas? And, or here's another question. Do terrestrializations go away when Wind and Waves come out? And are we just doing only new stuff? I'm wondering how they're going to handle that, because I'll be honest with y'all, I would love to have different rule sets rotating even simultaneously, like a casual league that's like the Z Move League. Let's go back to Aloha. And then the next league is, you know, the Mega League. You can only use Megas, no other gimmicks. And then the next one is the No Gimmick League. No gimmicks at all. No Megas, no Z moves, no blank. You know what I mean? Like, I would be really cool if they rotate around and create really pocket experiences. I'll even go as far as saying this. Pokemon Go taught me how much I love low-level battles again. Low-level duels, just like Pokemon Stadium. Give us a low-level league, baby. Give me a low-level league, baby. Let me do some level 10 battles. Let me do some level 20 battles, dude. Because that stuff is so much fun, dude. It's so interesting to play the game in all these different ways, right? So I really hope that they don't just turn this into ranked ladder. Here is your ranked for the season. That's it. Go grind to Master Ball. Like, I really hope that they do some interesting stuff, dude. Give me some baby tiers, right? Give me some like fun, interesting things to do. You know, instead of like only just build your best competitive team. Like, that stuff's so boring to me after a while. I'm not always trying to sit there and be sweaty. You know what I'm like? It's fun, But sometimes I just want to do something goofy. I don't want to just be sweating all the time. You know, unfortunately, I'm a Polish, German, Italian guy. So, you know, I don't, anyway.
There are 3 different online battle modes. In ranked battles, test your skills against evenly matched trainers and aim for the highest rank.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Ranked
casual
battles.
battles, wins and losses aren't recorded, so you can enjoy matches however you'd like.
All right, casuals. Yo, what's up,
And in
Doomslayer?
private battles, create a room and battle against anyone with the room ID.
Cool.
There are also in-game online competitions in which you'll battle with preset rules that change every season.
That's what I wanted to hear. Now, if they're not afraid to make these rules interesting, that's what we need. Don't be afraid to go Pokemon Go on it. Give us a freaking baby tier, dude. I think that's so cool.
Rules that change every season.
Not every Pokemon will be compatible. That's what they
Engage in
said.
battles to earn victory
Yeah, I wonder how
points
they're gonna do
or
that.
VP.
You fixed the SSN. Nice, Doom. What up, dude?
Here's how to use VP.
All right, here's where this conversation goes downhill because they're leading towards the battle pass. Let's go.
You can swap the moves a Pokemon can learn, change its nature, modify its abilities, and more. The stat points of a Pokemon can also be adjusted.
Man, this is super
For
convenient.
example,
As Pokemon fans, we wanted this our whole life. Our whole life, we wanted a non-cheating way to just like perfectly create Pokemon. And it's not Pokemon Showdown, right?
you could increase attack and speed to boost offense.
This is
Or
Pokemon
raise
Champions.
HP and defense to withstand attacks.
Yeah, I did like breeding. I agreed. I like the whole breeding system.
Pokemon can be easily trained to your liking, so try out different ways to battle. You can only recruit once per day, but by using VP, you can recruit multiple times. Keep
Okay.
in mind that recruited Pokemon are only available for 1 week, but with VP, any recruited Pokemon will be permanently added.
Okay, so you can buy Pokemon basically. So basically, I already think I know what they're going to do. I'm going to predict that some Pokemon aren't going to be compatible with home because they're only going to be available in the hunting that they just showed. And that's how they're going to kind of get you to interact with the system where you're hunting them. Because they're going to be like, oh, well, you can bring all the Pokemon over, but like, you can't bring over Scizor because Scizor has to be acquired this way. Like stuff like that, maybe.
Are only available for 1 week, but with VP, any recruited Pokemon will be permanently added.
Yeah, it's a video.
In the shop, spend VP to purchase held items or Mega Stones for your Pokemon. You can also get clothing
Cool.
and looks for your trainer, different Pokeball throwing styles, and battle music.
Sick.
A world of fierce battles with your Pokemon awaits.
I mean, the moves look cool.
Pokemon Champions.
Free to start game. Optional in-game purchases available. And then here it is. The starter pack. Increased box space plus 50 Pokemon. Play the battle song from Let's Go Pikachu. Teammate tickets and training tickets. Oh, they're going to be doing 18,000 different currencies. Oh my lord. We got teammate tickets, we got the VP points, we got the doodad ticket dues and the big bags and the bim waps. Yep, you got to collect them all, dude. And by collect them all, we mean currencies. Yeah, we'll see how this game goes. Yeah, unfortunately, they are going to be leaning into the free-to-play Battle Pass stuff. Listen, man, free-to-play Battle Pass stuff isn't the worst. All right, I think that the whole idea of microtransactions suck, but making a game free to play and offering cosmetic purchases is always something I'm going to support because it is just a different model of making a game. And instead of fighting it, I think you support the good stuff and then you call out the bad stuff. So in this case, what's the bad stuff? Well, the bad stuff is making me pay for Pokemon box space and making me purchase teammate tickets and whatever else they're going to try to make me buy. So yeah. Just charge me $30, right? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, just charge me $30 and leave me alone. I think that's where we're all at this point. Is there a way to tell what region a habitat is for? So you got to go back to the habitat decks, and then you got to click, and then if you hover over, it'll say what Pokemon, it'll say like right there, you see Bleak Beach. So really, the best way to see if there's an exclusive habitat is to go directly to the habitat in the habitat decks, hover over the Pokemon silhouette, and it'll say. So if it doesn't say anything, it can be spawned anywhere. But if it does say something, then you have to go to that specific zone. Ooh, what's this? Is this the Battle Pass tweet? Battle Pass is $8 to $9. Starter Pack is $6. Membership is $4 a month or $44 a year. It's not that bad, I guess. That's rough, right? So in order to play for free with the team of 6, does that mean you'll need to play a week and sign in daily to keep a full team? Well, if you're not using Pokemon Home, then yes. Right? And so it sounds like if you don't have Pokemon Home and you're not rotating your own Pokemon from your own Pokemon journeys into the game, then when you find a Pokemon in-game, it's only a temporary thing for a week. Or you can buy the Pokemon for $2,500 to keep it forever. So to answer your question, it's like yes and no. In theory, you could play the game for free. In theory, you could play the game completely for free and have full teams always. In theory. Now, how well is that theory going to hold up? That's the thing we're not sure about yet. But as of right now, it's safe to assume that in theory, you can play Pokemon Champions mostly for free, and you're not going to have to spend money ever. Like, again, in theory. But we all know how that goes, right? They'll figure out some way to try to squeeze you. Good to see you back in here, Burgie, by the way. So I did miss a couple questions during that. And thank you, Floral Escapes, for the kind words about the ribbons and strings. I appreciate the reminder and the knowledge in general. And then Blood Raven, did you have another question? Did you get it answered, or are you okay? I think you're good. 290 out of 300. Oh my gosh. Let me see what I'm at. Let me see where I'm at. Let me see where I'm at. $256. We've got about 5 new Pokemon today. 256 here. We're getting there. I'm at 1 out of 300. I just started the game. Aw. You have a wonderful journey ahead of you, Samantha, and of course you're welcome to ask questions. And yo, my whole playthrough for this game is on YouTube in a nice little playlist. So if you're new and I end up, you know, taking a break or ending the stream at some point and you want to keep watching Pokemon Pokopia content, you can find my whole live journey with this game over on YouTube. So don't be shy to check it out if it's something you want to do. We learned a lot together while this game has been played, so. All right, I'm gonna build the very berry space. I need a berry bed, a berry chair, a berry table, and a berry lamp. This is getting out of hand. I can barely keep up. I will be checking out Champions on stream. I think so, because it's on the Switch. That's what's really sealed the deal for me. I will play some Champions on stream. I will check it out on stream, and we'll play a little bit of it. Yeah. The fact that it's on the Switch is it's too easy. It's a no-brainer for me personally. Yeah, we're for sure gonna check it out. Isn't having a Zapdos just hanging around town a little dangerous, to be honest? Yeah, I think they made Zapdos pretty friendly, but... All right, here's our berry table. Oh, sorry, I missed you, buddy. Free launch day Switch 2 upgrade with improved graphics. Ooh, I like that. My copy of Pokopia finally came in today. Hey, Captain Fox, dude, you're getting it. I hope you enjoyed this game, bud. I know somebody earlier asked me if this game was Dragon Quest Builders meets Pokemon. I didn't get a chance to answer, but hopefully they got the information they came here for. I've been a little distracted today with the whole I just got a new cat and everything, so most of our show has been us talking about that. Chat's been living for it. All right, I know I have another berry item in here somewhere, but I might have given it to a Pokemon. The new purple and teal Joy-Cons are so cute. All right, we're missing the berry chair and the berry... What else? Is she allowed in the room? Yeah, eventually. Right now, I'm only trying to introduce her to so much space in the house, so eventually I'll have all my doors open. I imagine, I don't know. I don't actually know what kind of cat this cat's gonna be. Like, I don't know if it's gonna be like I can leave my stream door open and they can come and go as they please and they won't like cause too much of a ruckus, or if it's gonna be the kind of cat that I'm gonna have to keep my office door closed while I work and only open it when I'm like in the mood for a ruckus. I don't know. Because every cat's just so different. It's like hard to say. If I had it the way that I wanted to have it, which is never how this works. If I had it the way I wanted, she would be a lap cat. And she would just pop up on my lap anytime she wanted and for pets. That would be ideal because I don't want my show to be interrupted too much. So if I had it the way I wanted, they would just pop up on my lap sometimes to relax. And then they wouldn't like, you know, paw at my computer, turn my computer off. Somebody made a joke about that the other day. Like, hopefully turning off your computer is not too easy because cats will do that. You know what I mean? It's like, we'll see. My office is pretty intricate. Like, I have a lot of cords and stuff around. So like, well, ultimately that's all going to be decided by the cat now, isn't it? What does Porygon Z do again? I can't remember. It's a black, it's a void baby, a black cat. Hey Ditto, hey Ditto. What's up, dude? All right, we're playing Look That Way. Let's go. Name your new kitty Onyx. That's a cute name for a cat. Look that way. Got him. Rarefied turns star pieces into rare Pokemetal. Wait, that's actually so nice. How much rare Pokemetal? Is it just 1 for 1? Nice. You can get cord organizers. Yeah, I've already started that process, so I'm kind of getting there, right? Congrats on the new cat. Thank you, Captain Fox. Appreciate you, buddy. When do you plan on picking up this game? Do you have time to start it ASAP, or are you playing something else first? I know you're a gamer, so I figure you might not be jumping right at it. I still can't get Raikou and Entei. I think I'm doing something wrong. I think it's just all RNG, Ahmet. I haven't seen a single legendary from an island, y'all. I haven't ran into a single island legendary, and I've played this game every day since release. We're going on 3 weeks. Yeah, I think it's just RNG, man. It could be like a 1 out of 100 odds. And if you do the math, even if it's 1 out of 20, you have to do the math. 1 out of 20, you could go your whole life and not get something that's a 1 out of 20 odds. I know that sounds ridiculous, but remember, the laws of probability are a fickle mistress. You could technically go your whole life without ever living a 1 out of 20 lottery ticket. You realize that? Like, you're not, just because it's low odds doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get it. That's not how probability works. Now, the laws of probability tell us otherwise, and the laws of probability tell us that you will eventually get that 1 out of 20, but that's not how that works in real life. So keep that in mind. Like, if you're not running into the legendaries, dude, it's just RNG, man. You could spend your whole life hunting down these legendary dogs. Like, that's just the truth. Like, you gotta just take a deep breath and keep going. In my second playthrough, because of a bug, I got the baby Toxel, just fell asleep in the most adorable position on a couch I'm using for a habitat. Aw. You got Suicune and you use the substitute doll. I've been using the substitute doll as well. Me shiny hunting. I got 2 of them back to back without time skipping, in the third like 3 days later. It's like the law of infinite probability. There is a world in which your clothes are perfectly folded when you open up your drawer. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, you got it. Keep calling, keep going. What up, Arnout, baby? Good to see you, dude. Keep calm and keep going. Yeah. I'm going to start ASAP. I have all my Resident Evil out of the way. Nice. How did you end up liking Resident Evil 9, bud? Does Mewtwo have requirements to spawn? So, no. Mewtwo is a random visit from an island as well. Now, keep in mind, you technically already have Mewtwo in your Pokedex because of the story. So all you're really waiting for Mewtwo is a chance for him to live with your island. And yet, now, I don't think Mewtwo has any specific requirements. He just shows up at an island just like everybody else. I'm pretty sure. All right, I think that's it for habitat building today. I think we've built every single habitat that we know that we can build right now. Every habitat that we know that we need that we can build. All right, we're good. That's our habitat building of the day. We still have plenty more habitats to build. We don't have all the furniture we need. You know, there's all sorts of reasons why we might not be able to build a habitat, but most of it just comes down to a couple pieces of furniture. Otherwise, we haven't built every habitat because some Pokemon have more than one, and I don't need to build one. We'll eventually build every habitat at least once so that we can complete the habitat decks, but well, that's later. That's later talk. So we're good. So we made all the habitats we can do today. We went to our dream island, and we managed to spawn about 5 new Pokemon in. Now I think it's time for us to go back and do a little bit of designing. We have a building that we just built. So let's go see how that's turned out. And I need some materials to build myself a building. Let's go ahead and build the building out of dirt. And we'll use Magnemite to just replace the materials later. But I think I want to use plaster wall. All right, let me take some road with me, and then let me just take some extra dirt with me so we can just get like a structure built. Now, that is a good comment. Now, I don't know for sure if certain Pokemon can only spawn in certain Dream Islands. But if it were to be that way, it would be Arcanine for Entei, Pikachu for Raikou, Withered Wastelands or Eevee for Suicune, which leaves Dragonite for Mewtwo, and then a mystery for Clefairy. I don't know who Clefairy would have. And then Substitute and Ditto just take you to random islands. Yeah, there is Daza. No Mon for Clefairy. So there you go. So there is potentially a requirement for Mewtwo. And that requirement is making sure you're going to the Dragonite Island. So I did misspeak, and that's my bad. There is a requirement. It's you have to choose the Dragonite Island. That's the requirement. Otherwise, I think you're fine. All right, let's go. We'll build this crusty looking building. I don't know if I want to use dirt. Let's just use dirt. All right, let's go. Anything else that we need off the top of our heads? We need some furniture to move a Pokemon to a home. Just 3 random pieces of furniture will just get us through the door here. Boom, 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 done. All right, let's go. Off to the Withered Wastes. Oh yeah, I didn't see the balloon either. We both missed it. So I heard that if you get a legendary on one day, you'll always get one on each island that day, even if you time travel back to that day and go to a different island. Shut your mouth. It's almost as if when your game loads up for the day, you have a seed, and if that seed is set, then you're guaranteed to get a legendary. That's crazy. Could be true. That's crazy. I could believe it. Like, that could be totally true. That could be how the game works, yeah. Imagine if they added Whale Lord. Resident Evil 9 was excellent. Definitely glad Nintendo has a big third-party game for it. Reminds me of Resident Evil 4 on GameCube. Yes, that's the vibes I got from 9 as well. My Metal Gear Solid 5 Platinum couldn't happen because I couldn't find an uncommon animal, but I found all of the super rare animals. Life works out in a weird way. I can directly test that since I sent you a pic of Entei when I got him. Oh, I see, because you can go back to the specific date, maybe, is what you're saying. Do I set up habitats on the Dream Island since I can return there? No. You wouldn't do anything like that. The Dream Islands really are just meant to be temporary. You have to use a specific Doll, Eevee, Pikachu, Arcanine, Dragonite, Ditto, Substitute. Yeah, so Ditto and Substitute take you to a random island, but you can still get a legendary on that random island. So I can confirm this because somebody in the chat just said that they got their first legendary using Substitute Doll. And it took them to Suicune. So we can confirm that using Ditto or Substitute is just a way for you to go to an island without choosing what island you're going to. I don't think it does anything to your legendary spawns. Not that I know of. Now, there was a theory going around that the Substitute Doll increased your chances to get a legendary. I don't know if that's true. But I have heard multiple people getting a legendary from the Substitute Doll. So I think you're okay to use that Doll. I think you are. All right, we want to extend this. We want to extend this way. Two of your legendaries were Substitute Dolls? Yeah, that's what I heard. So I think we're okay as far as that's concerned. Boom, boom. All right, that's all going to be fence. I'm just trying to get myself laid out a little bit. So somebody should tell that to Cerebi, because unless he deleted the tweet, he tweeted that a few days ago. Interesting. Yeah, it's all this information is very experience-based, which means everybody's going to have a different experience, and that experience is going to lead to different results. So I don't know for sure. Yeah. Right, like Cerebi could have made that up. Like could have misspoke and then deleted the tweet. Like, who knows? All right. I use Substitute because I had heard it increase the chances. I haven't played a lot, but I figured I'd give it a shot, and it worked. Yeah, there's another testament right there, right? He said something asking the lines of not confirming anything, but it feels like I get islands with new notes and hairstyles when I go to a Substitute Ditto island. Interesting. So maybe he was like answering a question for somebody and it just got taken out of context. Because you know how people are. People go running with something. Yeah, maybe he was like answering a question for somebody. Maybe he just... Then me farming for rare Pokemon, outfits, etc., and getting nothing from Substitute Doll 4 days in a row. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. My Substitute Doll's been screwing me as well. So you're not alone. You're not alone there. Because even though I wasn't able to stream with all of you the past couple days, I did play the game off stream just a little bit just to get Substitute Dolls. Or sorry, just to get Dream Islands. So I only played this game for a total of like an hour over the past 3 days. I barely touched it because I didn't want to do stuff off stream that I wouldn't mind making content out of. So I didn't really let myself enjoy the game. I did get like a full break from the game. Like I did manage to completely detach from the game for a couple days, yeah. Yo, thank you, Detective. We're doing our thing. I'm running on Austin John's video about Dream Island legendaries matching up to Cloud Islands. So I could check there first, and then I go to a different one in my solo if I don't find anyone. Wow, what a weird theory. So you go to a Dream Island on a Cloud Island first, And then if there's nothing there, you go to a different one. Weird. We're cooking, dude. The Pokemon community is cooking on this game. Oh, so guess what, everybody? We got some information. So the other day we were talking about how do you know if a house is dark? Well, turns out the in-game information actually sheds some light on this, the in-game tutorials. So it turns out that when you go inside of a building that has a cutscene, then the only stuff that can be affected by the inside is humidity. Hold on, let me pull up this message from Dazabound. So this is what we believe is going on. So inside of a building with a cutscene, it's brightness, temperature, and humidity. So a house starts off dark by default, is the assumption we're making. Oh, it was the screenshot the game showed during that info drop showed a Minecraft building. Oh, so it's not just prefabs. Okay, I made an assumption that it was prefabs only. So let's just restart and we'll pretend that it's every building. So when you go inside of a building, it's by default considered dark is the assumption that I'm making. Adding lights would make it light. When you walk into a building, by default, it's neither dry nor humid. So you can either give it more humidity or you can give it more fire to like dry the room out, right? And then the other thing that gets affected in the building specifically is temperature. So otherwise, everything is either in or out of the building. So let me reword this so it's a little bit easier for you to understand. So when you're trying to decorate for a Pokemon, let's say Coughing wants a dark habitat. Basically, don't put any lights in the house and it's a dark habitat. Ta-da! However, if you were to put a street light outside of their house and you're thinking to yourself, oh man, well then it's not going to be dark anymore. Wrong. Because brightness, temperature, and humidity can only be adjusted to our understanding now via the inside designs. If it's anything else, it's in and outside. So let me try to give you an example of something that you could maybe affect in and outside. So like relaxation. Does this make sense? So if a Pokemon is asking for something to relax, I can take and put a couch outside of the front of their house in this white dotted line. You see this? And if I put a couch out here, it's going to be happy because it has a new relaxation piece in its home. However, if a Pokemon asks for it to be humid, I can't just put a pool outside of the house. That's not going to work. I have to go in the building. Or in this case, I have to go in the building here and put a tub to make it more humid. So humidity, brightness, and temperature have to be decorated inside of the building. But relaxation, toys, anything else in the game, you can put outside of the building within this dotted line, and it'll count. So when a Pokemon asks you to change its environment up, now this is the stuff you want to consider. And this is the information we just kind of figured out. So again, relaxation, a toy, I can put all that stuff outside. It doesn't matter. I could use outside equipment, inside equipment, whatever I choose. However, if they want a temperature change, if they want some lights, or if they want humidity or dryness, which is all temperature, that has to be in the building. How do you trigger the dotted line? With the right click once you're in a habitat. Click in the right stick, sorry, right stick. I don't know why Magnemite was hanging out in Weezing's house. You notice that? Weird, right? Anyways, for those that are a little confused, that was just a follow-up to the conversation we had the other day. So the other day, I was confused because my wheezing and my coughing want a dark house. And I asked the chat room, how do you make a house like this dark? It has windows. Well, it turns out that, and this is now me assuming, every building starts off by a default dark. So if a Pokemon wants a dark home, just don't put lights in the house. Done. And that was like something that we've now solved, I'm pretty sure. And we're going to be testing it, you know, so we'll get some science going. But I have no reason not to believe this is true because of the source and because of their source. And I believe this is very accurate. So yeah, pretty cool stuff, actually. Gonna go on my lunchtime pogo walk. Unfortunately, obtained a Spinda with a soul patch. What? That sounds terrible. Thank you for the first time Prime, everybody. Hey. Thank you very much. Yeah, no pictures. Oh yeah, I did show off the black and white photo. Here you go. Here you go. Here's the black and white photo of the void. I don't think it's default dark. I think that as long as the roof of the home borders are covered, it's dark. Prefabs are probably dark by default. I think some cottages, homes come with lights. So that's a cleaner way to think about it. So Dazabound saying that my theory might be not quite as accurate as we would like, more so that it depends on the structure of the building. So let me explain what Dazabound's saying real quick, because I have a building that's perfect for this. You ready? So you see this building over here? This building might not count as dark because there's these little, look at all the breaks in the roof. You see how there's like a space between the building and the roof here? This might not count as dark. So even though it has a roof, because there's not a connection between the wall and the roof, this might not count as dark. This might be a pretty light habitat, right? So in this case, I think it would be considered dark because the roof is there in general. Okay, so you're saying that as long as there is a roof, aka dark. I can prove that you're right about this. Never mind. I can prove that you're right about this. You want to see how? Watch this. Let's go back to the conversation about Abra. Anybody remember Abra? And Abra kept asking for a dark home, and I slowly kept adding bricks to the roof until it would shut up. I have a literal house that proves this exact interaction. I'm so happy about this. And I'm going to show you the room, and you're going to see how this works. It really is all based off of a shadow. It's just like Kerbu said, a cloud can cover a shadow and make it dark. Take a look at this. This is Abra's pillow, and this is Abra's habitat right here. Keep in mind, not the whole building. Abra's habitat is this crystal ball. It took me to build the roof out to this far for him to consider his habitat dark. Up until the roof was this big, he would not consider it dark. Every brick I added, he was like, no, 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 until I built this perfect weird overhang. And now, and I believe because his habitat is covered in shadow, this is now a dark habitat. Maybe it's a percentage of coverage. Oh my gosh, what if it's percentage based? What if a certain percentage of the habitat has to be shrouded in darkness? Because if you look at this, it looks like about 80% of his habitat is in dark. So maybe it's just all percentage based. It's like, as long as you're able to make the majority of the space dark, it is considered dark. And this would make sense for buildings, because if you put a roof on a building, then the majority of that building is probably going to be dark. So it could be like percentage based. And then here you go again. She's going to need time based on that picture. Yeah, she's pretty messed up in that picture. She's pretty ratty, yeah. She looks better than she did in that picture right now already. So the APL was doing their best to take care of her. But she's still pretty... You can tell that she's been living in a awkward sized cell basically for the past couple, months, unfortunately. I think it must be because I have a house built via fences and a gate, and Haxorus wanted it dark, and a little cliff overhang satisfied that. Yeah, it's got to be like percentage based, right? I built a house of black blocks, but it's still not dark. It's all black, but he's still not happy. Does it have a roof? And how big is the house, I wonder? They will be happy / mad as they move in and out of shadows. It's a very of the moment, I think. I think there is a little bit of the moment stuff happening in this game. We can prove that with fire Pokemon. Fire Pokemon can be very happy during the day, but as soon as it starts raining, if they're in the rain, they're not happy. Let me give you an example. I took Charmander out of his house during the rain once, and Charmander was pissed. He's like, dude, I don't want to be out in the rain. His home, he's very happy with, but because I took him out into the rain, he was like, I don't want to be out here. And in that moment, he was less comfortable. So yes, I do believe that you're correct that there is some in-the-moment mechanics with darkness, and if a Pokemon moves in and out, they're going to be less happy or more happy. However, the thing I don't agree with completely, Kerbu, and just agreeing to disagree if anything, is I think that their house habitat does not change them. So while yes, you're right, I think there's an in-the-moment comfort level with a Pokemon that can be affected by the movement of the sun, I don't agree that their house comfort level ever changes unless there is a movement of the sun, right? Like if I build a house for a Pokemon with no windows and it's a dark habitat, it is going to be a dark habitat. It's going to be satisfied with its home always. That home is always going to be a dark habitat. So I don't see a home has a comfort level, only the Pokemon. So this is where I disagree with you, because every Pokemon has an ideal habitat. So if my Pokemon's ideal habitat is satisfied, it doesn't matter what its in the moment comfort level is. Its ideal habitat is satisfied. So yeah, while you're correct, if my coughing goes outside during the day, in the moment, it is not happy because it is bright outside. But its ideal habitat is still being fulfilled, which is dark. So that's where my thinking comes from. So I think that there is two different systems happening simultaneously. There is their ideal habitat and there is their comfort level of their home. But then there's also their in the moment comfort level as well. I think there are two systems at play here. When it stops raining, it goes right back up. I'm trying to figure it out. So I can tell you what's going on right now, Kylo Hen. Fire Pokemon without a roof get pissed in the rain. So if you have a fire Pokemon that doesn't have a roof over its head when it's raining, your comfort level will decrease. Fire Pokemon require roofs. If you don't put a roof over a fire Pokemon's habitat, when it rains, it will go down in comfort no matter what. No matter what. I've learned this via my own interactions. No matter what, it needs to have a roof. So I could solve this really easily. I could simply go ahead and switch into Magnemite, right? I can go ahead and I can grab some blocks. I can do this. I can do this. And I can do this. And then, all right, put this here. Put this here. Now, my Quilava has a roof over its habitat. And now my Quilava will technically not lose comfort when it rains. Even though it's sitting out in the snow, in the rain right now, sleeping, it will be happier in general because I just gave it a roof over its habitat. So now when it rains, this Pokemon is not going to be affected, and I will not see a decrease in my environment level. Be forewarned, when you give a Firemon a house, they practically never leave it. They're all shut-ins. I've noticed that. The home I made for Mewtwo has windows and a fully enclosed roof. When he wanders into the sun shining through the windows, he complains. Right, so now we're talking about dynamic lighting in the game. And this is a conversation that we were talking about earlier. Do houses work with a certain percentage of darkness or not? We don't know how that works. So again, so what you're experiencing is the fact that your house isn't as dark as it would be because sun is coming in the windows. Yes, exactly. So that dark habitat is being adjusted because of the light coming in the window. Yes, that is exactly how this game works, which is why we were just saying earlier, you know, is it the fact that there's a roof at all? Or is it the amount of light that is truly able to make it into the building? That's the conversation here, right? Like, is it as simple of a mechanic that a roof equals dark habitat? No, it's obviously not that. Like, that's clearly a no, right? So then what's the next thing? So then it's like, all right, so then it must be based off of how much light is coming into the building. So ideally, you wouldn't want windows on a dark habitat. Or you want to put that building in a cave. Or you want to put that building under a cliff overhang so that there's always shade. These are all like weird things that we don't fully like understand. We're all kind of figuring it out together. It's like, what does a Pokemon consider, you know, a dark habitat? What is, how do you create a dark habitat? So what if you put curtains up over the windows, right? Or you just fulfill their other desires enough that they hit awesome anyways. Right. So for me personally, I'm trying to take things past the awesome level, and I'm trying to fulfill all of their needs as like a role-playing thing. So like, for example, I have to do a dark habitat for coughing. I have to have garbage incorporated into their build, something that equals gatherings, something that's complicated, something soft, something wobbly, and I need to incorporate their favorite foods into their designs. So for me, I'm taking things past the awesome level, and I'm kind of getting a little nerdy, and I want to try to fulfill all of their wants and needs, even if I don't need to get that awesome level, right? Like, in all reality, I've gotten awesome by just spamming furniture. But I think I'm going to try to design for the Pokemon in a way that incorporates all of their things that they desire. and to kind of see like how can I really manipulate this game, you know? I think it could be a lot of fun. It's going to be like a little personal challenge for me to build like the perfect habitats for the Pokemon. So for gatherings, that's so funny, Jonesman. I think gatherings means stuff like benches and beds. Like that's group activities. So maybe gatherings is like a bunch of orange Faygo soda and a bunch of face paint, specifically of clown face paint. Because I think that's how you really get a gathering going, right? Just a bunch of Faygo and some face paint. I think that's how that works. Ooh, that kind of gathering. You're a juggalo? I'm not.
Okay, that's all the time I've got. I gotta get back to playing Animal Crossing New Leaf on my Nintendo 3DS.
Oh, I'm not. But I do know that I grew up with a couple juggalos and they call it The Gathering. And that's why I made that joke. I think it's called The Gathering or something like that. So yeah, I'm not sure. To be clear, and Kerbu knows this, but to be clear, like nobody's wrong or right now. And me disagreeing with a statement, you know, I don't actually know for sure anything. So I just want to be clear about that. Like my disagreeing with a certain the way that we think the game works, I'm just like not sure. I do feel like there's three mechanics that a Pokemon deals with. There's comfort level, there's friendship, and then there's habitat. That's how I think this game is broken down. There's comfort, habitat, and friendship, and I think that they all are interconnected, but they also are like separated. So like they're separate levers, but they do connect to each other. That's like my philosophy on how this game works. My Mimikyu spawned in a work in project area and legit made me feel weird that they're feeling awesome with being almost being zero catered to. That's weird. Not to pull us way back to the cat conversation, but adopting an adult black cat is the best decision you'll ever make. Oh, we can go back to the cat conversation anytime, y'all. I don't mind at all. All right, I need to bring Venonat here. We're going to have Venonat live in the house with Venomoth, and we're going to give them each a floor of their own. So let's go bring Venonat here. I don't know if he's here already. Let me go poke around. All right, I think we're good. I think he's back in Castletown. And then we also need to grab a bunch of furniture to decorate Ariados's and Spinarak's property today. Let's go do that. I was wondering, is there anything you specifically don't want for her? Like if someone were to send you a gift? No, I'm pretty open to whatever. If y'all want to treat the cat, you're okay. You know, I will definitely still be the barrier between her and gifts if I feel like something isn't quite clicking. But no, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I would say, here's a good one. I would say cat food and like litter right now, because that's all stuff I'm trying to control. So until I figure out exactly what food she's going to be eating regularly, we've already kind of got snacks covered. So I will give y'all a heads up. Between the snacks I bought and between the snacks the chat picked up for the throne, you can probably hold off on going too much deeper in the snack world for now until we find out exactly what snacks she really likes. And then we can kind of lean lean on those. And that's it. I guess to give you a real answer, that's it. You know, I want to make sure that I'm incorporating food that she's going to eat and that she likes. And yeah, that's it. Good question for sure. Yeah, good question for sure. Hello from the Netherlands. What's up, Mama Suze? I just finished the main story because I saw the credits, but I still have some quest. The professor wanted a house, and now Pikachu wants to have a different Pokemon with him. I thought the questing was done. No, the questing's not done. So now what you're dealing with are requests, and requests are going to just be something that you're going to get always in this game. Pokemon can have requests no matter how far into the game you are. You're also dealing with some of the end game quests. So end game quests are stuff that you might have missed, or quests that you only unlock end game that allow you to unlock abilities and features. So for example, if you haven't already unlocked the ability to suck in and spit out water, that's something that you can get. Another example of this is if you haven't had the ability to... Wait, hold on. What food do I need for Ariados? Let me help out. Let me help out this Pokemon. So... Also, there's finding Gyarados and getting the ability to use Waterfall. So on and so forth. So yeah, there's still going to be plenty for you to do. I need Sour. I need an Asperberry tree. There's still going to be plenty for you to do. However, keep in mind that most of those quests are optional. Keep in mind that most of those quests are optional, and you don't really have to keep locking in on the quest if you don't want to. Ooh, I think we're going to bring a stump over here for the bugs. I'm grabbing all the flowers because I'm going to be doing some decorating. All right, cool. And then let me go ahead and take a picture of an Asper tree, and we're going to bring that. And I need, what, 5... What, I need 5, Ooh, a photo op's happening. Oh, what's happening here? Creepy catapult time? What? Is it using Draco Meteor? Is that what I was missing? Oh, it did! It did the attack! Look! It's doing an attack! Oh, dude, I can't get it. It sucks. In order for it to register, this is just a bad angle. This is just not a good space for the camera. Cute. Your Pokemon are hardcore addicted to elevators? Yeah, Kerboot? When I made Glaceon her home, she pieced out really fast to trade, and Mimikyu had more fun with it instead. Alright, hold on. I need to grab some Pokemetal, the rare stuff, if I want to copy this tree. It's gonna cost a lot. It's like 5, dude. So yeah, I wouldn't overthink it too much. I think once you finish the story, I really think you should channel the energy of doing whatever you want. Really lock in on that whatever you want to do kind of vibe. Oh, that's so cute, Tay. I love doing art with old, like, CD cases and, like, CD books and stuff. That's what you made me think of. You're doing art with old Pokemon cards. I like doing art with, like, old CD covers and stuff. It's been a really long time since I've done anything like that, but I love it.
Yay for Kitty.
Yay for Kitty. Did I pick up the Asperberry tree? What happened? I got it. Okay, we're good. Same thing happened to you. Yo, thank you, Jupi-san, for 42. Thanks for supporting my journey for 6 in advance. All right, what else do we need now? Let's get some furniture. We have enough inventory space for some furniture. Now I wish I took my Suicune because I thought it was actually random, but I thought it was spoofing by time traveling. Dang, I'm glad you're like me though. I've passed up so many Pokemon logging in at nighttime, and I didn't take them because I wanted to have most of my journey on stream. Hey, whoa! What the heck? What the heck? What? Mabel and Penny completely paid for my KitchenAid classic mixer. They just bought the whole thing. That's a lot of money. That's a ton. They contributed $189 to the KitchenAid so I can make bread at home and doughs and all sorts of great things. Holy bananas. What, Mabel and Penny? What? Who is this? Who did this? Oh my God. The breadsmith arc begins. Oh my gosh. It sounds like two cats. Yeah, I was getting some cat vibes. Thank you, Anonymous. If you want to remain anonymous, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I can't even breathe right now. Oh my God. All right, I need garbage. I need to take a screenshot here. All right, it's the exact same except for the flavors. All right, so we need colorful stuff. We need rides. What is a ride? What does the game consider a ride, chat? Wooden stuff? A minecart? That makes sense. Colorful stuff. A slide, a handcart. I guess a slide makes a lot of sense, right? Wood and iron bench. Some cool mysterious statues. We're gonna try putting a gate here. I think I'm gonna take that idea that was suggested to me. Thank you so much to all the supporters today. Y'all are rock stars of your very own genre. That love's gonna come back to you tenfold. Aw. Thank you for saying that. Thank you so much, dude. That's insane. All right, we do need a place for them to sleep. They do like wooden things and garbage. Can I just give them a pile of garbage to sleep on? I don't think garbage just means garbage. Like I don't think it has to be that way. They both wanted a humid habitat, right? Which they're gonna just get naturally because of where I put them. Yeah. Please look at chat room super quick. Okay, hold on, I'm going. Wait, what? What am I looking at? This is what my stream looks like when I'm plugged into the car speakers. Is that what's going on? Like as if it's my new hit single, I Got a Cat. My new hit single. Yo, dog. Yo, I got a cat, yo. The recycling bin? Maybe that counts as trash as well. Let's just grab a hand cart. Number one on Apple charts, actually. Number one hit single. I got a cat. I hear you over there, Lugia. I hear you flapping away over there. You flapper. All right, maybe a wooden sign. Ooh, maybe some mushroom lamps could be cute. I'll grab these fences because we might end up using them. Probably not. Yeah, I'm not going to put the fences up until I'm for sure I know exactly what fences I'm going to use. Because I'm just going to waste my time if I do that. Thanks for sharing that. That was cool. That's funny. All right, of course, we got like log chairs. Technically, those are relaxing as well. Wooden bed. That's all a little bit too gaudy for the design I'm trying to do. What you all are witnessing right now is my first attempt to do like real designing in this game on a small like interior kind of tip, even though it's technically going to be outside. And I'm going to have some fun with this. I think we're going to try to create a pretty cool space. Honestly, even the picnic blanket is pretty colorful. Now, here's the cool part. When it asks for something colorful, I can't help but wonder, I wonder if I can just paint a regular item. You know, like if it asks for something colorful, I wonder, like, could you take an item like a wooden chair and paint it and then make it more colorful? Would that count as a colorful item if it was painted? Right? Like that, that's the kind of questions that I'm not sure about. Of course, there's like the fun music toys. One way to find out. One way to find out. Grab all these bushes and flowers out of here. Do some organization. We don't need to do a hot spring spout. No thanks. Maybe a fire pit. I could turn it into a little park and we could throw like a vending machine. Since we are going to put a gate, we could turn it into like a little park. That's one side of the game I haven't gotten into yet, is the painting. And I'm like almost overwhelmed by it. Ooh, we got a Wobbuffet Wobbler toy. They do like wobbly toys, right? Let's go see what we're looking at again. Thank you, Pyrotechnic. No, just nature, wooden, garbage, rides, colorful. I think I might be putting a slide back by their house. You know what? We could add a large boulder back there. We're gonna do that. I don't think I want to do a fountain, even though it would make things more humid. Maybe some torches, maybe some sandbags. Maybe they count as trash. I don't know. Yeah, let me get some of these stone debris. Oh, yeah. New cat. So their name from the APL is Midnight. We have not officially named it ourselves yet. So still coming soon on the official name from me. But the APL just gave her like a default name. You know how they do. They're just, they run into so many animals. They're not thinking about. All right, now let's go check our DIY recipes. First off, let's go get... So you need berries to be smushed into paint? Is that how that works? So I need a crushing Pokemon to crush paint for me. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and switch my food here to restores PP when eaten raw. All right, we're gonna switch over to eating raw wheat because that sounds great. Yikes. All right, so we need 1 stack of these berries. Let's get a stack of 50 Chestos. Let's get a stack of 50 Rost. Let's get a stack of 50 Asper. And let's get a stack of 40 Pekka. We'll grab a whole stack of Lums. All right, perfect. And then I need a community chest. Perfect. And I need a crusher. So I'm going to go and put this over by Tyranitar's property. My cat's name in the shelter was Sprocket, and that wouldn't work for me, so I changed it to Binks. Yeah, I don't blame you for doing that at all. Right, I don't think I'm going to lock in on midnight, but I'm going to let the cat kind of choose itself. And by that, I mean I'm just going to... You know, I'm going to let the cat kind of choose itself, and I'm just going to kind of let the name come to me. All right, I'm putting this in your property. Can you crush this stuff for me? Yes, got it. All right, let's get that stuff crushed. Oh, we got a new Pokemon. Hey, hey, hey! Oh my God, it's Porygon 2. Oh, oh, look, a human. Or wait, are you a Pokemon? You are looking for humans, huh? I was actually made by humans, but I do not know where they've all gone. They were smart enough to make a construct as amazing as me, but they still did some pretty quirky stuff, like staying up all night and being late in the morning or gobbling up all the snacks. Wait, is this Porygon 2 watching me or something? What? Don't worry about my snack intake. Don't come at me like that. This artificial Pokemon evolved thanks to cutting edge science. It sometimes displays behavior that is not in its programming. Oh. What was its ability? I missed its ability. It wasn't that good though. It was recycle, I think. Yeah, that's it. Just recycle. What up, Fuzzy Dimples? Rude Pokemon. All right, so I checked all the furniture. We checked all the paint. Let me check what I can craft. What can we craft that is wooden and outdoorsy? Naturey wooden. Let's grab a log table. We might end up putting a little table set up in their area. Let's see. Wall-mounted table. That's kind of cute. I actually wouldn't mind that. Let me grab 2 of these. Maybe I'll use them. Yeah, there are a few man-made Pokemon. Any ideas for easy dinners, chat? So, I mean, if I really go Rachel Ray on you, here's my, like, a handful of quick dinners. First off, cheesy chicken rice. Take some chicken, put it in the slow cooker. If you don't have a slow cooker, you can just cook it in the oven. If you don't, you could also do an Instapot. I use Instapot. You could pressure cook. So first off, cheesy chicken rice. Slow cook the chicken. Then, once it's done slow cooking, shred it with a fork or with your hands. It's a little hot. Do it while it's kind of hot. And then literally just throw uncooked rice into the already chicken water. Use the chicken water as the base for the rice and cook yourself a cup or 2 of rice and then mix in some cheese. Preferably something like a block cheese that you can mix in. Cheesy chicken rice. Next one, easy. Any stir fry, ever. Cutting is the longest thing. 20 minutes of cutting, 5 minutes of cooking, stir fry. Done. Stir fries can be anything, everything. It's literally the casseroles of like the Eastern culture. Just throw anything into a stir fry. It doesn't matter. The word stir fry just means stirring and frying. Like just don't even think about it. Just throw anything in a stir fry. I've done mushroom, broccoli, chicken. I've done snow peas, broccoli, chicken. I've done onions. I've done, one time I had nothing but potatoes, so I did potatoes in a stir fry, but I did have to boil them first. Just do whatever you want. All right, here's a third one for you. So cheesy chicken rice, stir fry anything. A third super easy and quick meal would be some classic tacos, dude. You can get yourself a packet of taco seasoning and some ground beef or chicken or beans, and then you put them into a saute pan with the taco seasoning. You can taco season beans, you can taco season meat. I prefer chicken or beef, but you can do beans as well. I've done bean tacos this way. So then you get that classic taco flavor that we all grew up with as millennials, and you just mix it in with whatever, and then you just, boom. At that point, you can roll it up in tortillas. You can get some shells with it, whatever you want. And there's 3 just super easy meals that you could do any day of the week. And you can buy separate packets of taco seasoning for literally like 59 cents. Go to your seasoning aisle. You can get taco seasoning for like $1. And you can use that to season anything. You don't have to go buy the whole like kit. You know what I mean? Because I know a lot of you might be thinking about the whole kit. It's like, you don't need to do the whole kit, dude. Just buy the seasoning. Yeah, that's my go-to for sure. My roommate used to be nuts about the seasoning. Homie would use taco seasoning in everything he ate. He was so crazy about it. Taco seasoning packets are like $2 here. That's ridiculous. Now, I think it depends on where you buy them. If you go to the dollar store, you can get some, you know, pretty cheap taco seasoning packets. They might be like 30 years old or some weird off-brand. Like instead of taco, it's Tacno or something. But hey, you know, it's still the dollar store and it's still 60 cents. So it's really up to you. You got to pick your battles in life, you know? But yeah, you could probably find it for cheaper if you know, if you want to get like 30-year-old taco seasoning, because, you know, we all know that's what's going on at the dollar store, right? You want to get the stuff that fell off the truck and then fell off the truck again, and then got put in the Amazon warehouse and then fell off that truck, and then some random dude bought it off of some other dude and out of his trunk, and then it ended up at the Dollar Tree, and then you bought it for 60 cents. Hey, it's still only 60 cents. All right, I think I want a birdhouse. Actually, I think I want to do some planters and some flowers. This sounds great. Let's make 10 of these. Maybe a wooden sign. How's my 4th favorite cat doing? How's my new 4th favorite cat doing? How many cats do you have? And I think she's doing all right out there. I imagine at this moment in time she's hearing my voice and a little bit, but it's probably just murmurs. Like I just asked my lady like how much you can hear my voice from the other room. With the door closed, you can't really hear me at all. So I imagine right now she's either sleeping off the shock or attempting to go out of her hole and like poke around a little bit. It's probably one or the other. She's probably just sleeping off the shock, dude. It's just in 5 minutes, it'll roughly be 24 hours since she came home. And since she was like out of the box, I imagine she's just sleeping the shock off, if she's sleeping at all. Unfortunately, poor thing, dude. I can tell you she's not eating. So Hopefully not pooping on my carpet, because that's definitely something that could happen in the next couple days. So hopefully there's not too much of that happening. I'm excited for you to attempt one of the liquid mush treats. You soothing tones are going to work to your advantage. You think so? I think so too. I agree. She will give it time. She will when she gets hungry enough. Right, exactly. Like, right now it's just a game of her getting comfortable and then getting hungry enough and realizing that there's food right in front of her. And later on tonight or tomorrow, I haven't decided yet, I am going to crack open a can of wet food and put that alongside her dry to see if that helps encourage her to eat. Because you know, when she hears that can crack open and she smells that fresh smell of that fresh cat food, she's going to get hungrier, you know, and that might pull her out of that hole a little bit to come eat, but she still ain't going to want to eat in front of me for a couple of days. So it's a game of I'll put the food out and then I'll leave and go to sleep, and she'll hopefully eat overnight when I'm snoozing and she knows that I'm not anywhere, you know, to be found. So yeah, I kept mine pretty much in the living room. I gave it maybe a little too much space than it needed at first, but that was because I was trying to battle a situation. So like, the problem is that my house doesn't have many good options for a litter box, and I didn't want to lock her in my bedroom with the litter box and then her get accustomed to the litter box being in my bedroom. My bathroom is too small for a litter box, so I didn't have many options. So I had to get creative. So what I did is I cleared out my whole walk-in closet in my living room, and that's actually where her journey started. I actually opened up the box in the closet and I closed the closet door. Don't worry, she's fine. There's enough ventilation and it's not, you know, the air's not going to go away right away. But she started her journey in a small, like not a small, but like a walk-in closet with a litter box, toys, food, water. And about 3 hours later, once she was like a little more comfortable, I went and I cracked the door open before bed. I brought some toys, some treats, just to see if she would at all do anything. And it was zero. She was just totally still afraid. This was around 6 p.m. yesterday. So I cracked the door open and I just walked away again to see if she would leave the closet. And sure as heck, she did. Within a couple hours, right before bed, like 9 p.m., she was out of the closet and had found a new fort because the closet wasn't really a good hiding spot. She found a hiding spot. So good. All right. So she's out of the closet. She has moved herself. Perfect. So what I did is now I opened the door of the closet completely so that she can get in and out with ease. And I proceeded to set up some more forts for her around the house. And now technically she has access to the whole living room and the closet now. She could, if she wanted to, get into the dining room, but she probably won't. So yeah, like at first I did kind of have the living room and the dining room open for her, but I realized like, this is probably overwhelming. So I took this old mattress I had and I put it up as a big barrier between the living room and dining room. So it feels like more of an enclosed space. And now that's where I'm going to leave her until tomorrow. So she has the living room. So then I'll move the mattress and I'll open up the dining room tomorrow. All my doors have been closed otherwise. And then I'll slowly start to open up these doors and I'll introduce her to the rest of the house. But the reason I did all this is because it was really important to me. And after talking to the rep at the APL, they agreed with me that it wasn't really the best for me to like put the litter box in one area, then move it somewhere else. I'm sure maybe some of you have had plenty of success doing that, but that is like not like that's rough, right? So instead, what they recommended is try just introducing a second litter box somewhere else later and see if you can get them to convert, or it's best to have their litter box be in their permanent location from the beginning. And that's what I opted to do. So while I did kind of give them a little bit more space than they needed at first with the big old living room and dining room, my goal was to make it to where the litter box was just in one place, period, from the beginning. So I couldn't do the like bedroom thing is the point that I'm trying to get to. I had to like kind of work with what I had, which was a closet that was pretty big. And that's it. That's pretty much how I left it. So yeah, she'll be fine. I will be getting another litter box. It's literally on the way. They say you want a litter box plus one per cat. So I will have 2 litter boxes set up in the house. But her main litter box is going to be that closet, I think. I'm going to convert the closet to a poop palace for her. And it's going to be dope. I'm going to just like, I think I'm going to like put some shelves in there and like, I'm going to like try to make it comfortable. I'm going to turn the closet into a poop palace. And it's just going to be, I'm going to have 2 litter boxes in the closet right next to each other. Because again, they just say you want to have more than one. And I'm going to have, in the future, the closet's going to be like, I'm going to put stuff up on the walls to prevent like spraying and stuff. So I got high wall litter boxes, and I'm going to put some vinyl or something from like a craft store on the walls. And then I'm on the floor, I'm putting down a material as well. And then I'm going to put one of those like knock off the litter type things so that hopefully most of the litter stays in the closet. And I'm going to turn the closet into a nice little poop palace for them. And they can just like own the closet. Like, that's fine. You know, the only problem is the closet door is in the way of my front door. They hit. So, but the thing is that cats can get into a door as long as it's cracked. So once the cat is comfortable, I'm not going to have the closet door like wide open all the time. Because if it's got a poop, it's going to just go and push the door open. It's going to go in there and it's going to use the restroom. So like, I think eventually my system's going to make a lot of sense and it's going to work. But for right now, it's like a little awkward, but I think this is good. I think I'm doing the best thing I can do. Because here's my end game goal, y'all. It's to try to get the cat to use a fully closed litter box. That's the goal, is to get a litter box that's fully enclosed with like a top entry, or like a really nice litter box that has like a top entry and a front entry. And it's nice and big and spacious, that I can put somewhere in the house that wouldn't feel so just, here's a litter box full of cat poo. Like, because I don't mind having the litter box somewhere incorporated into my home if it's kind of presentable, you know? I just didn't want to have a straight up open litter box. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't quite about, so that's why I'm trying to find a solution that makes sense for my like somewhat small apartment. So that's why I chose the closet for my introduction. Because it's like, you know what? The closet is going to make it to where I don't have to deal too much with like it being all up in my face. And then eventually I can get like one of the cool planter ones, right? Pyrotechnic. Like there's all sorts of really good like furniture. Right. So they will go in a closed one no matter what. I guess the reason I said like used to it is because I heard that some cats kind of hate enclosed litter boxes. I don't know how true it is, but I heard that some of them just kind of hate it. And I didn't want to like do that too. I didn't want to like, you know what I mean? So I was going to buy a plastic one first just to see if they are even like okay with it. Right? And then like get one that's like a little bit nicer eventually. Yeah, like I'm not sure. So like, I don't know. Like, so I'm just going to present options and see how she works. I'm just going to like present options to her and see like how she feels. If it's too small or it's too stinky, the cats can be picky, right? That's not strictly true. My boys hate being enclosed. Yeah, right. Like, I don't know. I hear that sometimes cats are like really not about the enclosed. Sometimes they are. So I'm trying to like go with the flow here. I'm just gonna like take my time and I'm gonna slowly introduce different things to her and see like how she reacts. Yeah, it'll be a fun journey, but I think it's really silly to create a poop palace for a cat. I think that's funny to me and I really want to do it. I'm like obsessed with the idea. I think it's great. Like I am straight up about to create a throne room for this cat. I'm about to turn this closet into a throne, dude. It's about to be sick. I know, I'm just having too much fun. Oh, these garden lamps are nice. Let's grab a couple of these. Yeah, the stainless steel is what I'm going with. Yeah, I got one stainless steel litter box on the way. The one I got now is plastic and I'll eventually switch it out. But at least it has high walls. I have a stainless steel one coming that's nice and high walls. And then, like I said, I'm gonna buy one that has a top entry next, but I'll get a cheaper one just to see if she even likes it, you know, down the road. And then eventually what I'm looking at is about $100 one. They're like 50 to 150 bucks, but you can get these like, you can get like pieces of furniture that are like end tables. You can get just like really large and spacious enclosed ones where it has a top entry, a front entry. It's all stainless steel and it's all like very just clean and neat looking. Right. So like, yeah, like that's like the very end game goal is to get like a really nice stainless steel top entry for her. That would be my ideal situation. And then I would have just another one on the side in case she wants to use that, you know. But yeah, I think that's the plan anyways. I'm looking for more wooden stuff. I wonder if pinwheels count. They might like this. Do you have a litter mat? Yeah, I got a little litter mat for right now, but I'll get a better one later. The one I got was just an on-the-fly purchase at PetSmart just to get something to kind of deal with the litter. But I'm expecting to just have to vacuum a bunch until I get my setup perfectly. But so far, it's pretty good. Yeah, I got like a little litter mat in front, and ideally she would be walking out of the litter box and it would fall off naturally. So we'll see what ends up happening. Yeah, after doing research, stainless steel seemed to be the best choice. It seemed to be the best choice of all the choices. This works well for hanging ropes or decorations. This is interesting. Resort light. All right, I think, oh, here it is. Iron gate. This is exactly what I need. All right, and I think we're using the stone fencing. Hold on, I think I found the fence I'm using. Oh. I don't know. Yo, any of y'all that are playing Pokopia, you want to help me decide what fence to use? What do you think this white fence... Is there any fences that you think... It's probably the stone fence, right? And then I think I'm going to put something under it. Like maybe like a single block of like wood or a single block of like a sandstone or something. And then I'm going to run the fence across the top. The only fences I have right now are stone, handrail, metal, and iron enclosure. Maybe I don't have all the fences unlocked yet though. That's the thing I'm not sure about. I think we'll do the stone fence. It doesn't look like there's a garden fence At least not yet. Again, I might not have everything unlocked. I could use the wooden fence and paint it white. I could use any fence and maybe paint it white. What if I just use the iron fence and paint it? I could do that. Yeah. I could do a painted metal fence. Yeah, chat's cooking over here. There's one in Bleak Beach that would be perfect. It's called Arched Barrier. Oh, so I don't have them all. So chat's saying slow down, Gandhi, because there could be other fences. I don't have them all unlocked yet. There's one in the Skylines at the top. The Arched Barrier, it's green by Mosslex. Let's go take a look and see what y'all are saying. Let's go take a look. Thank you, thank you, Chelly. Thank you, Doom. There's one in the Skylands as well. Let's go poke around and see. Y'all are so smart. Yeah, dude. This chat room knows what's going on. Invest in a carpet cleaner vacuum. I might do that. Oh, ooh, I see it. Ooh, this is nice. And we could paint it white. Arched Barrier. It naturally looks white, actually. It's just green here. Look. It's painted. It's normally white. Ooh. I'm gonna grab a couple pieces. I need the recipe. I don't have the recipe, y'all. All right, let me go check the Skylands as well. I did see your song. I just saw it, Colorless Blue. I just saw it. Yeah, I'll check it out later. Yo, what's up, Salky? How do I stream from the Switch 2? Yeah, you just need a capture card. You got it. Thank you, Cozy. And if you need recommendations, there's a lot of affordable capture cards. You don't have to spend $100, $200. You could spend $50. You can even find them for $20 if you don't care too much about quality. All right, these are metal fences that we could paint white. Okay, I see stuff up there. Let's go up here and see. Do 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 do. I see it. Yep, it's the same exact fence. It's actually white. Yep, there it is. Yep, so it's the arched barrier is exactly what I'm looking for. Exactly what I'm looking for right there. So we got to get the recipe. I don't know if I got it automatically just by picking it up. I might have to find it via a water spot, which is the fun of this game, because some of the recipes are just random. Or I can maybe buy it from the shop. Maybe I can already buy it. Maybe I can just straight buy it from the shop right now. I could take a picture and print them. It might be kind of expensive. I'm not in a rush. I just wanted to figure out what fence I was going to use. I'm actually not in a rush, so I'm okay with waiting. Because it's like, I was actually just trying to figure out what fence will I eventually use. Now that we know what fence we're eventually going to use, I can chill. And I can pick up the fence whenever I need. Because I'm not quite at the point of decorating yet. I was just more so trying to figure out what my next step was. I do want to say thank you, Charlie, for the 80 months, by the way. And I did, in fact, get a cat. Thanks for the 80 months. That's insane to say out loud. 80 months. A ditto tangy emoticon. It is kind of ditto, yeah. That's pretty funny. Yeah, right. I'm not finishing the city even close today. Yeah, we're not even at the point where we're ready to put up fences. But I made a mistake before, putting up a fence before I realized what I wanted. And then I had to tear the whole fence down, like, piece by piece, and I hated it. So that's why I was about to bring those wooden fences and start putting fences up. And I caught myself because I'm like, wait a second. This is a terrible idea because I'm going to put this fence up and I'm not going to like it. And I'm so glad we talked because I was going to fence this whole area up. And I'm like, wait a second. We don't even know what we're doing yet. Now we know what we're doing. We just got to figure out what the base is going to look like. I think I'm going to use like a sandstone or something square base. And I'm going to run the fences on top. I think it's going to be great. All right, we're here to decorate today for Ariados and for Spinnerack, and we're going to give them both a lovely space here. And we have a gate. Oh no, the gate's not going to be able to work. It's not going to be even. Oh, no even, Stevens. No gate. Now, maybe I don't have to put the gate here. I could put the gate somewhere else. I could put the gate like back here. I kind of hate, I guess the gate would have to be on a brick. Does it link to expand? I don't know. Let's test it a little bit. Let's see. Sorry, I'm rambling. You're okay. You're allowed to ramble here. Oh yeah, getting the smoke out of the walls. I grew up with smokers. It does automatically link, which is nice. Yeah, it would fit on the shorter side. It would make sense maybe on one of the shorter sides here, like right here. I wasn't originally going to do a gate. I got the idea. I'm kind of just going to not do one, I think. Tater Tatsu. How'd you get the Rostberry tree? I got it from a Treasure Island. I took a picture of it. In fact, it was the only one I got from a Treasure Island. The rest of them I got on my own. But I took a picture of it and I copied it in the copier machine. All right, I think we're going to do this berry over here. Anonymous bought the Temptations cat treats. Classic, crunchy, and soft cat treats. Tasty chicken flavor. No, thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. You're a bunch of cuties, man. All right, so we got the berry over here for Spinnerack, and then we got the sour berries over here for Ariados. Absolutely perfect. Now let's go ahead and decorate a little bit. I forgot to bring more boulders with me. I wanted more boulders. We got a nice big boulder right here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Yo, thank you so much, Anonymous. I appreciate the love coming in here. y'all are absolutely loving the cat just as much as I am. Thank you. I think I want to have like a big boulder like right here. Now I need to spawn Spinnerack in because otherwise I might ruin its home here. That was the perps, the perpetrators. Thank you, perpetrators. I need to log off soon. I'll be back in 2 hours. I'll be playing my first gig of the season. Yo, good luck, Salky. All right, we're gonna move this rock here. Then we're gonna have some of the rock pieces kind of back here, like rotated a little bit. Yeah, so we got some rocks around this tree. And then I want to do a bush back here. No, we'll do a grass patch so we can fix its habitat. Boulder shaded tall grass. Sounds good. Here's your new home, buddy. It's how pleasantly humid, it said. All right, do I like... No, don't ruin the home again. I was just trying to see what other angles of this rock I could enjoy. Okay, that's a little bit better. All right, come back. Are they playing tag around here? Stop it. Do 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 do. All right. Now I want to put a nice bush here, and I don't know what kind of bush I want to use. Maybe I should use flowers. Something that kind of matches the area well. So like we have these purple roofs. Why not maybe go with like the purple. Yeah, look at that. That's kind of cute, right? Then put this down here. Should I post a picture of the Pokemon hits I got yesterday from Scarlet and Violet? Yeah, go ahead and share. You could use the Pokemon Center channel. Yeah, I don't use the up on the D-pad to have my Pokemon follow me for some reason. I really don't know why. I don't. I just don't. Are they going to be able to reach the food if it falls on the rock like that? Yeah, he did. All right, and Ariados, this is your tree over here. So let's get Ariados's area going. Let me make sure I call Magikarp so that he doesn't lose his home.
You made it.
No, Magikarp, you're not supposed to spawn from outside. Oh, hey, dude, how you doing? Like, dude, this is why we do need to consider a gate. Hey, like, no, dude, spawn in your lake, homie. Get in here. This is why I am going to consider the gate. I'm still thinking about it. Hey, dude. Like, what are you doing here, dude? All right, just in case we lose you, Magikarp, because I'm uprooting his home here. All right, now Ariados loves colorful things, and so does Spinnerack. So we want to have a lot of color around their home. The fish I can't. Hey, he'll jump in the water and swim sometimes. He doesn't just sit there and flop. Is he still following me? Oh, he is. All right. All right, let's be off. Wait, how do I make him stop following me? You hold it. Let's do this again later, yo. He said I could use more what? Yo, how's your comfort level? Want some decorations. All right, we're getting there, buddy. Don't worry. I love the idea of Magikarp just sounding like a bro. Yeah, me too. So bro, hey bro. All right, Ariados, we're gonna give you a similar treatment. We're gonna give you some back grass. But then, after that, the grass is going to evolve into some flowers. So we're gonna go for purples, some seashore flowers. We're gonna go for purples. We're gonna match the vibe. We're gonna vibe here. I don't have all the flowers in the game unlocked, but let's do some mountain flowers, some seashore flowers. Yeah, let's do mountain and seashore. Boom, 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 boom. And I kind of wish I did have another boulder for this. I forgot to bring more boulders with me. Let's go ahead and switch to a bush. All your areas are level 10 environment. Nice. All of mine are except for this one, because this one keeps going down because I'm always decorating. Like I'm always removing houses and stuff. Yo, Magikarp, I need you to move, dude. I'm trying to put some flowers down, dude. All right. And we'll give Ariados this room. The graceful flower bed. You want to move in here? All right, now we're gonna see how much overlap we have. You see this dotted line? So there's not any overlap between Ariados and Spinarak, so this is actually not ideal. So I'm gonna change up what I'm doing. So instead, I am gonna keep this decoration, but we're gonna give Ariados another home over here and just a regular patch of flowers. I'm still gonna keep the same idea here, but we're gonna mix it up a little bit. And I'm gonna give him just a nice patch of flower because I want to keep Ariados and Spinarak in a similar area because I'm gonna take advantage of the fact that they have basically the same requirements for their ideal home and habitat. Are you surprised that Champions is free to play? No. I had a feeling they were gonna go with the super weird free to play but microtransactions method. It's just a wave, bro. Yeah, no, I expected it. I expected them to do something goofy with Champions. All right. This doesn't count yet as a home, unfortunately. Because I made it a pattern, so I still have to try to create a home out of this. That's the whole fun thing with like habitats, is like we could create a home out of this. Let's do some damp hedges here. All right, I am gonna move this. And I'm gonna actually go ahead and cut down this. And we're gonna put this bush here instead. And then I think we lost his home. We did. Okay. Let's make it humid. Oh, we're getting there. These flowers are sure gonna help. All right, we got the home back, which is what I wanted. All right, you want to move in? All right, so now we have this room, and it's going to overlap very healthily with Area Dose over here. We just got to figure out how to turn this into a home for Area Dose. Now, the easy thing to do is to just switch out my flowers so that I'm using flowers that all make sense. But if we look at our habitat decks, we might be able to find something cooler to work with. This is the fun of this game I'm starting to like really tap into is, in all reality, I could instead see if there's an arrangement of items or grass that I could turn into their habitat while also still decorating and like having fun, right? I was thinking about doing a bench and some greenery. Ooh, I'm gonna do this. This is gonna be their home. I got it. That's perfect. I love that so much. All right, so we're gonna switch gears here. We're gonna grab this. We're gonna grab this. We're gonna put this here, and we're gonna throw a bench right between them. Now, the industrial might not work for this. It does. Have you seen the awesome underwater homes for swimming Pokemon that let you watch them swim around? Yeah, like the weird... You're talking about the, people are kind of calling them... aquariums. Yeah. All right, follow me. And you want to move in here? All right, so now we have them doubling up. And basically everything all the way up to about here is going to be linked up with these two Pokemon. Pretty much. So we have this whole space right here to kind of make both of these Pokemon very happy, which is perfect. So let's go ahead and do that. Do 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 do. A big patch of very colorful flowers, and they're loving how humid it is now. Perfect. A big patch of just wonderfully colorful flowers is all that we needed here. Perfect. Bam, bam, ba, ba, bam. And then I could maybe take out the third flower, but I kind of like having a third flower in here. It feels kind of like wildflowers. I kind of like it. Let's take it out. Oh, how pleasantly humid. All right, sick. Cute little just bed of flowers. I'm just having fun here. This is my first time ever doing like real decorating in the game. Right? Now, let's go back and let's take a look and see what else we're working with. So we want nature, wooden stuff, garbage, rides, colorful stuff, and then we already have the foods figured out. So the rides are the part that I'm really stumped on as far as what I could fit in here for them that counts as a ride. But I can do a lot of other things. Right. I know slide's an obvious one. I feel like there's got to be other answers, though, because, like... I feel like there's gotta be other answers because, like, the slide's massive. Hey, what's up? How you doing today, Matox? All right, we need to give our cute Magikarp a home. Yo, where'd my home go? We could give him this home right here, but I'm gonna give him more of a water-based home. Yo, where'd my home go, dude? My bad, homie. All right, we got a lot of... Yeah, there's got to be other ride options. Yeah, Rost is bitter and Asper is sour. All right, we want another bush right here. And I don't know if I have the bush I want, but I think I have a start for it. Do I not? I don't have the bush I want here. Let's go ahead and do these adorable hedge seeds then. Let's switch these out. Let's do the adorables. And then on either side of these bushes, I'm going to do the shore flowers. Boom. And then we'll go back to the mountain flowers here. So the thing is this area is supposed to be curated, so I'm trying to clean it up because, like, this isn't just random nature. This is a curated park for the Pokemon. What up, Starbrows? I did get a cat! I did! All right, and then let's do white seashore flowers here. Back and forth with the purples, and we'll keep the theme going of having the seashore flowers kind of scattered about, but they don't have to be the focus anymore. And instead we can go back and forth between white and regular here. All right, cool. And then I don't necessarily like how this looks. I think I want more. I want more here. That's really what it is. I just want this to be a little bit bigger. So I'm going to add a little bit more. All right, cool. You have bus duty soon? Boo. What's up, foe? What's bus duty? I mean, you have to drive the bus every day? All right, we ran out of the other flowers I wanted, which is not a big deal. We'll eventually fill all the gaps. We're just trying to get a rough idea of what we're doing here. This is like what I call the foundation phase. Now, I was hoping that maybe we could use those to create some sort of home. It looks like in order to give us the proper home for Magikarp, let's go ahead and take a look at our habitat decks first, before I give up. Let's look for any water-based, flower-based homes here. Of course, you know, the obvious one is the hydrated flower bed. But I didn't want to do that quite yet. Let's see what else we have here. Hold on. We have the hydrated grass as well. I think I'm going to do hydrated grass. We'll get some more grass in this area. It seems to be the best for what I want to do. Oh, I could do the uplifting duckweed. We could do duckweed if we want. I forgot about that. Oh, bird song garden. I could do a bush, a stylus hedge next to a birdhouse. That's not the worst. That's cute. Of course, you could do the fishing rod. Right, the fishing rod is in the stool is like a classic, but I wasn't planning on putting a fishing rod back here. What's up, anime lover? So I also forgot, I want to change out the materials around this, but I didn't bring the right material with me. I'm going to go ahead and just use a temporary material for now. And then we're going to, just so we can see what it's going to look like. I think I want to put some stone around here. Yo, we'll see you later, Matox. All right, let me go ahead and replace. Yeah, we're going to do stone around here. It's going to look like a little pool. I hate when I don't check my PP before I try to do some work. You know what I mean? I hate when I don't check in with my PP before I try to do some work. Faux for all, that's terrible. Good luck. All right. Yeah, I think we're gonna do like a really nice stone. We're gonna do like a really nice stone pathing around the pool here and like really make it super cute. I'm in the withered wastelands right now. Would you explain the search item? You're talking about the dowsing machine? Yeah. Which means I wouldn't be able to put grass around the water if I wanted to do that. So I would need to give Magikarp this graceful flower bed. Which isn't the worst, you know, he's gonna be fine. He's gonna have the whole lake like right within his range, but I really did want to give him like something right in front or right like in the water. There's not a lot of good options for the in the water stuff, but at least not that I've unlocked. Where's my birdhouse? What I could do is I could put a birdhouse like right here. And I'll actually do it on this side, I think. So the dowsing machine, you have to have a Pokemon with the search ability. You have to have a Pokemon with the search ability. And then you walk up to him and you have him follow you, and then you use the dowsing machine. All right, so I want this wooden item to be in Spinarak and Ariados's habitat. This is the problem I'm dealing with. I actually want this to be back here, but all right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab this. We're gonna stylus hedge here. Then we're gonna grab this and we're gonna stylus hedge here. Put this right here. We're actually gonna not do this. We're gonna put the birdhouse right here. Now that's not an Ariados's home, is it? No, it's not even close. But Spinarak loves it. If I wanted it to be in both, I would need it to be here. So getting it in both's not going to work the best here. I would need it to be like back here. Yeah, so the dowsing machine, you have a Pokemon with the search ability around you, or like following you. So like Pidgeotto, Pidgey. Then once you put it in your hand and you click the A button and it starts to beep. And then the Pokemon with the search ability is going to go towards the item that you're hunting. So the dowsing machine works in tandem. The dowsing machine works in tandem with search Pokemon. And that's how that works. Yo, Skullin picked up the Rocco and Roxy Supply Co. Stain and Strong Odor Eliminator, Enzyme Cleaner, Pet Odor Eliminator for a home. Thanks, dude. Thanks for taking care of my future pee problems. Yo, happy belated birthday, Lizzie J. Hey. All right, so now the birdhouse is in both spaces. So they're both benefiting from the wooden nature item. There it is. Spinarak is very happy. We can go back and put this other bush back here again. Let's just do a damp hedge. We'll do a set of damp hedges here. The spider zoomies, you guys notice that? Do. We'll put the planter back. And we'll put the seed back in there. Where's the seed at? I did see the Pokemon Champions trailer. It looks pretty good. I'm not a big fan of the microtransaction stuff and all that, but it looks good. It does look good. I can't deny it. All right, so Magikarp, I'm going to go ahead and give you the Graceful Flower Bed, I think. Now, there might be something else we can do, like another bench setup or something like that. Let's go take a look. Another hedge setup if I want. Maybe we don't put the stones around the little lake and instead we line it with grass. I don't know. Not having a test lab or something where you can just make a temp team and test will keep people using Showdown. Yeah, if they don't do something like that, I agree. Maybe they will. Maybe they've thought of that, but I agree with that statement. Yeah, Magikarp, the Graceful Flower Bed just doesn't feel like the proper place to put your bed. So we are going to go with the duckling stuff. We're going to do it. We're going to do the duckweed. 4 pieces of duckweed. I'm going to kind of staircase it. Just kind of make it fun. All right, here you go. All right, so now Magikarp is here doing his thing. And then what we can do is we can go in here real quick and we could find Magikarp and we could see what Magikarp wants out of a home. So Magikarp also wants it humid. So we're winning because all 3 Pokemon here want it humid. However, he doesn't have as many flowers around him, so we can fix that. He wants lots of water, ocean vibes, group activities. He also wants rides, and then wobbly stuff and sweet flavors. So we could try to fit something that's a ride right like here. And I think it'll work for all the Pokemon. Yeah, like right like here. If I were to put like a slide, all the Pokemon would be happy. All right, you want some sour food? We got you on some sour food. Whoa, Drifloom, don't jump in front of the food I'm trying to feed this other Pokemon. Punk. All right, make them happy. All right, he got his decoration. He's feeling good. All right, I'd say we're pretty successful, right? We have a lot of colors around here. And we could even get more colorful. We have lots of nature. We have wooden items. We still haven't fulfilled the need for riding. And we haven't fulfilled the garbage need yet. Which the garbage need could be easily circumvented by just putting a little trash can setup. However, you wouldn't necessarily want to have the trash in the enclosure. Like, in my mind, I'm like, I'm not going to just throw some trash bags in here. Now, I could do the recycling bin, and like maybe the recycling bin counts as a trash themed item, and maybe they would really appreciate this. So that would work for Ariados. Maybe that counts as a trash item. You just found Suicune on your first Dream Island. Come and just rub it in. Rubbing it in. I haven't even seen one. Now here's the thing. I could also put it outside. I could also put it on like the side of the road out here. Or yeah, maybe just a bit of litter. Do 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 do. Yeah, just scattering about a little bit of litter. It's kind of a cute idea, actually. Like, putting it outside wouldn't be the worst, right? Like, I could set up like a little trash can spot here with like a bench on the side of the road, and it would technically be benefiting both Ariados and Spinarak. Let me see what Aridos's area's range is. Yeah, like right here. Now, they might not be able to interact with it directly here, but I could have like a little trash spot outside. And it kind of makes sense, dude. It kind of makes sense to have it outside. I could put like a bench here. Or like a street light here. Boom, 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 boom. I wanted to use these wooden street lights in there. I thought these were going to be cool because they're wooden, but they're also providing light. But I don't know what I would do with these. I'd almost want to put them in the corner here and scoot everything over. Hello there, Hylian. What's up? From now on, I'm going to refer to you as Hylian. Oh, we must have hit max friendship. We must have hit max a friendship. Do 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 do. Yeah, that's kind of cute just by itself in the corner, to be honest. Do 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 do. Magikarp, you good, bro? Magikarp, I imagine, is never quote unquote good, bro. You know, it's a Magikarp. I imagine homie is in a perpetual state of suffering. Homie is just in a perpetual state of suffering. And just like that, we destroy Ariados's house after they were so proud of me. Bum, 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 bum. No, don't look at this. Everyone's so happy. Oh man, he created a thing. He created a thing. Yo, all right, you want to move in? All right, cool. And then boom. Boom, baby. Nice, we got like the corner lights going on. I think that's super cute. And then I just have to maybe extend this flower patch even further out. It sounds a little ridiculous, but like, why not? I don't think the more flowers, the better here. I don't think it matters. Where did you get 10 square hedges? I stole them from a dream island. Yes. I just yoked them up. I just yoked them up from a dream island. Oh, I guess we would actually want to extend this out even further. Yeah, let's just keep going. Why not? Just a massive flower garden. Whatever. We're doing it live. And I'm missing one flower. I'm just gonna go steal it from right here. Yeah, I think I stole all 10 of them from a dream island. I can tell you this much. I stole them from somewhere. I just might not be able to tell you exactly where, but I know I yoked them. Yeah, it is in-game music. Isn't it cute? Dun, dun, dun. It's like lo-fi Pokemon music, kinda. It's basically its own music with just like little Pokemon motifs in it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the garbage on the outside of the area. And then we could maybe scatter some litter about as well. That might actually be able to put us over the edge. Yeah, I could just use the square hedges, I suppose. I need a bit more humidity. All right, all right. What do you mean? You live in the water, dog. Calm down. I don't have enough flowers. I'm running out of flowers. Yeah, it's literally rain. Like, what do you want? Go in there. Go in the water. You want a humidity? There. You swimming now? You happy? Oh, he just warped. Stop warping. No, get in the water. Go. Nope, he'd prefer to be flopping. He doesn't want to swim. He just wants to flop. That's why I didn't want to do duckweed, because I knew the duckweed, he wasn't going to swim. I knew it. That's why I was trying to avoid the duckweed for the habitat, because I knew he wouldn't swim anymore if he had the option to flop. Like, I knew it. I'm like, man, he's not going to like understand. If he has the option to flop, he will flop. I kind of just like keeping the nature here. Instead of adding like too much more. I think I'd rather do like some nice... Like I can, maybe the flower garlands or something I would like to do. I wouldn't mind some flower garlands. You can't put them down if there's an item in front of them. That's the only problem. So like even these flowers in front of them, they don't work. I do have a garden light. I wanted to use one of these garden lanterns. Maybe 2 of them. I did kind of want to use these. I think they're great. Some torches. Honestly, the torches would dry stuff up. It takes away from the humidity, right? All right. I know for one thing, I want to put this stump down. Because I think this is going to be cool. And then we're going to decorate around the stump. This will help Magikarp out. Because it'll get some grass for him. I might not use the green grass, though. I might use a different colored grass. Maybe like a red here. So this could be cool. This could be like a cool little spot. Something cute. Should definitely increase some of the humidity here. I kind of want to pull the stump down and the grass down one, actually. I'm going to go to do that. My goodness, you startled me. What? What? All right, make sure you hold the Y button so you don't accidentally destroy your tree. Stump. And yes, for those that are curious, you can pick stumps up. You are seeing correctly. Which I find to be one of the most entertaining things about the game. That I could just pick up a stump like that. Like that's like Animal Crossing Could Never vibes, right? Because like I've always wished I could just pick up a stump and move it around in AC. No, of course Magikarp jumped into the first hole I made on accident. Stop that, Magikarp. Stop it. You put a picnic basket with Snorlax's favorite foods inside, and now every time I go to his house, he's eating. I hope this isn't unhealthy for him. I think he'll be all right. Magikarp's here for the chaos. All right, cool. So we got this fun little stump. We could do something maybe here. If we get the slide item, we might have to put the slide where the stump grass is so that we could get the ride. That's the one thing we haven't been able to fulfill is the ride. We fulfilled everything else for Spinarak and Ariados except for rides. And technically maybe not colorful stuff if they don't count flowers, but we could come back and like paint the greenhouse if we really wanted. But we've pretty much fulfilled everything. Lots of nature, wooden stuff, garbage, colorful, and then their flavor. And the only problem is I just realized that the Asperberry tree is too far away from Ariados. And I do want to fix that. I am going to fix that. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to move the Asperberry tree right here, and then I can put another tree here. Magikarp is the chaos. Yo, what up, Croco? Good to see you, buddy. Do 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 do. Yeah, I can't fit a gate into the builds because the gate is only a 2x2 and the space right here is a 3. Do you have a wife? No. I am, however, taken. Yeah, so I can't fit a gate unless I put it like here, but the way I built this place, there's nowhere I could put the gate that makes it look good. So we gave up the gate life. We tried. There's nowhere that it's going to look good. There's nowhere where it's going to be even. There's nowhere where it's going to make sense. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, I also wonder if I would have to destroy the stone anyways, because like it's not like it automatically turns into a habitat just because you put a gate down. Like, look. So like I think because the fence is raised, it's not counting it. It also might be too wide, right? Yeah, so like turning the whole thing into an enclosure was a great idea, but it doesn't work for what I'm attempting to do, unfortunately. Yeah, it was a good idea. We did consider it earlier, but it's just, I put myself in a position where this is just the vibe. That's what we gotta do. We gotta work with it. But it's kind of part of the challenge. It's kind of fun, actually. Originally, I wanted Ariados and Spinarak on opposite ends, but then I realized that them having overlap makes more sense because they both want the exact same things. So that's when I shifted over to the idea of them being on the same side. But then I just didn't consider the Asperberry tree. That's the thing that I messed up here. I'm trying to get all the electricity on the boat. Ooh, nice. That sounds like a fun challenge. But you better believe the next time I do a project like this, from the start, I'm going to turn it into a full-on habitat, because that is the play, right? I'm okay with the tree being here, though, because we can use it to cover up the hole here. So I'm actually like completely content with this. All right, and the Asperberry's in. So now they have the fruit tree of their choice. And then we can either add another tree right here, or we could move the stump back here. I wonder if we just move the stump. I have made just a little bit of the fruit furniture today, actually. Just like a little bit. Today, we did a little bit of it. What the heck? It's been 8 hours? Dude, the last time I checked, it was 5. Yo, I did get a cat. I did get a cat. Oop, let's not accidentally cut the tree down here. I did get a cat. All right, so then how do we add height over here, though? What do you guys think? I want to add some height behind the stump. What could I use for a height behind the stump here? Why are you sad, Magikarp? You hungry? Oh, you want to relax. That's fair. I suppose a fish would like to relax sometimes. We might do something completely different in this corner. Let's go. Let's pick everything back up. So he's not going to use the water? Nah, they do. They do swim in the water, but for some reason, Magikarp absolutely loves just flopping. Even when I give him the option for water, he's just like, nah, G. Did you name it Tangy? No. So I got a Void Cat, and we haven't named her yet, but her given name from the rescue place from the APL was Midnight, which is probably just one of the nice old ladies' way to name the cat. You know, because, like, they probably see a lot of cats. I didn't mean to destroy my stump there, but that's fine. So I'm actually going to go ahead and do something really fun over here. Let's turn this area into something really cute. And, oh, it's right out of the range of Magikarp. Okay, that's fine. We're good. Boom. We're going to give Magikarp this little thing to sit on. And I want to bring another one. I'm going to bring another one over here. I'm going to put it like right here. Then we're going to put a flower table right here. And then we're going to do some flower garlands here. Are they going to let me do the both corner pieces? I knew they wouldn't let me. Why won't you let me connect garlands on the corner? I knew they weren't going to let me. I already knew the answer, by the way. But I needed to see the disappointment for myself. That's frustrating. It is, yeah. Sorry, this ain't The Sims. Sorry, this ain't The Sims. Touche, my dude. Touche, my dude. You got us there. Sorry, this is indeed not The Sims. Get over yourself, dude. It's not gonna happen. All right, boom. So we're gonna do like a cute little area here that's gonna be just like a nice little meeting spot for some food and stuff. And if I talk to Magikarp, I think he's gonna be happy that I got him a couch. All right, go check out your flower cushion, you boob. Oh yeah, dude, I'm so happy. Now I can go flop on the chair. Look. And he flops. All right, buddy. All right, and then we'll go back to the flowers that we were putting down. Even though it doesn't go well with the yellow over here, the yellow's the only thing that's really throwing off the vibes, but we're going to stick with our theme for now. And by vibes, I just mean the vibes of what I just created. Actually, let's do bushes first. Yeah, eventually we'll get pictures and stuff for y'all. Don't worry. I won't leave you hanging for too long. I could use the yellow bushes here, and it would look pretty nice. We could just, like, do a completely different color scheme in this corner if we wanted. Which, like, to be fair, like, that would be pretty cute, but... Yeah, we could probably paint them. You're right. We could probably paint them. Again, painting is something I'm not quite wrapping my head around properly yet. But I love the reminders like, yo, Hylian, painting exists. Right. Like, I haven't quite wrapped my head around it. I did, however, just give a crushing Pokemon a bunch of berries to get paint going for the first time. Like, for me and my playthrough. So I'm ready, dude. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I wish I knew what color made what. There's so much to this game, I'm overwhelmed. Yeah, this game... Overwhelmed doesn't even cover it for me, dude. Yeah, like 100% just overwhelmed with all the possibilities and everything that you can accomplish. It's just like, oh man. Need all the blue for the boat. All right, sick. We'll do that. I think I'll leave this little space right here open so you can like walk up to it. Maybe not. I wouldn't mind just having some grass here. And then we can add more grass, which is like healthy because I think it helps with humidity and stuff. All right, and I just want to take this one piece away. I'm not trying to attack everybody. Can I just get like a precision slice here? Got it. That's what we call the Kimbo slice, baby. And again, there's one thing I'm not doing today completely, is since this is like my first time really decorating in this game, I will say that like I could come back and like change the grass color and stuff and turn this into something even more special, but so this area could be adjusted again later, but this was what I was trying to do here today is this is my first ever attempt. All right, chat room, this is my first ever attempt at actually giving a Pokemon a solid home. That's what this is. We're giving a Pokemon a real home. Like, we just designed Ariados and Spinarak's home to be perfect to the things that they want. The only thing that we haven't got is rides, and I think we might try to bring a slide here or something. Meanwhile, then we also have Magikarp, and we're kind of close to making Magikarp's home pretty good. The truth is Magikarp wants ocean vibes, so he's really not going to do well with just this random thing of like salt, of like regular fresh water. I'm thinking we could maybe bring ocean water here instead, and maybe he would be happy. And then I could put some beach sand around it and maybe give him like more beachy vibes if I really wanted to make him happier. And then group activities are something as simple as like a bench. So I could throw a bench into this build and he would be happy. Wobbly stuff is gonna throw me off a little bit. But like I could easily fit a bench like right here and that would cover group activities. And then wobbly I'll have to figure out later, but easily a bench would go right here. And that would solve all of the group activity problems. So yeah, we're basically, I created this whole space here for 3 Pokemon. And I got their favorite food and everything incorporated. Let's see what Magikarp likes to eat. Sweet. So I would need to get a separate tree or dining arrangement if I wanted to appeal to his food. The question is how badly do you want to make Magikarp happy? Right, I might move Magikarp out of here. The truth is that me putting Magikarp in here was something I did on a whim. Because I wanted to test if he would swim in the water, and he does. But I don't know if his home's gonna stay here. I think I might be switching his home up later. Because really, this area was meant to just be Ariados and just be Spinarak's home. And I just so happened to add Magikarp on like the later half of my plan. So he might not even stay. We'll see. But as of right now, this is looking pretty freaking good. Look at that. Look what we did for our dude today. Look at that, dude. Pretty cool, right? Like pretty cool little habitat we built for everybody. Our first like real attempt at creating something pretty special. Now, we could go see if... Let's go see what level the Pokemon are at. Let's go see if putting in the extra effort mattered. Let's see how close they are to awesome. Maybe not at all. They could need a little bit more work. So they're both at the great tier. Now, one of two things could happen. Tomorrow, Spinarak could ask for some food and he would just go up to awesome and we're done. But Ariados already asked for food and they got fed. So I can tell you right now what they need. I can already tell you right now what they need. So every Pokemon requires basic needs. And I just realized we didn't put a relaxation area for their house. Everybody wants a toy, a decoration, and a relaxation. These Pokemon do not have a toy yet, and they do not have a relaxation yet. So I have the answer. So if I were to cut this and give them a straw bed that they both can share because both of their homes... I didn't mean to pick that up. Let me put that right down. All right, so now Spinarak's home. Oh, I accidentally destroyed Spinarak's home doing that. Oops. Sorry, Budum. We'll figure... We got you, buddy. So I might actually put like a stool here instead of the bed because the bed's just kind of big. I might use a stool instead, but here, let me pull this out. I didn't realize that this grass was a part of his house. I forgot because it's 4 pieces of grass under, or grass around a boulder or something. There it is. Yeah, there it is. All right. So now they have the relaxation, and then the last thing that they would require is a toy. Now, ideally, the toy is wooden, colorful, garbage, or a ride. Because that's the things they want. Now, just because I don't have that stuff on me, what I can do is just put down this toy. It'll affect both of them, and it'll at least finish the criteria of needing a decoration, a toy, and a relaxation. These 3 things are like the key for making sure a Pokemon hits amazing. From there, you want to try to focus on their habitat, which for them, it's humid, which they're good. And then from there, you might want to try a couple other things, like maybe, you know, focusing on like giving them their favorite food or putting their favorite food in their habitat. So ideally, these 2 Pokemon are going to be boosting up to amazing, or they're going to be pretty close. Getting the ride would help. There it is. Ariados, amazing. He's done. Now, something could still be holding back Spinarak. Maybe he doesn't have everything I realize. Like maybe he's not... Maybe something is not the same. Like, let's go take a look real quick. So, nah, he's good. Everything is locked in. You know, he probably is just low because I accidentally destroyed his house a minute ago. That's what he's probably mad about. So once he settles in, he might be better off. Yeah, he's holding a grudge. So yeah, I'm roughly just got both of those Pokemon to amazing and actually decorated as well. I actually decorated and still managed to make it amazing. That's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. Yeah, waiting for them to perceive their home. Right, like, I could have just messed them up. Bam, 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 bam. It could also be because Ariados has trash, but maybe Spinarak technically doesn't, because maybe it's not counting the trash outside of this barrier here. Because he can't technically path to it or something. So there could be a couple things at play here. So, all right, nice. Our first attempt at decorating for a Pokemon and getting them up to amazing. And Spinarak's just stuck at great. So we might still have to work on Spinarak a little bit. And it could be a couple things causing the problem. And that's just kind of for us to discover, right? We could figure out, you know, it could be as simple as just finishing these flowers, right? It could be as simple as bringing a grass Pokemon over. It could be as simple as actually putting some trash in here. You know, it could just take them a day to perceive their home, right? Hello, folks from Japan. I'm just waking up before we adventure. We're heading to the Nintendo's today in Tokyo Tower. Congrats on your new family member. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much. Hope you have a great day in Japan. You'll get out there and enjoy it. And thanks for coming to see me. I really appreciate that. All right, next up, we're going to be doing coughing and wheezing. Coughing and wheezing, we're going to get them both up to amazing status, and we're going to give them sick houses. So this is the space we have to decorate for coughing, and this is the space we have to decorate for wheezing, and we're going to make it super sick for them. We're going to try. We're going to try. On that note, though, we are going to call it friends. Thank you for coming out today. I'm so happy we got a real stream in after a weekend away from doing my main content, you know. I technically haven't been here since Friday, right? Because, like, we did 4 hours Friday, no stream Saturday, 2 hours Sunday, no stream yesterday. So it's like, oh, we're back. We're locked in, and you guys got a solid 8 out of me. Now, I got to sit down and do a little bit of clerical work and emails and stuff. I got to get some food in my belly. And so I got to wrap up this show today. But I'll be back tomorrow. And we're going to be locking in with some more Pokopia, of course. And we're going to continue our journey. We got up to, let's check real quick. Let's check really quick. What did we get up to today? 257 Pokemon. 257 Pokemon, y'all. We're getting there. We're getting there. We started at around 250, 251. We're getting there, baby. We are getting there. All right, so we're going to get out of here. Thank you, everyone. If you missed out on the cat stuff, don't worry, because there's not a lot to talk about with the cat right now. Because it's a very new cat, and it's very skittish, and it's kind of scared. And, you know, we're just... There's not a lot to say at the moment as far as the adventure, you know. However, give it a couple weeks, give it a couple days, and there'll be more to say for sure. All right, so we'll be back tomorrow to yap a little bit more. Oh, I knew there'd be a new Pokemon here. Hold on a second. I knew it, dude. Wait a second. Wait a second. I was like, wait, we should check before I leave, dude. Yo, we got a Typhlosion. Let's go. Whoa, nice looking place we got here. I can dig it. Oh, hey, bud, what's up? You need something from me? Say what? You made this home? Wow, that's real cool. I hope we can be friends. Gotta warn you, though. I blast out heat shimmers when I get excited, like I did a second ago. Watch out for that. Heat shimmers is a cute way to explain a fart. It has a secret devastating move. It rubs its blazing fur to cause huge explosions. Sick. And that puts us up to 258. Let's go, dude. All right, y'all. I really do need to get a night stream here going because I need to start getting night Pokemon unlocked. It's not going to be today. I went a little longer than I kind of expected to. So we're going to do our best to squeeze a night stream in over the next couple days, though. I've been saying that for the past 2 weeks, but like we're going to do our best, all right? Things are kind of settling down for me. I'm starting to lock in on my to-do list, so look out for that. Thank you, everyone, for coming out and supporting the stream today. I really do appreciate y'all. Big shout outs to all of the Throne supporters and all of you that are supporting Midnight in your own way. My new cat, thank you very much. And of course, those of you that are just vibing, relaxing, and being here, just tuning in, you're also supporting me. You're also supporting my new pet. So thank you for just tuning in and relaxing. But I did have to shout out the direct supporters of the Throne. Thank you, everyone. You guys destroyed the Throne today. And we got a bunch of fun stuff coming in the mail that we're going to be opening up. And I think it's going to be a blast. So I'm going to go ahead and fade on out of here. Today, we're going to go and see if we can find ourselves a raid recipient here this afternoon. Why don't we go and visit somebody here from the Twitch community, and we can see what's up. Let's go visit Rotten Poppy, who's also playing Pokemon Pokopia. Sound good? Let's go see what's up. All right, this is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow for more Pokemon Pokopia, more stream, more journey, more conversation, more cat, I'll see you when I see y'all. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right, y'all, we're getting out of here, but you know the deal. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Peace. And hit them cat gems, my dudes. Peace, peace. Let's go visit Rotten Poppy. Here's some raid messages real quick. Grab yourself one. Let's go. Let's go. Peace.